We have Senator Sterle on the line and Senator Whish-Wilson on video conference. Do we have any other senators online or somewhere else I can't see them, Jerry?
Not at the moment, Senator. I'll let you know if anybody comes on.
Terrific, thank you. All right, I'm in home quarantine, so I don't have any printed materials, so please excuse me while I flick between screens to have everything come up. So, I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The committee is hearing evidence for its inquiry into the definitions of meat and other animal products, and I welcome you all here today. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It is important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the grounds upon which an objection is taken. The committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground that is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. If you agree to provide an answer to a question taken on notice during the hearing, please note that answers are due by the close of business Monday, the 22nd of November. I remind people to ensure their mobile phones are either switched off or turned to silent. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Farm Institute and Australian Plant Proteins via video conference. For the Hansard record, could you please each give your name and the capacity in which you're here today?
Yes, Brendan McKeegan from Australian Plant Proteins. I'm one of the founders and directors of Australian Plant Proteins.
Thank you. Somebody else is there?
Oh, no.
Katie, can you hear us there from Australian Farm Institute?
Oh dear, I think we're going to have a bad internet connection there. And I'm sorry, I don't have the witness's name on my program, so I can't refer to you by name, I'm sorry.
Katie McRobert, Chair.
Well, she doesn't appear to be able to hear us, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah. Okay, we'll just call Ms McRobert, and if we want to continue with Mr McKeegan in the time being.
Thank you. Well, Mr McKeegan, do you have a, I'm sorry, have I got your name correct, McKeegan?
Yes, that's correct. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Mr McKeegan, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Absolutely. So just in terms of background, so my company is specialised in the processing of pulses. So taking a raw material that our farmers grow in excess of 3 million tonnes annually, we provide a value add. So we process those pulses into a protein powder and then on-sell it as a food ingredient. And we sell that to a whole range of beverage and food manufacturing companies, both here and internationally. So I guess, we see our role in this supply chain is providing that value add step so that our farmers have an alternate route to market for their product, which would typically go into a soft commodity cycle and be subject to the global commodity market, where we're providing it as a special ingredient, both for local food and international food manufacturers. And the only point I'd make, which sort of specifically addressed one of the points that was related to the Senate inquiry, is that the process we've developed, which is a proprietary process, which is Australian-owned technology, uses a very clean way of extracting the proteins. So we don't use any harsh chemicals to extract the proteins. We use a mechanical and wet process, which means when we extract the proteins, we keep them in the same molecular structure, so we don't denature them. So the protein that is then being integrated into a food or beverage substance is the complete protein from the raw material.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. McKeegan. Ms. McRobert, can you hear me now?
I can, Senator. Sorry, it froze, but I'm still here. We'll keep trying.
That is terrific. I was concerned we'd lost you. Do you have an opening statement that you wish to make?
I do. Just that the Australian Farm Institute's position is that we can't see any evidence of an existential threat to the Australian livestock industry or consumer health at any scale from any of the current definitions or terms used or any labelling laws. The projections that we've done in recent years show that supply and demand projections, there'll be an increase for both market segments, both alternative proteins and animal proteins, and that we are concerned that a war of words could engender mistrust, which could have an opposite effect of what was intended and could backfire on either or both markets. We also would like to note that any threat that we see to the livelihood of Australian livestock producers is much more likely to come from regulatory change, which could be driven by community pressure. And this community pressure is often driven by misinformation or disinformation. And we think it's absolutely vital that all protein producers, both animal and alternative, are accountable for any claims so that consumers can make informed choices and that producers can make evidence-based sustainable production decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson, would you like to start with questions? We can't hear you, Senator Whish-Wilson.
How about now?
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank
Great.
you.
Okay, thank you. Look, I might start with Australian plant proteins first. Could you just give us a brief kind of historical record of your growth in your particular firm, I suppose, or operation?
Absolutely. So we started in 2016. So we developed the extraction process from scratch. So recognising that, the benefit we have as a country is we've got this broad range of raw materials, as I mentioned, in terms of pulses grown as a break crop or a rotational crop in wheat and barley growing areas. It's one that fixes nitrogen back into the soil, so it's very good for the environment. It's a dry land crop as well, so we're not using excess water or irrigation facilities. We saw the emergence of the global market in terms of the consumer choosing to look at other alternate forms of protein in their diet. We recognise there's a real role for Australia to play in that market. But the missing step was this middle step, which is what we call a fractionation step, to value add that raw material into the powder form that can be used in food and beverage products. So we set about in 2016 building that. We created our own R&D facility here in Melbourne, on the outskirts of Melbourne. Then last year we built our first full-scale large facility in Horsham, and we built it in that regional area for two reasons. One, because of we felt the opportunity to provide that job, additional jobs in that regional area, and two, because it's in the heart of the pulse growing area in Victoria. So we're able to tick two boxes there. We've got a nice stable workforce. We train them from scratch. We're the only facility of its kind in the Southern Hemisphere, and obviously the only facility in Australia. So what we're doing is we're providing that, obviously both local supply, but that avenue or bridge, if you like, for the Australian market and our farmers in particular to be part of this global supply chain that's growing.
Okay, thank you. And roughly what kind of investment was needed to set this this fractionation plant up? Like, could you give us I know you're commercial in confidence, but could you give us an idea of the value of your business at the moment?
Yeah, so we've spent $25 million on the first line extraction facility, and we're committed to spending another $50 million in expanding the capacity by about threefold.
Okay. And how many people would you be employing at the moment, Brendan, like directly or indirectly?
We currently employ around 35 people, and we'll take that number upwards to probably 60, 65 in the next 12 months once we've expanded our facility.
Thank you. We have heard some criticism over the inquiry that the alternative protein sector does import a lot of inputs, a lot of its product. How will that change in the future in Australia? Is that the role that you see that you're going to play primarily, and will others also contribute to this?
Absolutely. So that opportunity for us to replace imported product is absolute, and that's it's a key focus for us. Our downstream customers have been, I guess, in one way forced to import product because it's not available locally. We're providing that local source of product. So that's a great opportunity for us.
So, Brendan, considering you've no doubt followed the feedback from this inquiry and the concerns in the animal protein sector, how do you feel about potential regulatory changes to your business? Do you have any concerns there about what that might mean for your investment and the future demand for your product?
Any impact on our customers' ability to sell products will have a downstream, an impact upstream on us. So we obviously are interested in the outcome of this inquiry, but in the context of what we do, we sell the ingredient to downstream customers who then turn it into a product. So we'll continue to sell that ingredient to alternate dairy companies, to sports and nutrition companies, and to alternate meat companies as a pure ingredient, and then they obviously formulate it and take it to market. So the impact will be there, but we'll continue. We're committed to this investment. We're committed to creating this additional channel to market for the farmers. And I think if I can just dwell on that point for a moment, typically farmers now in the pulse growing scenario, they'll identify which crop they want to grow as a rotational crop 8 months in advance of the harvest. They really take cues from what the market is currently doing in terms of which plant they so for instance, lentils are good price this year, so we'll find a lot of people going to lentils. There's no real significant science around that. What we're able to do is we're able to link that in consumer supply back to the farmer, so we can tell them, no, we've got food customers who want to buy lentils or fava beans or mung beans, so they're not subject to that commodity cycle based on what's happening globally in Europe or in the US. They've actually got a direct route to market through a value-added ingredient, and I think that's really important in this context.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Certainly, Katie mentioned earlier, the concerns that have been raised about the alternative protein sector. You must follow this closely. Have you had any complaints, or have you had any discussions with some of the downstream businesses that are value adding to your product about this inquiry, for example, or have you over the years been hearing about any consumer issues with your product from consumers or from Choice or any of the consumer advocacy groups?
No, what we find is that most of our consumers through the work we've done with our customers are consumers that are really making a choice about protein. So they're saying, I'm consciously choosing to implement one day of this type of protein. So for them it's really a case of, and if you look at the drivers, and there's a lot of information available on this, the key driver for consumption of plant-based protein is really a health perception. So they're looking at saying, well, I want to put something in my body that I perceive as healthy. Now you got to look at the science behind that to make a decision on it, but that's one of the key drivers, and the other is sustainability. So that's what's really driving the market from our perspective.
Just before I go to Katie for a few questions, Chair, just as a matter of interest, Brendan, are you aware of, are any meat producers or manufacturers of meat products using any of your plant proteins? Because we know that a lot of, burgers, for example, that you buy in supermarkets have got a lot of plant-based materials in them. Are you selling to any processors of meat?
Yes, we are. Yep.
How big a percentage of your sales would that be? Is it a significant percentage or?
Our sales are spread across your local market sales and international market sales. So, as I said, in the context of it, it's probably not a huge percentage of our sales because we're selling, our inclusion in those plant-based products, may not be at a really high rate. So, the impact, in that direct market, as opposed to as a pure, 100% nutritional protein powder in a meal replacement or a protein shake is different in the context of what we sell into the meat analog people.
Thank you. Katie, could I just ask just very briefly a little bit of information about the Australian Farm Institute, your background and who's behind your group?
Yeah, so it's an independent institute, Senator. It's was set up by New South Wales farmers in 2004, but is subsequently now independently funded by corporate supporters, individual members, and research project funding. So we are beholden to no one but ourselves. We produce evidence-based policy research to help inform decisions in the Australian agricultural industry.
Okay. Could I ask, have you had any, in terms of your research that you've done for today, have you had any discussions with or collected any information from consumer advocacy groups like Choice about issues around labelling or potential mislabelling?
Not for this particular submission. We were relying on research we'd done in 2019 and 2020 for an AgriFutures funded project looking at the impact of alternative proteins on the animal livestock industry in Australia.
Oh, great. That was going to be my next question, was where you drew your conclusions from. You argue that the binary constructs of real versus fake or clean versus dirty undermines consumer choice and cooperation across sectors. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
I'd also recommend to the committee an excellent paper by Van Enen, which goes into this in some detail. But in short, and to oversimplify it somewhat, presenting things as a zero-sum game, that it's either or and it's either good for you or bad for you, is actually quite detrimental to both product segments. Not that people stop eating altogether or a choice that they make, but that often those sorts of presentations can backfire. So if it's, for example, an alternative product saying meat is bad for you, must eat ours, and running down the meat industry, if people don't believe that and they feel that that's misrepresenting the industry, then they're less likely to trust that particular product, and rather than gaining consumers, they're just as likely to lose consumers. And it's exactly the same the other way around. If it's the meat industry saying these alternative products are made out of chemicals and they're going to make you sick, then it's the same thing. People mistrust the industry and then they lose confidence in the product.
So just for those who would be listening to this or would read the Hansard transcripts and potentially may not read your submission or the detailed reports, is there evidence that, for example, from some of the claims being made by the plant-based sector about meat products are affecting consumer demand?
We can't find any
vice versa.
Any evidence that those are particularly strong drivers in the economic decisions that are being made. No.
Okay, and any evidence that that labelling of plant-based foods that use the word meat in it have in any way tricked consumers, or we've heard some anecdotal evidence from various submitters and witness evidence that they've bought the wrong product because they're in a hurry and then regretted it. I don't know if there's anything more factual than that you've discovered in your research.
In our research, we did not discover anything more concrete than that. We discovered a few surveys which were quite extensive, but based on consumer intention, not based on consumer behaviour. And again, even with the intention surveys, it was a fairly small percentage of people who said that they would be tricked by the product that they were shown in the intention survey. And so since we couldn't find anything on behavioural studies, I know that some of the larger RDCs have done their own surveying, which is commercial in confidence, and they could discuss it with us but not show us the actual outcomes of those surveys. we couldn't see any evidence to support the claim that people were being tricked into buying a different product based on the label, or were not consistently tricked. As you said, Senator, sometimes people might make a decision in a hurry. We've heard the same as you. Anecdotally, it's happened. People put the wrong thing into the trolley, but then they've not done it again.
Okay. It seemed to me that when we're talking about plant-based proteins, we've got a whole range of different products from different farmers that's grown around the country and internationally. But we've also heard about the potential development in future markets of, I suppose, I'm trying to think of the right terms here, laboratory meat being grown in laboratory from, literally from cells. Do you think that would be a potential game changer, or that implicit threat of not a naturally grown product from an animal would be a threat to, for example, to potential demand from animal-based proteins?
We did include that in our research, and for the purposes of our research, it might be helpful for you as well. We, when we talked about alternative proteins rather than just not meat, we grouped it into plant-based protein and then alternative proteins, and alternative being, as you described, the cell or lab-based products. Certainly in the next 10 years, we can see absolutely no threat to the industry from those. The costs are too high, the health benefits are too unknown. It's definitely not going to be any kind of threat in the next 10 years. And we did look a bit beyond that, but we limited our economic model into the coming decade, unless there was wide-scale regulatory change, which would have to be across developed economies, which limited the amount of meat that would be, animal meat that would be available for sale, and forced people onto the planetary health diet as suggested by the Eat Lancet study. If that regulatory change was to come into place and people were told to buy particular things and limit particular products, then there would be a very big impact on the livestock sector. But unless that was to happen, it's almost incremental, the impact.
Okay. In terms of your members, I presume you've got members across all kind of farming, agricultures,
We do.
and enterprises. Do you think the idea that that buying animal proteins to support Australian farmers would be counterproductive for farmers that are growing plant-based proteins or crops? Is that one of your concerns, or is it more that it's a kind of mutually assured destruction if both sectors keep criticising each other or having inquiries like this to undermine each other?
Certainly the undermining is detrimental to both sectors, and particularly based on the research we did 2019, 2020, we could see that there is opportunity for both sectors, which I have to say was warmly welcomed by both our livestock industry supporters and our grains and cropping producers supporters as well.
You mentioned threats, Chair. I know that there's probably other people who have questions, but I'm happy if you want to come back to me. But just last question, I suppose. You mentioned threats, regulatory changes in your introduction. Were there other threats that were made clear to you by the animal protein sector? Because I've got the Australian Beef Sustainability Framework 2021 in front of me. That's come from a 4-year consultation process, which identified 23 key areas, and out of that they boiled down the key threats they felt to the demand for beef products or animal products were animal husbandry techniques, profitability across value chain, balance of tree and grass cover, antimicrobial stewardship, managing climate change risk, and health and safety as their key issues that they felt were the risks to their industry and future demand. Would that be similar to what you...
Yes, that definitely backs up what we have found as well. We're currently working on the Australian Agricultural Sustainability Framework, which incorporates the beef sustainability, dairy sustainability, grains sustainability frameworks as well. And the risks are far more likely to come from the impacts to natural capital caused by climate change than by any changing consumer behaviour. It has to be said that there is a shift in the Australian domestic market, that people are buying more alternative or plant-based protein products than they were before. There's still a very small minority of the protein purchasers, and we've indicated that there'll be an additional demand for the livestock sector in Australia of 8.9 billion in 2030, and an additional demand for plant source protein of 7 billion, because there's such a growing middle class in our global trading partners who are very, very hungry for Australian proteins, largely animal-based proteins, but also the plant-based, and that the alternative or lab source proteins is a extremely small portion of the market with a very small growth trajectory.
Okay. Just a point of interest, though, in relation to that answer. We know that there are key risks, for example, for the meat protein sector, but in all fairness to the chair and to some of the beef producers that we've had on here, they have targeted these, or they have said these areas is where they feel they're being targeted unfairly by the plant-based protein sector, like they're kind of leveraging some of these choke points, I suppose, for the industry, like their climate footprint or their animal husbandry techniques, and they feel like they're under attack or under siege. Have you seen direct evidence that these kind of choke points are being, if I can use that term, are being exploited or promoted by the plant protein sector?
We've certainly seen evidence that that is happening, that those leverage points are being used, but we haven't seen evidence that those are impacting the economic trajectory of either sector.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKeegan, if I could just start with you and some follow-up questions. You mentioned that you import some products. What pulses or grains are you importing, or is it other items? Sorry, I shouldn't assume.
No, we don't import. I think my reference was that current manufacturers of plant-based food products are forced to import plant proteins because until we started our facility, there was none manufactured here in Australia.
Oh, so you're the only one manufacturing in Australia at this point?
Yeah, we're actually the only one of its kind in terms of creating plant protein from pulses in the Southern Hemisphere.
Right. So you're not having to import any products to fulfill your manufacturing requirements. I'm
No.
sorry, I understood.
That's okay.
You referred to the sustainability choice piece between your product and animal-based products. What specifically do you mean by that? I'm keen to just tease out this statement.
Yeah, and my reference there was to the information that we're receiving from our downstream customers. And remember, we're selling in bulk, so we're selling to other food manufacturers. So the reference there, and it's information that's publicly available in terms of the consumer choice drivers, and they were just simply drivers around perceived health benefits. And again, I'm using the word perceived because there's that obviously needs to be backed up by evidence. And the second was around again perceived sustainability of the proteins that they're consuming. So it's not a direct reference in terms of it's not an opinion from my perspective. I was just indicating what the drivers were from the consumers that we were receiving that information.
Right. Okay. It is something that I'm keen to understand as we go through this inquiry, because that the term sustainability comes up frequently, but we're not really getting into any putting any meat on the bones of what that claim might mean to different people and on what basis it's made. I note that in your submission, your company produces protein isolate powders from pulses. Out of all the products retailed by APP, do any use animal product descriptors such as beef, lamb, pork, or images of livestock?
No. So again, we sell in bulk to our food manufacturers who then incorporate it in downstream recipes, and they're the people that are doing the labelling of the products. Obviously what they're doing is they're calling out, most of our customers will call out the Australian made content and the fact that it is Australian made and grown as a protein source, and that references directly back to our ingredient as the input.
Right. And you in your evidence, you talked about your ingredients and your process being based on the pulses and on a water-based process, so you're not having to provide additional chemicals or additives in order to get your product to the point that you're selling it at.
That's correct. And that was really important from the outset for us, that we created what, in general terms, a really clean process. So essentially all we're doing is we're extracting the key component, which is the protein, in its purest form. So we're not denaturing it, we're not changing it, which means it has all the functional qualities when it then goes into a food recipe. And the byproduct, which is predominantly fibre and starch, we sell to an animal feedstock company who incorporates it in ration feed for feedlots, etc. So we don't waste any of our product, and we recycle our water. So it's a very efficient way of creating that additional value add market for the farmers.
So, I wouldn't be buying your product and consuming it directly. I'd be buying it through a third party who's then done something else to it.
That's right. They may choose to do nothing. They may simply repack it. So you can buy it on the shelves of Coles now as a pure pack fava bean protein, for instance, which is 100% our ingredients. It's repacked by downstream customers and then on sold to farmers to supermarkets. So we play a part in the supply chain, which is, I guess, right in the middle, where we're taking the raw material, we're extracting the protein, and then we're selling it in bulk to our customers, who then repackage it or incorporate it in a recipe.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Ms. McRobert, your submission states there are a range of existing laws and regulations governing food labelling and that consumers can make informed choices from these labels. Does the Institute therefore believe that current practice of vegan products prominently displaying terms like beef or Wagyu with images of livestock and smaller descriptors of plants as acceptable?
It's certainly legally acceptable. I think then the bigger problem, as far as we can see from the evidence we've seen, is that when those products are displayed alongside traditional animal proteins, that's where to use the term, deception would be more likely to occur. So the labelling is certainly acceptable under current Australian and New Zealand standards, and the retail choices made on display might be a little questionable, but again, perfectly legal. And we, again, as the Senator Whish-Wilson mentioned earlier, we've only heard anecdotal evidence that people are being deceived by the products themselves.
I think, we've come to kind of what is the nub of the matter for me. I'm a mother. I cook meals for my children. I try very hard to buy and cook things that I think are in their best interests of their health, and it just doesn't. What's legal and what's right are often two different things, I think, and that's kind of the feedback I get from parents who are feeding their families about, yeah, it might be legal, but does that make it okay? Does it pass the pub test of what we think is reasonable for us as, consumers buying products off the shelves? And so, that is my opinion, that doesn't pass the pub test, that we have to align our laws with what is reasonable for consumers. Can I ask you for your opinion on that, if you think that the regulations are reasonable, that allows animals and the descriptors of animals to be on plant-based products?
Senator, I'd have to answer from the Farm Institute's point of view that it's perfectly reasonable, because there is no evidence to suggest otherwise. From a personal point of view, it rubs me the wrong way, but it is certainly not the only product that rubs me the wrong way when I walk up and down the supermarket aisle. I feel tricked at every turn, I have to be fairly honest with you. So I agree with you that it doesn't pass the pub test, but there are many, many products on the shelves today that also don't.
Well, you and me together, and I was really disappointed that neither of our major retailers in this land have accepted an invitation to come and give evidence, because, they are the drivers, by them deciding what they will buy, by them deciding what products they'll buy from Mr. McKeegan's consumers, from, they drive what goes on the shelves. And so I will have another go at asking them to come and give evidence to talk to us about what consumers get offered. In an article titled "Clean Meat is a Misnomer," published by the AFI in 2018, it stated clearly a chemically reconstituted artificial protein that has been produced in a factory does not in any way fit the definition of meat. Therefore, it is quite incorrect to use the term meat as a name for these products. I'm assuming from your evidence today that the Institute no longer believes this to be the case.
That was an opinion piece written by our former Executive Director, Mick Keogh, and it was certainly the Institute's position at the time when Mick was the Executive Director, but I have to say that it strongly reflected Mick's personal opinion of the matter. Having spent a lot of time on the research report about alternative proteins produced for AgriFutures that I've referred to, we can't find any evidence to suggest that there is any threat, and so we've somewhat removed ourselves from that position, yes.
So, what sort of research is there on health benefits for this alternate product? If I was to look at the food pyramid, I don't know if I'm showing my age, if that's what I learned years ago. If I look at the food pyramid and I was to substitute or eat more plant-based proteins than animal-based proteins, have we got significant evidence on what those health benefits or otherwise might be? Have you found that research?
We have found that research, but there is a lot of it. And the problem being that there are so many different products, as I think Brendan has hinted at as well, not only with plant-based proteins, but also those alternative proteins that are starting to creep into diets. And a lot of the research that we were referring to tended to group them all in together as one product, as one thing. It's either animal meat or it's not animal meat, or dairy or not dairy, which is definitely oversimplistic. So you can easily find reports that will tell you that eating more alternative non-animal protein products is much better for you, and you can equally find research reports that say the opposite. So I think there needs to be a lot more independent research on those, but I don't think there's much disagreement in the scientific community that eating slightly less animal-based protein products and slightly more plant-based protein products is beneficial for your health, provided that those are nutritious whole plant proteins, not over-processed or reconstituted or otherwise nutritionally compromised products.
Yes, in my own research preparing for the inquiry, I did look up, which are the best plant-based proteins to eat, and there was a huge array of advice, discussing sodium levels and different ingredients and which ones you might want to look out for or not look out for. And again, I reflect on my time as a parent. The time in supermarkets is the less spent, the better, particularly if you've got a crowd of helpful input from, 2, 4 and 6 year olds or that sort of age group. So I'm not spending a lot of time. I shop, I look at a product's nutritional label probably once lifetime of buying it, and it's either in the basket or it's not. So I probably am not a great consumer in that regard, and that I'm not going to spend a lot of time reading every label. And I also have to correct myself, because the Secretariat has advised me that Woolworths has said that they're keen to give evidence, but we haven't formally invited them yet, or Coles, so I better not be maligning people without being accurate. So AgriFutures has been primarily driving the research that you're doing currently, is that correct?
In this particular space for the alternative proteins and animal proteins, yes, AgriFutures has funded most of it.
Right. What sort of amount would they be spending on research?
It would be hard for me
to say. I
to
could
say.
ask you to comment on what they spend.
No. For this particular project, I think it was around $100,000 project. A little either way, I can't be sure.
Right. And do you have any other plant-based protein companies asking you to do research on this topic?
Not currently, no.
No. Okay, very good. All right, well, I think that brings me to the end of our time. So I'm going to thank you for your time preparing to give evidence today and for your time preparing your submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
All right, I now call representatives from the Australian Food Service Advocacy Body and the Alternative Proteins Councils via video conference. For the Hansard record, could you please each give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, I'll start. Tony Green for the Australia Food Service Advocacy Body, and I'm the CEO, and I have a colleague joining me, Rod Fowler.
And Kristen Grinter, I'm representing the Alternative Proteins Council, and I have a colleague joining me as well, Mr. Roger Bektash.
Thank you. Mr. Green, do you wish to make an opening statement before the committee asks questions?
Yes, please. By way of background, the Australian Food Service Advocacy Body is a recently formed national non-for-profit association that represents the entire food service sector, from producers, manufacturers, distributors, operators and service providers. Our membership comprises of both businesses and individuals across the industry, and it represents both traditional meat and alternative meat manufacturers. By way of understanding scale, the food service sector represents approximately 25% of the food industry and serves over 22 million meals a day. I just wanted to cover off some key points which do surmise our submission. Just to refresh, alternative proteins are a brand new market product category for the food industry. It's one of the biggest changes in development. It attracts billions of dollars of investment, as we know, and Australia would like its share. This is an ideal new agricultural and manufacturing opportunity for the country, and we strongly encourage traditional meat proteins. The main drivers for alternative proteins is the population's growing awareness of health and sustainability issues, concerns around climate change combined with the amount of land clearing and resources required to meet the growing demands. We believe that replacing traditional meat proteins is not what it's about. It's about providing alternative protein sources. All of us are still learning about alternative proteins, how they are, how to be used, where to buy them, how to cook them, and also what goes with them. Sales are still quite low, very low in comparison actually, and a lot of Australians haven't tried them. A comment here on the survey conducted by Pollinate of 1,000 consumers. We believe the methodology was solid. We believe there were a couple of issues with the findings, and I'd like to cover those. It failed to recognise consumers really looking at these products to buy in certain sections of the supermarket, often labelled plant protein foods versus the beef section. So consumers have a bit more contextual information when making these decisions. The only other point I'd like to make is that out of 250 possible options of packaging, 4 were reviewed, and we just don't feel that this is a good representative sample to be making decisions on. The 6th point, it is important that plant-based product manufacturers are allowed to mention relevant animal descriptors in their product labelling information to inform the consumer about the intended application. Innovation in food service and retail are closely aligned, as consumers will often try things in restaurants before trying at home. Food service is where consumers dare to try something different before experimenting at home. So it's very important they can identify these different styles of plant-based proteins in a familiar manner to see how they can apply it in their own recipes. In closing, it's our view that there is plenty of room in the market for both meat and meat alternative proteins to coexist and thrive together with appropriate meat descriptors in their labels. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Bektash, do you wish to make an opening statement?
It'll be me who's making the opening statement, Senator. It's Kirsten Grinter.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right. No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. Good morning, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this important conversation. The Alternative Proteins Council provides a collective voice for Australian and New Zealand alternative protein sector. Today, we aim to highlight the opportunities and evidence-based growth of this industry in Australia, which is being driven largely by consumer demand for plant-based alternative protein products. We also look forward to addressing a number of misunderstandings about the growing alternative proteins industry. At the heart of this inquiry is product labelling, specifically clarity and labelling that ensures consumers are not confused by what is a traditional protein product and what is a plant-based alternative protein product. We believe, excuse me, excuse me, we believe that clear labelling is in everyone's best interest. This is the third time that the plant-based food product labelling has been considered at a federal level, with 2 prior instances finding that existing...
Sorry to interrupt you. I just have the police here checking that I'm here for my home quarantine, because unlike Western Australia where you can do it on your phone, we actually have to be seen. Would you excuse me? I'm very sorry. I just don't want to miss your opening statement. Senator Whish-Wilson, are you okay if we just pause for 2 minutes? I can't hear you, but I think you're nodding your head. Sorry.
2 minutes is fine, Chair, as long as the police don't have a rap sheet that I need to talk to you about.
We all hope that. Thank you. I do apologise.
Fine.
Most sincerely apologise, Ms Grinter, if you wouldn't mind starting again. Oh, well, recommencing from where you're up to.
Yeah, no problem. So I'll just go back to, we believe that clear labelling is in everyone's best interest. This is the third time that plant-based food product labelling has been considered at a federal level, with 2 prior instances finding that existing regulations were fit for purpose. There is already great compliance amongst the 250 plus plant-based protein products on the market, with the use of qualifiers on their packaging, such as vegan, vegetarian, or plant-based. ACCC reporting for the period of January 2020 to June 2021 showed just 11 inquiries into labelling, so not complaints but inquiries, and research by Woolworths as reported to this inquiry showed little systemic evidence of consumer confusion. We hope that as an outcome of this inquiry, a way forward on this topic of clear product labelling is addressed, so it does not continue to be a distraction for the many manufacturers who are investing in new technology and in innovation of quality plant-based protein alternative products for consumer benefit. While discussing labelling concerns during this inquiry, a number of comments have sought to paint a picture that the growing plant-based alternative protein industry is taking away from the traditional protein industries. The simple fact is that Australian consumers want alternatives to traditional protein products, whether that be for health reasons, environmental reasons, or personal preferences. A 2019 report by research agency Colmar Brunton shows that 1 in 10 Australians don't eat meat. 1 in 5 Australians identify what's commonly referred to as flexitarian, so people who consume both plant and animal-based proteins. And 6 out of 10 Australians have tried or are interested in trying the new generation of plant-based protein products. The presence and importance of this industry in Australia is only going to keep increasing. This is a view backed up by modelling from a number of organisations, including Strategic Economics Consultancy, Alpha Beta, the Australian Farm Institute, and Deloitte Access Economics. It is forecast too that as the sector grows over the next decade, an estimated 6,000 full-time Australian jobs will be created. Additionally, Australia's advanced agricultural sector puts us in a prime position to lead the development. production and export of plant-based protein products into Asia Pacific region and to reap the economic benefits. We believe that both the meat industry and the alternative proteins industry can comfortably coexist and give Australians the product choices that they are looking for. We acknowledge the meat and livestock industry's concerns with the growing number of plant-based alternative protein products appearing on supermarket shelves and the growing number of Australians choosing to purchase and try these products. It is worth noting, however, that the Australian Farm Institute modelling states that while alternative protein substitution of animal protein will continue to increase in the next 10 years, the levels and rate of substitution will not present a material threat to the viability of animal agriculture by 2030. The reality is that to feed a global population projected to reach 10 billion by 2050, a diverse and sustainable protein supply is critical. Many Australian farmers already know this. They are diversifying and branching into mixed enterprise farming practices, while some growing crops specifically for developing plant-based protein supply chains. And many plant-based protein manufacturers, including Nestle, also produce animal-based protein products. As the Nestle representative on the APC, I know that manufacturers who produce alternative protein products want to be able to promote both their alternative protein products and their animal product ranges. Clear and consistent labelling benefits the alternative protein sector as much as it does the traditional protein sector, and most certainly those farmers and manufacturers with a footprint in both. The APC supports fact-based approach to decision-making where plant-based alternative protein products are embraced as a part of Australia's local and export food market. Such an approach would benefit many industries involved in the food supply chain. It would create new jobs, and it would ultimately ensure all Australians have access to healthy, secure, and sustainable food system for the future. To that end, the APC believes existing regulatory settings are fit for purpose and in line with findings of the Ministerial Forum on Food Regulation. Further, we would very much support the development of voluntary best practice guidance on plant-based labelling to ensure clarity for all parties and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Whish-Wilson, would you like to start with questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I might start with the Alternative Proteins Council. So, Kirsten, I don't know if you're the person to direct them to, but could I start by just asking, as a matter of interest, how many, I suppose, complaints the council may have received from individual consumers or consumer advocacy groups about potential mislabelling or misleading labelling? Is this something that you've noticed over a period of time, or has there been any trends in that?
So I'm not aware of any of our members of the Alternative Proteins Council have received complaints. I'm not aware of that. I know within Nestle, we haven't received complaints, but we have received inquiries around how to use these products. So it's in our best interest to be as clear and as consistent as we can in labelling these products so people do know how to use them. So we've had inquiries, how do I incorporate it into a family meal? How do I incorporate it into a recipe? And I feel that clear and consistent labelling of these products needs to give the consumer an expectation of what they're purchasing so that they have a taste expectation and a flavour expectation. So we're seeing that with inquiries directly to us, but we haven't had any feedback about mistaken purchase or anything like that.
About confusion, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In your submission, APC recommends that the committee support the alternative protein industry to develop voluntary industry guidelines for the labelling of plant and alternative protein products in line with the existing Australian consumer law and ANZ FFC regulations, and consistent with the March 2021 recommendation of the working group established by the Minister for Agriculture. Can you just remind us when that working group was established? It said March 2021, but when did you get involved with were you involved with the establishment of that working group directly?
No, I was not involved in that. I know my
Yeah.
colleague, Mr. Roger Bektash, he was involved in that working group.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. The working group convened during 2020
Yeah.
and had a wide range of stakeholders present, and very good debate about the issues and the evidence for confusion or otherwise around labelling. And the majority decision of the working group was very clearly that voluntary industry guidelines for labelling would be the best first step, and that perhaps this Senate committee could recommend the department take that up and work with the industry to develop those guidelines, because guidelines are usually the first step towards providing clarity around these sorts of issues.
So, Roger, just to be clear then, so it was set up in 2020. The recommendations were made in March 2021. Are you saying it hasn't progressed? Has the minister been in touch with you to follow up on that recommendation to further participate in developing these voluntary guidelines? Or are you saying that hasn't occurred?
I'm not aware of that occurring in that sense, Senator. So I think it would be great if this committee could urge the department to take that up.
Okay. So that was, I suppose, over 6 months ago. Was it your expectation was there any discussions about a timetable with the minister's department or with the or more broadly with the government about when these guidelines would be developed?
I'm not aware of a timetable being announced for that.
Okay. I mean, ultimately, we have this debate with voluntary versus mandatory codes of conduct and a whole range of things over the years. But why do you think, or what does your organisation, the APC, think that voluntary guidelines are the best approach? And can you give the committee any compelling examples of where voluntary guidelines have worked in relation, especially in relation to food products?
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to pass that to my colleague, Ms. Grinter.
Thank you. Sorry, I was jumping in. Voluntary guidance, I've seen it work many times. I've got two really good examples. One of them is around cross-contact labelling of allergens. So it's a labelling outcome, but it's also a process outcome. It's how to do good quantitative risk review. And that's been it's not in regulation. It's around it's around showing your due diligence and making sure you're providing products that are safe for allergic consumers. And that one has worked really, really well. Also, another example of voluntary guidance that works well is working well is Beef Treatwise. So that's a confectionery industry example. And again, that was about driving a standardised serving size, but also a labelling outcome. And we see really strong adherence across the industry. Of course, we're all working in that pre-competitive space, but really voluntary guidance can happen quickly. And in a growing industry like the alternative protein sector, you can drive consistency and clarity really fast. It's really agile. And also, if you're part of the process, what I've found is if industry is part of the process, you're really invested in it, invested in providing clear guidance for the greater industry and the broader industry. And because it's really important to us to that it's really clear that these products are, the plant-based nature of these products is what's really important. And we're really invested in that and really wanting to make sure that our labels are clear and consistent and that and it will enable consumer choice in the end.
Thank you. I'll quickly go to Australian Food Services Advocacy Body because I'd like to follow up on similar questions with them on this. But could I just ask quickly, Roger, you were involved in that working group with the minister. The evidence was provided at the last hearing that there was only one stakeholder who insisted on mandatory labelling guidelines. Can you confirm that was the beef industry?
Yes,
Livestock Australia?
yes, Senator. The beef industry representatives were the ones who were opposed or didn't accept the recommendation for voluntary industry guidelines as the first step.
And how many stakeholders were there again in the process?
I'd have to look exactly at
Right.
that number, but 10 or a dozen different stakeholders across a broad sector of agriculture.
Okay, thank you. Could I go to Australian Food Services Advocacy Body? And before I just ask you about what your views on voluntary versus mandatory labelling, I was interested in your submission, and you touched on it in your opening statement. The use of traditional protein descriptors on alternative protein products is needed to explain their intended use, positioning and purpose to consumers, and must be considered in any future labelling legislation. Could you expand on what you mean by that?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Ultimately, because it's a brand new food category, application and how this product is to be used is probably really the first step for professional chefs to understand how these products are to be used into recipes, and then, of course, promoting and featuring those to consumers when they come into the restaurants and cafes. So it seems like it's the obvious first step on how consumers are to use this product by referring to the traditional protein that it's substituting.
Okay. It also interested me in your submission, something must admit I hadn't given a lot of thought to. You mentioned traditional protein could increase in price, become less affordable for the average Australian family, whereas alternative proteins could fill the budget gap. On what basis do you make that observation, and do you think that is perhaps why the beef industry or the animal protein sector see that the threat, an implicit threat from plant-based proteins, because they can be made cheaper into the future?
Yeah, look, I think that's absolutely a possibility. When you think about what we produce and how much of it is consumed domestically, I think the ratio's 70% export and 30% locally, and primarily because there's a greater return for the primary producer to be able to sell overseas. When you look at the prices by protein category, beef has, or red meats have continued to gain in price, and of course that sort of makes it a challenge for that side of the traditional protein to be able to be chosen over, let's say, chicken, which is the most popular, traditional protein. And there's no doubt that per kilo pricing of alternative protein is not fulfilling that possibility. But I don't think I think it's absolutely a possibility in the coming years, once scale is built up, that could be a role that it plays.
Okay. You obviously you've got a contrarian view with some of the other witnesses we've had throughout this inquiry. You say existing labelling of alternative protein products is clear and unambiguous because these products intentionally emphasise the fact that they are alternative proteins. Mm. Do you accept some of the arguments that, for example, font size on labelling is misleading because the word meat, like Beyond Meat, for example, is emphasised in much larger font than some of the other information there about being alternative proteins? And would that be something you think, and I'd put this to the Alternative Protein Council as well, would that be an issue for either of you if font sizes were to be in a voluntary scheme, let's say, if the industry was to consider having smaller font sizes for the word meat?
I think that sort of lines up with this, recommendation of best practices. If it's deemed that, that is best practice, and I don't think that there's any doubt, from an alternative protein perspective, it's in that new food categories benefit to be able to, consumers are looking for the plant-based protein. So confusion is definitely not a great outcome. I think I answer those questions with the food service out-of-home lens on, and ultimately there are two purchasing decisions that need to happen before that product even gets to the consumer to choose. You've got the distributor who needs to have purchased that product from the manufacturer. You've then got the chef that need to have purchased that product, and then the consumer gets the opportunity to look at the menu and be able to make a choice. And ultimately, out of home in food service, it is absolutely being featured and promoted because of that sort of consumer demand looking for those alternatives. So that's the lens in which I make those comments.
Yeah. Did the APC want to make any comment about simple things like font changes, whether you'd have any violent disagreements with that kind of thing?
So I feel that any development of labelling guidance, you would look at all these different things. There'd be all different parameters that would drive consistent and clear approach to labelling. And, font might be one, but prominence might be another. Also the qualifiers used and how they're used. So I think all of that, that kind of thing can be really nicely articulated in a labelling guidance document.
Okay. I mean, I suppose this would be particularly a question for APC, but also if Australian Food Services wanted to consider it. What exactly is the kind of the market segments within the alternative protein industry? You've got vegans, you've got vegetarians, you've got flexitarians, as we've mentioned today. What is kind of considered to be the biggest growth segment for you guys? Is it getting people off animal products onto flexitarian and potentially vegetarian? Because friends of mine who are vegan don't like anything that even tastes like meat, for example. They won't eat Beyond Meat burgers, which I happen to really like, because they actually taste too much like meat. So I'm just interested in where you see, trying to trick potentially the accusation that the labelling is misleading and tricks people into buying the product. I mean, what is your target market really, or is it all of those categories?
I think it is all of those categories. It's not, it's just about providing opportunity and new foods for people. And that national representative data showed that people are really looking for these products and just alternatives, and they're wanting to try them. So I don't think it's not about just isolating to vegan, vegetarian, or plant-based. It's just providing an alternative to traditional proteins, and that's how we would see it.
Okay, thank you. For the Australian Food Service Advocacy Body, do you have any views on mandatory versus voluntary labelling? Do you have any preference for the two, or do you think a voluntary labelling scheme, if it failed, could potentially be developed into a mandatory scheme further down the track?
Yeah, I agree that that's generally the way that the process starts is voluntary, and then if that doesn't achieve what it needs to, then it might need to move to mandatory. But voluntary seems to be the right step forward.
Okay, Chair, do you want to take it from here? I can ask more questions, but I'm conscious I've used up more than half of the slot already. So
no, that's right. Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. I will ask some questions. So if I could start with the Australian Food Service Advocacy Body, Mr. Green. Your submission states that current labelling of alternative proteins is clear and unambiguous for retail and food service products. In an early hearing of this inquiry, a couple of examples were discussed where restaurant patrons were offered a beef steak and a beef lasagna to both receive plant-based meat. If a food service business has beef steak or beef lasagna on its menu, do you think it's fine if the product being served is plant-based?
If it's positioned as a traditional meat product, then the consumer would be expecting traditional meat. And the way that plant protein products or recipes are being communicated at the moment, it is absolutely featured that it is a plant-based protein. That's the selling point. So you would want to have clear communication on the recipe on the menu that it is plant-based.
What requirement is there on restaurants to comply with that kind of level of clarity and clarification, given that we've had examples where that hasn't been the case?
Yeah, I think just meeting the consumer's needs. I think the food service industry understands the drivers and has been, those requests come through from their customers about alternatives. And then when they choose to source those products and then develop recipes to be served to customers, it's done in a way that it's crystal clear that it's plant-based. I haven't heard myself of any of those, that example that you had just given, Senator.
Right, no,
Industry.
I'm repeating an anecdotal experience of a friend who that was their experience, and I think I referred at the last hearing to somebody who went to a leagues club and ordered plant-based chicken and thought it was like a grain chicken, plant-based, like
Okay.
grain-fed beef or whatever, and so ordered the chicken, but of course it wasn't the product of the animal chicken. So then the current food standards guidelines as they exist now, what would they? Is there any recourse to the consumer to go back and say to anybody, hey, I didn't think this was clear? Where would they go? Or the FSAN standards are, would that allow that circumstance to arise?
From a food service perspective, Senator?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, customers constantly provide feedback to restaurants and cafes about their meal, and if it wasn't meeting their standards, and generally that would get addressed quite simply there and then. So I think the industry is used to having to justify the quality of food that's being served to customers and dealing with any issues there and then, and generally they're solved with satisfaction on both sides, I believe.
Okay, so you've got to wait for a customer to complain rather than for there to be any clear guidelines, be they voluntary or mandatory, about what is required under current circumstances.
Yeah, as I said, I haven't heard of this being an issue, so I'm unaware of the frequency and whether it is an issue of substance. I think the way that it is presented on menus, you think about in the QSR space, which is obviously food service, there's a really big job that's done to clearly articulate that it is a plant-based protein alternative, and that seems to be, as I said, well managed at the moment.
Sure. Okay. Noting your submission.
Chair,
Yes.
Chair, could I just ask a question? Sorry, based on what you've just asked, and it would be to both bodies here today. What you're saying is contrary to the Pollinate study that's quoted by a number of stakeholders. I mean, have you guys read that or followed that study? And why do you disagree with the outcomes of that study? Sorry, Chair, just butt in there, Chair, but I forgot to ask, and I think it was an opportune time, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I did make mention of that study in my opening statement, and I think primarily there was about context, so where they're actually purchasing that product in the supermarket and the visuals that are around that section. I think that wasn't taken into account. It can't be from an online perspective. So I think that was a challenge with those findings. And I would also refer to the sample size. If you've got 250 brands and products and the sample size was 4, I just don't feel that that's statistically, a valid sample size for those findings.
All right. Thank you. Can I continue?
Sorry, Chair, could I just get a response from the Alternative Proteins Council on that as well?
Yes. So just with regard to that research, the 5 labels that were used in that research, I would consider are more uncommon and not representative of the 250 plus products on the market. So they're more the uncommon labels amongst that group. I'm also aware of the 2019 Colmar Brunton research that basically said it wasn't 61%, it was 9% of people who had made a mistaken purchase, and of that they tended to be a vegan or vegetarian who accidentally purchased an animal-based product.
All right, if you wouldn't mind, I'll get back to my questions. So the Australian Food, I'm sorry, Mr. Green, I've just got a bit lost here. Your submission states that the labelling of alternate proteins needs to refer to traditional protein descriptors to explain their intended use, their positioning and their purpose to consumers. I note there's plant-based products being retailed as vegan Wagyu beef. How does that getting into a specific breed of cattle Wagyu assist a consumer in understanding the intended use of the product?
Yeah, I am unaware of that product and the packaging that you're referring to. So I'm not too sure I could make comment around that.
No, I'm asking for your opinion on if that was, if I was to present that to you, what would be your views on that?
To have a plant protein product positioned as Wagyu beef, is that the question?
Yes, that's right, as opposed to veggie mince. Would that not be sufficient to describe the purpose of the product as opposed to veggie beef Wagyu mince?
Yeah, I would imagine that would sort of fall out of the best practice scenario. I would have thought that sort of simple communication of vegetable mince would be appropriate. I'm not too sure the benefit of adding the word Wagyu at all.
Yeah, sure. Can I ask the same question of you, Ms. Grinter? Would you see including a descriptor like Wagyu beef add more value to the consumer than veggie mince?
Well, I would support clear, consistent labelling overall, and I feel that use of terms, qualifiers, format or utility terms, or even traditional meat terms, I think all of that would need to be covered in labelling guidance. So overall, I'd really support that working group recommendation to develop labelling guidance for this growing sector. And it is a growing dynamic sector and it is evolving, and not all labels are as consistent or as we would all like. But I think, you know, development of labelling guidance will give the opportunity for this sector to really drive that consistency piece and get really good uptake across the industry.
Mr. Bektash, just going back to this group, I want to clarify, was it formed on the basis of majority decision making or consensus? Tony Maher stated in an earlier hearing that the group was formed on a consensus decision making. Have I got that right?
I think you may have got that right, Senator. That was the intent to drive consensus. In the end result, though, there was a very, very strong feeling by the majority of the members that the development of voluntary industry guidelines was going to be the best way forward.
So Mr. Maher stated in an earlier hearing that the working group set up earlier this year would have had a significantly different outcome, or would have had significantly different representatives involved if it was to be held again. Do you think the group was reflective of all key stakeholders? You've mentioned that beef was represented. Was pork there?
I believe a number of representative bodies covering animal proteins, grains, were absolutely in the majority. There was two representatives from the Australia Alternative Proteins Council.
So pork, chicken and seafood all tell me that they weren't involved, they weren't represented.
That may be so.
Okay, so the views expressed by the working group during its deliberations on the labelling and marketing of plant-based alternatives, where the views of members represented on the working group have not been tested across Australia's animal and alternative protein industries more broadly, or the government. Would that be a fair statement?
No, I'm not sure where that
That
message
came
comes.
from the Department of Agriculture's report.
Okay, well, I think we can always seek to consult more broadly. It was a very broad group, but you could always consider more. And I think if we were to progress to develop voluntary industry guidelines for labelling, then there would be an opportunity for all sectors to comment on those.
Right, but this working group, we've spent a bit of time on the working group over the last couple of hearings, and I just wanted to clarify that. Can I ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Green? Oh, I'm sorry, I've already asked you that, so I'm not going to ask you that again. I want to ask about the Alternative Proteins Council. Noting your submission states the APC was established in March of this year. I'm keen to understand more about the council's structure. Is the council an incorporated association, a charity, a company, or another type of entity?
I would see us as a working group. We're a strong working group of small, medium and large manufacturers working in that pre-competitive space.
So if you don't have a corporate structure or one of those sorts of entities, who pays the expenses such as the website and the secretariat costs?
The Secretariat, we have had Food Frontier be our secretariat, but they are a member of our organisation as well. Yeah.
So who are the shareholding members or the working group members? Could you provide a list of the members?
I don't have them all on the top of my head right now, but there's 16. I think there's 16 overall, maybe a couple of new ones recently. I can provide that information to you post this.
That would be terrific. Thank you.
It is small, medium and large members. So it's all about working together and driving that consistency and approach.
That's terrific, thank you. I note when the Alternative Proteins Council was launched in March this year, there was a media statement stating that the group, Food Frontier, is a founding member of the group and the group secretariat. Did the secretariat write the submission provided to the committee?
No, definitely not. We wanted to do it ourselves because we wanted our own voice. We have a very different voice and we have very different concerns across small, medium and large manufacturers that are in the group. So definitely not. It was very independent voice and representation of the views of that group.
Terrific. So is the council secretariat an employee of Food Frontier, or who is the secretariat? Who makes it up?
So there's a technical expert on that secretariat, and would you like me to provide their names or?
Perhaps the positions.
The position. So then we have a secretariat who's taking our minutes, putting the meetings in the diary and coordinating that everyone can attend. So it's basically just that. We really maintain our independent voice.
So there's two employees.
Yes, there's two. That role is the secretariat. Yes.
Right, and they're funded by the members broadly. They all contribute funding to support the secretariat services. Is that right?
No, we don't. We don't provide funding. It's done on a voluntary basis. At this point, we're not providing funding.
Oh, right. So the two secretariat people are volunteers to the APC.
Yes.
Right.
They're to help out in that regard because we're all very busy people. Yes, that's how it works currently.
Right. So everybody else would have a full-time job somewhere else.
Yes.
Right. Can you tell me where those two people have full-time jobs?
Yes, they work for Food Frontier.
Right. Okay. So is it appropriate for a registered charity which describes itself as a think tank to be providing financial in-kind resourcing via Secretariat services to a representative industry group?
Yes, it feels it's very open. It's all about taking minutes, making sure we're having the meetings because, like as I said, they're small, medium, and large manufacturers. We've all got really different, daily busy lives, like we all do, and so they're really just helping facilitate that process and nothing more because really it's very about the interests of the small, medium and large. And I've said that a couple of times, but we do come at it at different experience levels. And I think it's about sharing that pre-competitive space and trying to drive some alignment and consistency across the group.
Yeah, sure. Look, and I guess I'm interested because most other sectors, industry peak bodies are funded by the membership of those members. But are you suggesting, I'm sorry?
No, I think it's a working group right now. Like we're just a working group. We have only been recently formed back in March. And, we're just growing, just trying to understand the whole area and how to work in that area and how to provide these opportunities and good plant-based, vegan, vegetarian products that consumers are looking for. So it's about working together.
Terrific.
It may evolve later down the track, but at the moment feels very much like a working group.
Mm. And are you also a volunteer with the organisation?
Yes.
Yeah, terrific.
Yes.
Do you work?
Nestle. I'm the Nestle representative.
Oh, sorry, you did say that earlier. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm the chair.
Thank you. Reading through the APC submission, there are a lot of references to Food Frontier research. And I note earlier this year a report published by Food Frontier titled Meat Reimagined was withdrawn after critique from leading biotechnology professor Paul Wood AO. Do you have confidence in the validity and reliability of Food Frontier research if this paper had to be withdrawn?
I do have confidence. I think a lot of the research they're doing is amazing, and they did do a label review, and the methodology behind that was excellent, and it was really pragmatic. And we could look at that and say, okay, we're not all consistent, and there's probably room for and maybe opportunity for improvement, but that's why we're really strong about supporting labelling guidance, because we feel that is something that will really help this growing dynamic sector.
So one of the APC members listed in your submission is Impossible Foods, who last week announced their renaming to Impossible Beef Made from Plants. I note the Impossible Foods CEO and founder Patrick Brown has publicly stated the company's mission is to end animal agriculture. Is this also an Alternative Protein Council's policy position?
No, that's not our policy position at all. I will say that Impossible Foods are a member of the APC, but I guess brand questions around how they represent their product is probably best asked of them. I know they did do a food service launch. I also know that their products were offered under the plant-based section of the menu. But again, I'd probably just go back to that whole voluntary guidance piece to drive that consistent outcome. But no, we're not anti-meat at all. And many of us actually are working in alternative proteins and animal agriculture as well. So Nestle, for instance, we're, both alternative proteins and traditional proteins are really important to us globally. So, yeah. Sorry, I'll stop there.
I noticed your earlier comments about serving sizes and other dietary guidelines. Certainly that's one that I always struggle with. And these regulations, or the FSAN standards that industry is currently working on, those were changed as a result of a request by Sanitarium in 2016, at which time animal-based proteins weren't consulted in that change. Do you think the regulation, well, I'll go back a step. I raised with the previous panel of witnesses that as a mother who's trying to do the best by her children and feeding them with foods that I understand their journey from the paddock to the plate, and what food ingredients are involved. Do you think that we've got the regulations right in that we touched on, I think you said there was approximately 260 or 270 plant-based proteins available retail currently, and that I can't remember the percentage, but 6 or 7% were not doing the right thing. Do you think the regulations are right if there's a framework that allows that to happen?
I think the regulations are really solid, and they work for, we all abide by the same regulations, and we need to give consumers information about a product. So provide a true product description so that enables consumer choice. And I would say this is the same for whether you've got a meat product or you have an alternative protein product. And clear labelling is important for both those areas. And clear labelling is really important to us because it really drives that consumer credibility piece. And we want consumers to be able to purchase, whether it is an animal-based product or an alternative product, we want them to be able to purchase with confidence and be satisfied in that. Otherwise, you lose your consumer in the end. So the regulations are fit for purpose. I think the areas that you have touched on around descriptors, qualifiers, prominence, that type of thing, that could all be dealt with in labelling guidance. At least labelling guidance first off, because it can be agile, we can get it in there quick, and we can really drive consistency and approach across this growing sector.
Yes, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree. There's clarity in labelling. It is as a consumer, at the coalface of the supermarket shelf and putting out my hand to choose an item. I'm just concerned that being able to put a picture of an animal, the word for the animal, beef, chicken, lamb, pork, seafood, whatever, just doesn't really pass the pub test as what's a reasonable bit of marketing. And I'm just wondering, do you think that passes the pub test, that we have products showing images of itself to look exactly like bacon, for example, or roast pork? We had a range of examples tabled at the last hearings. What do you think about it passing the? As Australians, we're very practical people. Does that pass the pub test?
I think out of the 250 plus products on the market, there's only a really small usage of animal logos across that, across all of those products. I think, again, it's really something that would definitely be looked at when you're developing guidance, the use of animal logos and the appropriateness of that or not, and the prominence, all of those sorts of things, I think can really come into its own through developing the guidance along with the Minister's recommendation.
Look, I'm just not sure that is the case. I couldn't go out, obviously, I'm in quarantine, but I did ask one of my team to, when he was doing his shopping, just to send me images of of the products that he was seeing at his local supermarket. And I believe I've sent those to the Secretariat to be tabled. This was just in a shopping centre on the weekend, and you'll see a number of examples. And I'll if the Secretariat would be able to make those available to you, you might want to make comment on that, because we are just about out, or we are out of time. I just want to ask you one final question, if you wouldn't mind. Has Alternative Proteins Councils, or to your knowledge, Food Frontier, sought any guidance from the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission to ensure that this relationship of the working group is compliant with the Commission's requirements?
I can't comment on that because I'm not aware. Apologies for that.
No, that's fine. I just, that's the whole process. I ask questions, you answer. Perhaps
Yeah.
you take that on notice for me,
Yeah,
as to whether or not you've sought any guidance that is compliant with, and I will ask the same question of Food Frontier later this afternoon. No doubt they're following our proceedings. All right, terrific. On the Secretariat has just advised me that they have put those images of products that I tabled up on the website. They'll be going up on the website shortly. So,
Chair, could I ask that the group's AFC take on notice? They mention only a relatively small number of products will use the word meat or meat words. Perhaps if they mention over 260 products, perhaps if we could get a breakdown, if they had that information, so we could have a look at a factual data-based bit of information on this.
yeah, I think that would be really interesting, and perhaps because if I can go into a supermarket and see a number of these products, then how are we going to judge? You might have a list of 260 or 270 products, but how are we going to judge what's actually being retailed? Because that's where the consumer rubs up against it, isn't it? So perhaps would you have knowledge of which of these products were available for retail in Australia?
That question directed.
Yes, I'm sorry, it is.
No, that's all right. Excuse me. Well, we could provide information around this post this appearance, if that helps. A list of products. Yeah, the list is available. Excuse me.
That's all right. Lots of talking. So
Yeah.
if you, Senator Wilson asked that you provide that list of products on notice, so you'd go ahead and do that. I was just trying to find some clarity of where my experience in supermarkets and the number of products that I can see if I was to walk out right now, which of course I wouldn't, because I would be in trouble for doing that. But if I was to go to a supermarket right now, would that reflect my experience, the smaller number of products that have?
I think it would. I think it would, and that's all I have to go back to. I mean, the supermarket offerings are changing all the time, of course, and it is growing. But, I back that research, and we will seek to provide further information on that.
Terrific. All right. Please, all of you, go with our thanks, the committee's thanks, the time spent preparing your submissions for today and your time spent preparing for today. So please go with our thanks.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Oilseed Federation, Grain Growers and AusVeg via video conference. I'll just give everybody a moment to come on, and those witnesses from the previous session, if you could please log off, so that that's terrific. All right, so I welcome representatives from the Australian Oilseed Federation, Grain Growers and AusVeg via video conference. For the Hansard record, could you each please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure, I'll kick off. It's Nick Goddard, the CEO of the Australian Oilseeds Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard.
And David McEwen, the CEO of Grain Growers.
and Tyson Cattle, National Public Affairs Manager at AusVeg.
If I could start with you, Mr. Goddard, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Senator, and good morning, Senators, and thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry. I'm here with the Australian Oilseeds Federation, which is the peak industry body for oilseeds such as canola, sunflower, soybean, safflower, linseed. We're a whole of value chain organisation from the farm gate right through to the processing of those oilseeds and export where that occurs. The role of plant protein for both animal feed and human food, those markets underpin the global oilseeds industry, as the protein extracted from oilseeds provides important sources and critical sources of nutrients for both animal feed and human food. So for this reason, we feel the Australian Oilseeds Federation, we felt it was important to contribute to this discussion through this inquiry and put our thoughts forward because of the critical nature of plant protein to this industry. Just looking at those terms of reference, in terms of labelling, we acknowledge and recognise there's a very strong regulatory framework around food labelling governed by both FSANZ and the ACCC, and that underpinning all that is we support the principle that it should not be in any way misleading, and therefore in our submission we propose that any plant protein based foods be augmented with appropriate descriptors where there could be cause for confusion, such as we have at the moment with milk, soy milk, almond milk, or non-dairy cheeses, soy cheese, and non-dairy desserts where they would otherwise be typically made with dairy products such as ice cream. On the second term of reference around the health, well, again, we acknowledge the critical component of the Food Standards Code in terms of the allowable and labelling of additives used in food processing. And in terms of the economic impact of the plant protein industry, I'm pleased to say that all the plant protein processing of oilseeds is actually conducted in rural and regional areas of Australia and provide important employment opportunities in those regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goddard. Mr. McKeon.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak this morning. Grain Growers is a voice for grain farmers that includes grain, oilseeds and pulses right across Australia. Our vision is a more profitable and sustainable grains industry for the benefit of Australian grain farmers. The Australian agricultural sector is striving to reach $100 billion farm gate value by 2030, up from a current forecast value of $73 billion, with the broader agriculture agribusiness supply chain striving to reach $300 billion. As one of Australia's largest agricultural industries, the grain sector will be critical in reaching this ambitious goal. Helping underpin our growth as a sector will be the growing demand for livestock feed and also plant-based protein foods. Whilst Grain Growers does not represent the Australian animal product industries who are the focus of this inquiry, fundamentally we believe in the need for clear, balanced and fair labelling. Australian grains, pulses and oilseeds help service a variety of market needs, both underpinning the grain feed livestock sectors such as beef, poultry, pork and dairy, and also the rapidly growing plant-based protein sectors. Further, the vast majority of our members are mixed enterprises, producing both grains and livestock. It is Grain Growers' view that branding and marketing of farmers' products should not be unethical or misleading to the consumer, community or industry. We need to pursue an approach that allows both the Australian livestock and plant protein industries to thrive in Australia. It cannot be an either-or discussion. It must be an and industries both thrive. I thank you for your time today and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. McKeon. Mr. Cattle.
Thank you, Chair. AusVeg is the national peak industry body representing the interests of Australian vegetable and potato industry. AusVeg is a not-for-profit, member-based organisation that is run by growers for growers. In 2018-2019, the Australian vegetable industry had a gross value of production of over $4.72 billion, an increase of approximately 9% compared to the previous year. This represents little over 6% of the total value of Australian agriculture production. AusVeg welcomes the opportunity to provide submissions to the Senate inquiry into the definitions of meat and animal products. AusVeg was a representative on the labelling and marketing of plant-based alternatives to meat and meat-based and dairy products industry working group, which was formed by Federal Agricultural Minister David Littleproud. This is no doubt a challenging space for many commodities as a new industry in plant-based meat and/or products continues to develop and evolve. Australia's emerging alternative proteins is developing, and projections are that plant-based meat products alone are projected to generate nearly $3 billion in Australian sales by 2030. While the industry is creating its own path and growth opportunities, it is AusVeg's view that any regulation, particularly without independent evidence, should not be brought in by the government, which could slow the exciting growth of any player in Australian agriculture. AusVeg is a supporter of Australian agriculture reaching its goal of becoming a $100 billion industry by 2030. As a collective, we should be empowering all agricultural commodities by encouraging new ideas on ways to promote and grow the sale of agricultural produce. Consumer confusion is central to this discussion and was central to the discussion by the working group. There was conflicting evidence from both sides, albeit no clear independent research was able to articulate and demonstrate any consumer confusion. It is clear that there are already reasonable avenues to address any consumer confusion, if it exists, through the current labelling framework and food standards codes, as well as an opportunity to call out any misleading or unsubstantiated claims in marketing via the ACCC. As a result, AusVeg supports voluntary industry guidelines as proposed by the recent working group. AusVeg supports the existing laws and believes there should be no regulatory change with no clear evidence of any consumer confusion or misleading information. Strong evidence-based policy has been a strength in Australian agriculture policy development for many decades, and without a strong evidence case, AusVeg is going to continue with the status quo and support the food standards codes which exist. We believe the voluntary industry guidelines as proposed by the working group are a fair and reasonable way forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cattle. Senator Whish-Wilson, would you like to start with questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, could I just confirm with AusVeg, were you part of Minister Littleproud's working group?
Yes, I was.
You were, okay. And would you confirm previous evidence we've had today and at the last hearings that it was only one stakeholder that disagreed with the voluntary approach, and that was the red meat industry?
Yes, I think my recollection was, yes, there was, our aim was to try and find consensus amongst the group. However, there was pushback from, I think, the red meat sector and the dairy sector.
Okay. You mentioned several times independent evidence. Could I just ask you, firstly, if AusVeg has any views on the Pollinate report that has been quoted by other stakeholders today, such as AgForce Queensland, which are presenting after lunch, that does provide evidence that there is misleading labelling and there is confusion amongst consumers?
Yeah, I wouldn't like to comment directly on the report. I think there was a range of different evidence that was provided from both sides, I suppose, during the working group. It remained relatively clear that each side of the argument had invested in their own research, so there was a real clear lack of independent research, if you like. So I think that's where consensus really struggled to be made, I guess, through the working group, because there was obviously conflicting research.
Okay, would it be AusVeg's recommendation that obviously you've recommended to us to support voluntary industry guideline as proposed by the minister, and to support existing Australian consumer law that's enforced by the ACCC? There shouldn't be any regulatory change without clear evidence. So chicken and egg, I suppose. Do you think the Senate committee should recommend independent research first before any development of those voluntary guidelines, or do you think that should be part of the process?
I think it's a good question. I think both could be done in parallel. I think the majority of the working group was relatively comfortable in terms of going forward with the voluntary guidelines. So I couldn't imagine that there would be too much pushback, I suppose, in running both options parallel.
Okay. We had a excuse me. We had a submission this morning in evidence from Australian Farm Institute. They had a funded project by AgriFutures where they found no evidence that there was any confusion amongst consumers, and that had led to no decline in. You probably read their submission. No decline in demand for animal proteins, and that they felt there was a big future for both animal proteins and plant-based proteins. Have you any comments on their research that they've done? I mean, it sounds independent to me, but they do represent farmers groups and agriculture across both meat proteins and non-meat proteins.
Look, to be honest, I haven't been through Australian Farm Institute's findings, so I couldn't comment exactly on that. However, that would correlate with some of the commentary that we've had, I guess, in that there was a lack of clear evidence of consumer confusion, and I guess it would also lead into, if there was evidence that was found around any consumer confusion or misleading comments around labelling, then we'd probably encourage that those be taken up through the ACCC and through that process, I guess.
I mean, I don't know if you had the time or the energy to do this, Tyson, but certainly if AusVeg could have a look at that report and provide any commentary to the committee following this, and whether you think it is quality research or something you might accept. Because in terms of this committee making a recommendation for independent research, your views on that, or any of the other stakeholders that are providing evidence, would be useful too. Could I ask a few quick questions of the other witnesses? So, David, in terms of grain growers, you mentioned in your submission, you referenced changes in the global food trade with the Good Food Institute being granted observer status at the Codex, I think that's Alimentarianist Commission, to participate in the development of food standards for the alternative protein sector, and that this development is a clear indication that global food regulation on alternative proteins is changing, and that Australia needs to maintain regulation up to date with consumer preferences to allow for great market penetration. Could you tell us a bit more about why that's significant and what it is exactly?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think it's important for us to take note of some of the global regulatory challenges or changes that are going on as an export focused and working in a global marketplace. But I think the other really important thing here is to have the right regulatory settings in Australia for Australian conditions. So there's a couple of elements here. One is when we're looking at our domestic regulatory settings, we need to ensure that they're clear and understandable for the average Australian. So I think, as Senator McDonald earlier mentioned, it's that Australian pub test. So I know when I'm talking to farmers out across the regions of Australia, and whether they're growing wheat or whether they're growing chickpeas or whether they're growing canola, the vast majority of farmers that I've spoken to don't believe the balance is quite right. If we're able to use animal pictures or plant or meat-based descriptors on plant-based products. So that's the approach we're taking there. I guess the other important element there that we look forward to in a global context is how we currently regulate a lot of our meat-based products. And I think there's been a number of, and I won't speak on their behalf, but there's been a number of representatives representing Australia's animal industries so far during these hearings that have outlined the very high level of detail which our export standards of a lot of Australian agricultural products are held to. So I think it's really important for us to consider the level of standard that's required right across Australia's agricultural industries and ensuring we can meet those globally. There's that regulatory approach which has got to be clear and consistent both with the Australian consumer, but then when we're also exporting those products globally.
Okay. You also mentioned that many farmers have mixed farming enterprises, so mixed productions between grain, pulses, and livestock. How do the farmers that you deal with, how do they feel about this issue if they're producing both plant-based proteins and animal proteins? I can see how the evidence presented by the Australian Farm Institute would be a mutually assured destruction if both industries were to go up, continue to go after each other. Is that your observation as well?
Yeah, absolutely. They see it as a disappointing outcome if we have two great Australian industries being pitched against each other or butting heads at a global level. We are seeing tremendous growth in both those opportunities. So we recently released a report looking at changes and growth in the Australian agriculture sector. And over the last 5 years, we've seen the volume of pulses. So in Australia, we're talking largely chickpeas and lentils and lupins, Australian pulses. We've seen the volume of pulses increase by 20%, but we've seen the value of pulses increase by 70%. So that really shows that Australian farmers on the ground are doing as much as they can with a limited amount of land and a limited amount of rainfall to add value and deliver a really high value product. So we are seeing growth in the value of those pulse-based products in Australia. In Australia, we don't grow many soybeans, which is the basis of a lot of our plant-based protein industries, but we are seeing continued growth in the pulse sector. At the same time, we're also seeing tremendous growth in our livestock feed sectors. So AGIC, the Australian Export Grains Innovation Centre, they forecast a domestic demand for feed grain in Australia to increase at almost 2.5 million tonnes of grain per year by 2030. Now, that's a tremendous demand opportunity. And that is, again, a tremendous opportunity for the Australian agriculture sector to value add on our own shores, to turn grain into animal-based proteins for both Australian consumers, but then also to export as well. So Australian grain farmers that I speak to look at both sectors as a great opportunity. They're excited about the opportunities in both sectors. And they do feel disappointed when there's discussions that pitch the two industries against each other. But when you bring it back to the basic question of should we be allowed to label plant-based products with an animal descriptor or an animal picture, the vast majority of farmers that I speak to say no, that doesn't quite pass the pub test.
Okay, yeah, very interesting. Very interesting point. In terms of, although perhaps if you could do me a personal favour, David, maybe we could have a discussion offline. But if that grain forecast is correct for cattle, it'd be great if you could throw a handful of dried Tasmanian seaweed in with that, each one of those grains that are being fed to cattle as well, just as a little side thing to help with the methane emissions and grow jobs in my state. But could I just ask you? I've kind of lost my train of thought now.
Well, while you regather it, which industry group would represent the seaweed growers? Is that something?
There's such a new fledgling industry. It's a very good question. Probably no one at this stage. It's actually very much at trial stage, Chair.
Throw it out to the peak bodies to see who would best capture this fledgling new industry. I think we're all excited about it.
Yes, I certainly am. So David, just in terms of we had evidence from the Australian Food Services Advocacy Body earlier that they felt that plant-based foods would potentially fill an income gap, a budget gap in future because they're more likely to be cheaper than animal-based products. Do you have any views on the relative pricing influencing demand for these products into the future?
Yeah, I think that's probably more a point for discussion for the processing sector, the manufacturing sector, and the retail sector. If we think about back to the farm gate perspective, there's only a very small amount of the end food product on a retail shelf that comes back to the farmer. So if we're talking about beer on the shelf or a loaf of bread on the shelf or even a plant-based product on the shelf, there's only a very small proportion. Quite often it's in the vicinity of 10-15% comes back to the farm gate value. So Australian farmers are the best at innovating and adapting, making the most they possibly can out of a small amount of land and a small amount of rain. They'll continue to adapt, continue to meet the market needs where they can. But most of the, I guess, where you create a lot of that value and the capture of that value is done at the retail sector. So that question might be a better place to those. But we are seeing, I guess, at the moment, really strong prices for across all of the Australian grains, and in particular, I've got my colleague here, Nick Goddard from the Australian Oilseeds Federation. We are seeing, I guess, globally, a shortage of oilseeds. So Australian oilseeds and canola particularly is really priced in right up in the highest deciles at the moment. So Australian farmers will do really well, but we'll continue to see those affected through a range of global supply and demand factors, the pricing structures.
Right. Thanks. Just before I go, a few questions for Nick. Just back to the seaweed for a second. It's actually being blended with Australian canola oil before it's put into the grain or into feed. So just a matter of interest. Yeah.
Excellent. Good to hear.
Yeah, that's Sea Forest Tasmania that's doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nick, you obviously have a similar view to David in terms of pictures and the word meat being used in labels based on your submission. However, you do say you don't object to the use of the word meat for plant-based products on the condition that the word is augmented with a descriptor that indicates the product is not sourced from an animal. Is it really then a font size issue for you, for example, like something like Beyond Meat that's quite large and visible that uses the word meat, but then goes on to explain it's an alternative protein? Is it going to be difficult to actually police that? And would you be happy with a voluntary labelling scheme initially to see how this kind of thing goes?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. I acknowledge that the FSANZ currently doesn't have a provision for meat other than from animal sources. So should that proposal that was in that paper be put forward, then there would need to be a change to the Food Standards Code, first and foremost. But I would see that as being something that would be not managed by a voluntary code, but in fact enshrined within the Food Standards Code. And in terms of, if it was a matter of font size, it would have to be of equal font size to the word meat and quite prominent on the packaging.
Okay. So is it your view similar to the grain growers that because you in your submission you outline that you can take a balanced view on this from both plant protein sector as well as the animal protein sector? Is it your view that pitching one industry against another is going to be counterproductive for both your stakeholders?
Yeah, no, it's a zero-sum game there, and I think that's why we felt it was important to put our view forward, because of that demand for oilseed protein meal going into both those markets. And you know, it's not uncommon that soybean growers could be feeding direct from their farm into their own cattle. Certainly cottonseed. I failed to mention cottonseed's another oilseed, a prime input into the feed, the animal feed sector. So it's not inconceivable they'd be growing in this paddock and feeding the cattle with their own produce in the next paddock. And so, yeah, the zero-sum game, trying to compete, we need to make sure we can make this work for both parties.
And Nick, how much of your oilseed meal, for example, or other byproducts of seeds are used in meat-based products, like burger patties and that kind of thing?
Oh, you mean the alternative?
Yeah.
Protein?
Well, the alternative proteins being used in meat products. Yeah.
At this stage, both globally, but certainly in Australia, a very small proportion. So the majority of the oilseed meals globally and locally go into the feed sector. There's obviously there has been for some time within the soybean area the opportunity and the market for soy protein isolates into the human food chain. And within the Australian context, the majority of the soybeans are actually going into the the plant protein market, ostensibly through soy milk and tofu and the like, but that on a global context is a very small proportion. And with canola meal, the technology is moving forward to be able to extract the the plant protein from canola meal in a way that is suitable for human food. And that in Australia, that the technology is not yet being deployed.
Okay. Can I just ask a question, perhaps to all of you, about the idea of us making decisions on the pub test or passing the pub test? I might be interested in whether the pub might be in a rural and regional area, and we might be dealing with cattle farmers who are having a beer over the bar, or whether we're talking about consumers here. Do the Oilseed Federation and grain growers also support independent research into this, especially at a consumer level? We've heard anecdotal evidence in this committee that supports significant independent research into getting a quantitative analysis of this before we proceed with changes to FSANZ or even voluntary codes.
I think gaining an understanding of the consumer perception, and I think underline the word independent, because obviously everybody that comes to this inquiry has an agenda of one or the other. I think the opportunity to have an independent source of data to be able to inform the inquiry would be very valuable.
Likewise, look, have no objection, and I think the more information we have to inform our decisions, the better. So I think gaining a better idea of what Australian consumers think, would be a really positive step on the way forward.
Thank you. And would you too support that, similar to the feedback we had from Tyson at Ozveg? Would you support that as part of the process around the groups working together on labelling schemes, or do you think it should be done prior to any further discussions on labelling schemes? Or if you don't have to have a view on that, but I'm just interested.
I don't think there's, Senator, look, I don't think there's anything impeding the plant-based protein sector moving forward if they think they've got a reasonable approach and they think a voluntary code would be the way from their perspective. There's nothing stopping them moving forward with that in the meantime. And that can always be adapted as further information becomes available. I also think there's a lot of really smart marketing minds in the plant-based protein sector and right across Australian agriculture. We've seen the way we describe Australian agriculture change over many years. We've seen things go from, for example, fat lambs to prime lambs, feral goats to rangeland goats. And I'm really passionate about our Australian grain farming systems being described as rain-fed rather than dry land, because I think it gives a much better sentiment to the consumer at the end. So I think sitting alongside those, there's an opportunity here to look at if there's different, more innovative ways to look at the way that we talk about our exciting plant-based proteins in Australia.
Okay, thank you, Nick. If you don't have anything to add, I would just perhaps like to ask you as another side issue for me is, are you supportive of seeing more hemp seed oils and hemp seed products in food products in Australia? Another thing I'd like to see a little bit more effort and focus put into.
Yeah, look, hemp seed oil is very nutritious. It's high in omega-3 fatty acids. And we're seeing in other countries around the world the incorporation of more and more hemp oil and hemp seed as a whole seed into food products. And I think the opportunity, certainly there in Australia, to increase the area sown to hemp. And then following on from that would be the processing and the incorporation into food. It's still very niche, primarily, health food type shops, but I think the opportunity is there for more expansion, certainly with hemp.
Great. I might get in touch with you about that, Nick. Thank you.
Sure. Senator, my pleasure.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. Does that, you completed there?
I'm sure I can find some other things to give a plug if you give me a chance, Chair, but that'll do for now.
No, I think the hemp seed and hemp producers should be very grateful for your support, your ongoing passionate advocacy, and so it's very good you've raised them again. Mr. Goddard, I wanted to ask you first: were you invited to participate in the working group, working group that was held by the Department of Agriculture earlier this year?
No, I don't believe so.
Right, okay. I just wanted to check in on that. I note that in your submission, you state you don't support the use of, AOF, does not support the use of specific words or images on plant-based proteins relating to specific species of animals suitable. So to summarise the submission, the Federation doesn't support descriptors such as beef, chicken and pork and images of livestock on plant-based product. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep.
Right. So going back to my very basic kind of analysis, and I don't know where you're based, but which pub you might be drinking in, but what's your views on my, does this pass, does using animal descriptors, so I'm not talking about meat and I'm not talking about dairy in the examples of soy, I'm talking about specifically beef, pork, chicken, duck, seafood. Does that make sense to you? Do you think, and I ask you this both personally and as for the Australian Oilseed Foundation, does that make sense, Federation, sorry, does that make sense to you?
Makes sense that it not be allowed within the plant protein labelling. Absolutely. I think the pub test would certainly, for the majority, and by majority, there's obviously a fringe here that is doing their best through this movement to eliminate animal protein in the diet. That's a very small sector, and I can't speak with them, but I'd say at a pub test around the counter, most people would not find it palatable, no pun intended, that terms that are identifying a species be used alongside or to help brand a plant protein based product.
And I guess that's exactly the nub of this, isn't it? Because we keep raising, this whether or not the plant-based and the animal-based industries are attacking each other, and that's certainly not been my sense. This is not about mutual destruction between the industries. This is, this inquiry is about providing clarity for definitions around what you can say about a product, to my mind anyway. And that's the bit that I'm trying to understand, because I just can't find anybody who I talk to, and I try to be very fair and say, it's been explained to me that somebody wants to say chicken strips so that you know that you might use this in a chicken stir fry, you might use this product. I understand what that argument is, but when I put it to people, and I don't want to imply that I'm at the pub all the time, so, at the park, at the beach, in an office, I can't find one person from another industry, who's just what I would consider an ordinary punter, who says, yeah, good, that makes sense to me. Call it roast pork when it's not roast pork. I can't find anybody who says that. And I don't know, were you consulted when FSANZ, or the Australian Oilseeds Federation, were you consulted when FSANZ made this change in 2016 following Sanitarium's request?
No, we were not, Senator.
Right. So, we can't go back in time till then. And the point of this inquiry is to be able to specifically provide recommendations to the Health Department, to FSANZ, to the Agricultural Department. What would you say, having, with the benefit of hindsight, could I ask you what you would say if you were asked today, should we go ahead and make this change that would allow for animal descriptors to be used on plant-based products? What would be your view now?
The view, as I've expressed in the submission, is that animal descriptors are not appropriate in conjunction with plant-based products at a species level. So we are comfortable with words like patties and sausage and generic terms, but when we come down to specific species descriptors are not appropriate within a plant-based food context.
Thank you for that clarity, because I think that that's the bit we're trying to tease out, aren't we? We're not. We're just trying to understand where the definition, where the descriptors can begin and end. And I guess in the same way that you wouldn't, we've seen dairy milk. Sorry, the dairy descriptor, but milk being used on soy and almonds and other things. Now, regardless of your views on that, we know that we're not going to say almond cow milk or almond Frisian milk, or because that's the line on the descriptors that's been drawn, is that we'll use the dairy descriptor of milk, but not cow or similar. Okay, thank you. Mr. McKeon, I want to ask you, grain growers, I noticed that grain producers were on the group that occurred earlier this year. Can you describe the difference between grain producers and grain growers? I don't say this to be adversarial, but I just want to understand how one group was there and not you.
No, you're right. I'll sort of let them explain, their position, but they're another representative body representing grain farmers in Australia. They're members of the state farming organisations. Members of direct farmers, yes.
Right. So how many direct farmers would you have as members?
We've got approximately 17,000.
Right. Okay. That's a big group, and are they right across Australia?
Yes, correct. Right across Australia's grain farming regions.
Right, and so you talked about the volume and the value of pulses that are being produced. That's very exciting. Do you have an idea of what would be the value of the grains industry that you represent?
Yeah, so this year is a particularly positive year. We haven't quite got the harvest in the bin yet, but up in your state of Queensland, harvest is well underway and almost completed as we get down to the southern half. This year in particular, forecasters such as ABARES and Rabobank are forecasting approximately a $20 billion value at the farm gate. But if we look across our sort of 5 to 10 year average, we're probably looking at around a $13 billion industry.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? And a great tribute to all the grain growers and horticultural growers who've really struggled over the last 2 years with being able to get a workforce on the ground to pick and harvest crops. So I know how tough you all have been doing it. No doubt you've had a lot of phone calls in the middle of the night. So hope you're starting to catch up on some sleep. But probably not yet if the harvest is still going. Are you, we heard evidence earlier today that there's only one producer of plant-based proteins here in Australia so far. Is that your understanding?
Look, there are a number in early stage development of whether they're protein fractionation plants or other plants. I guess I wouldn't be right across the details of whether there's one or whether there might be a few others. There could be some smaller niche ones. And I guess it's how we really describe those, what parameters we put around what a plant-based protein plant might be. There's a whole lot of, I guess, first stage manufacturing of Australian grain, pulse and oilseeds products right across Australia. But I wouldn't be across all the various players in that market.
No, that's fair enough. I was just asking you. So I note in the grain growers submission that you support minimum regulated standards that prohibit plant protein descriptors referencing animal flesh or products as well as livestock images. Would you say that this is about favouring one product over another, or about ensuring a level playing field for all agricultural products?
I think it's about clarity, and it's about having a really clear idea. So no, I don't think it's about pitching one against the other. I think it's just been about really clear about what something is and what something isn't. And I guess just to clarify our position on there, we are the grains commodity member of the National Farmers Federation. So we work closely with the National Farmers Federation on issues such as this, which allow us to, I guess, share the views of Australian grain farmers with views of other commodity members, state-based members, and that's a collective position from the National Farmers Federation, which we've sort of worked closely with them with and are very supportive of that position.
So you've used my term, the pub test, and I'm sorry to reduce the level of the Senate inquiry to that kind of level, but I do want to clarify. You know, when you talk to your members, they have a clear view around what the descriptors and definitions should be. Are they happy using terms like sausage, patty, mince, meat for that matter? Are they all descriptors that they think are reasonable to describe plant-based protein products?
Yes, and I think it's quite clear when it comes down from a species-specific descriptor, as sort of my colleague Mr. Goddard mentioned, if we're talking about beef or pork or lamb. I think when we start coming to some of those other descriptors, I think there are a variety of views. And from speaking to our farmers across the country, there's probably, we start to have a variety of different views when it comes to some of those broader based product descriptors, whether it's patty or sausage or otherwise. So we haven't formally put forward a position on where exactly to draw that line.
All right. Well, I mean, that might be something to start thinking about, because this inquiry, you know, will be making recommendations about what, you know, what are good definitions and reasonable definitions. I mean, we heard evidence at the last hearing about where products were placed in supermarkets. You know, could you have plant-based proteins and animal-based proteins sitting side by side in a supermarket? And I guess this has particularly been thrown up as an issue when you've got something describing itself as bacon, one's from an animal, one's not, or beef or chicken or pork, and we saw plenty of examples of those. And you know, I think it beholds on us all to have a view and put that forward. And I was, you know, just wonder if that's something you'd consider talking to your members about, getting them to provide a view, because since the FSANZ definitions change or standards change in 2016, I would suggest that led to the introduction of animal-based descriptors being used on plant-based products, and that's, you know, not somewhere that Australians more broadly feel comfortable with. I do understand that that's my opinion, and we've talked about getting some independent research, and I don't think that's unreasonable. But yeah, I think that it's great that grain growers, you know, your submission has been very clear. You know, grain growers believe that the current provisions in Australia are not adequate and do lead to confusion and unfair outcomes for all stakeholders involved. I think that's and that you support the principles provided by the NFF, so that's very clear. Is there anything else you would add to your submission or your evidence today before I move on?
No, thank you. I think we've covered it off fairly well. Thank you.
True. Thank you, Mr. McKeon. Mr. Cattle, was AusVeg represented on this group?
Yes, it was, Chair.
Right. And is there other... are you represented by the NFF as well? Do you have that dual representation?
We do. AusVeg is a member through the National Farmers Federation Horticulture Council, which became a member just prior to this working group forming. So Horticulture Council is our full member of the NFF. So it's it's only a very new organisation.
Ozveg is a new organisation.
Sorry, Ozveg is a member of the Horticulture Council. The Horticulture Council is still relatively new and it's only been a NFF member this time last year.
Yeah, rightio. And what kind of descriptors do you have for your products that your member growers, or how many growers do you have as members of Ozveg?
So we are a federated model. So we have state body members. We have representative members of each state.
So in Queensland, would that be QFF?
No, it's GrowCom.
GrowCom, I'm sorry. So, so the GrowCom members would have had an opportunity to provide input into your submission, your position.
So we have a policy committee meeting with our state members once a month, and this was discussed prior to any submissions being put forward.
Right, and their views were that the FSAN standard allowing for animal descriptors, beef, chicken, pork, lamb, seafood and so forth, that was okay to use describing plant-based protein. Is that right?
Their view was largely without clear evidence of consumer confusion. Then it was unclear on how we could go down a regulatory pathway without demonstrating that there's necessarily an issue that is there to be solved.
Right. So were you consulted when FSAN's made the change? And when I say you, of course, I mean the royal you, Ozveg. Was Ozveg consulted with the FSAN's change in 2016?
I'm not sure, to be honest, Chair. It's before my time, but I would need to check.
So at that time, I wonder if there was any work done to understand if there was confusion that there should be allowing plant-based products to be described as animal-based. I wonder what the basis for that change was. And I'm speculating because you've already said you weren't consulted, but have you had any discussions that makes you feel that there was a strong argument mounted in 2016 to change the food standards then?
No, I'm not aware, Chair. It would just be hearsay if I did, but yeah, not aware of any conversations.
Yeah, okay. So with your products, do you have clear descriptors for your export markets and domestically about, do you cover bananas? No, bananas have their own council. Just trying to think of a product that, you know, would you be able to describe one of your products as by another product name? How would that work?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's probably nothing that really jumps to mind. I mean, our major exports are carrots, potatoes and onions, but we're still relatively new in the export space, I suppose. We are still sort of in its infancy, so it is still developing. So yeah, not sure.
Right. I'm just trying to think of an example where you could say, you know, a potato carrot or a, you know, I mean, that all just seems so ridiculous, doesn't it? That it seems hard to imagine that you would put a name for another product on the name for this one, and that would make sense. Perhaps if you were trying to describe that you could bake it like a potato, you know.
Yeah, I think when we had this discussion through our state members policy committee, it was really just around, you know, if there is, I suppose, trying to not limit the creative marketing minds that are out there, I guess, and making sure that, you know, they are giving options, I guess, to a new and developing industry and not putting restrictions on them while they are trying to develop, but also, I guess, trying to understand that, you know, if there is consumer confusion, there is still also recognising that a whole bunch of other information that is listed in the labels, you know, in terms of nutritional information, ingredients and those sort of things that are also included on packages. And then also around understanding that if there is, from time to time, any marketer on any product could potentially go down a path of misleading information, then, there is already a pathway there through the ACCC to call it out. And I think that was kind of the premise of the discussion through our state members.
So have you ever complained to the ACCC about anything?
About anything, we do actually. Probably complain to the ACCC a little bit too much sometimes. We're involved heavily with the perishable goods inquiry and those sort of things around codes of conducts and those sort of things. We have regular discussions with the ACCC.
Has the ACCC ever done anything that you think is, that's been a great defence for our industry?
Look, I do. I think the ACCC has been has followed up on a number of our inquiries, I guess, and they have come back to us with fair and reasonable responses, I guess. And sometimes that has been, pressure back to industry to go and gather and find more evidence, I guess, which is kind of leads us back to the independent research part around this discussion as well, I guess.
I guess I was just trying to understand is that if me as Fred consumer who's just picked up a product in the supermarket, taken it home, discovered that it's not the product I thought it was because I haven't turned it over, I haven't read all the ingredients because I'm just mum shopping for the kids, and I just want to get out of there as fast as I can, and it's a product that's cost me probably $15. Am I going to complain to the ACCC? Anyway, it's a hypothetical. I have tabled, because I am in quarantine and I can't go to the shops and do this, I did ask one of my staff members to go down to the shops and pick up a range of products that were in the supermarket today or yesterday or the day before, Friday I think it was. And that list has been tabled. I would ask that you take a look at that and see if you think that they are all reasonable brandings and product names, and if you're comfortable that your products are being marketed in that way, and if you think it is just a fledgling early industry getting going, or could this provide confusion to consumers? Because regardless of the list that Food Frontiers is going to provide through APC, I want to see what consumers are being confronted with on their shelves. So I would
happy to take a look, Chair. I will note that there was a number of examples that was put forward to the working group. There was a number of It was a hot topic of discussion, as you could imagine. I think it was really around, for the example that you were raising around whether the consumer is going to report, confusion to the ACCC was certainly raised. I guess there was still whether they raise it directly with the ACCC or whether they raise it with the retailer themselves or the actual product producer of that product themselves remained unclear. It wasn't clear as to whether that was actually happening, I guess.
Yes, and I think, given the size of the item in somebody's basket probably determines how much action they're going to take, whether or not they throw it in the bin and they say, I won't make that mistake again, as opposed to all the very clear regulation we've got around product branding and marketing and representations. That's probably a clearer, a bigger cost input on the consumer, who would be more likely to take action if their disadvantage has been thousands of dollars as opposed to 15 or 20, I would imagine. All right, thank you, Mr. Cattle. I just want to ask you a final question, Mr. McKeon. If one of your members tried to sell wheat as barley, how would that go in the export market? Is that truth in labelling? They're very similar. They look similar when they grow in the field.
Yeah, there's a couple of key differences that any keen-eyed farmer is able to pick up in the field, and also once once the grain comes off, but I think would end up with some very concerned consumers at the other end of the market if we started displacing any of our individual products as other products. Very different characteristics, grown in a very different way, that perform very different functions at the other end.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your time preparing your submissions today, for preparing to give evidence today. Please go with the committee's thanks. Thank you very much. We are going to break for lunch now, and we will return at, now let's see, it will be, is that 1 p.m. Queensland time, 2 p.m. Canberra time?
No, it'll be 1:30 Canberra Time Centre.
1:30 Canberra time, 12:30 Queensland time, for those of you who are keeping up. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm looking for my opening statement, which of course is, I think I'll be able to manage. I now welcome representatives from AgForce, and would ask if you would, for the purposes of Hansard, say your name and the capacity in which you appear.
Michael Guerin, AgForce CEO.
Thank you.
Will Wilson, AgForce Cattle Board President, also sit on the AgForce General Board and Central Queensland Cattle Producer.
Thank you. Do either of you wish to make an opening statement before the committee asks questions?
I would like to, Senator, if I could.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide input to the inquiry on the definition of meat and other animal products. And thank you, Chair Senator Susan McDonald and the committee for today's opportunity to expand on AgForce's submission and answer any questions of the committee. My name is Michael Guerin. I'm the CEO of AgForce, and I'm here today with AgForce Director, Cattle Board President and Beef Producer, Will Wilson. Agriculture and food production in Australia is an industry and activity all Australians can be immensely proud of. We lead the world in many aspects of product quality and environmentally and socially sustainable practices. We create jobs, underpin regional communities, improve and manage landscapes, provide an abundant supply of locally grown, healthy and fresh produce for all Australians, and create income for our country through exports. Agriculture is and will continue to be a key component of the fabric of society in Australia. AgForce represents a number of plant and meat commodities with circa 6,100 members and growing. All our commodities have been involved in putting our submission together, and all stand firmly united. We want consumers to be able to know what they are buying, to know that if they want to purchase a plant-based patty, they can with confidence because the labelling is clear. To know that if they want to purchase a meat-based patty, they can with confidence because the labelling is clear. We simply seek truth in labelling, a reasonable request for any industry, let alone one that so fundamentally contributes to Australia. In our opening remarks, we would like to emphasise 5 points from our submission. 1, consumers are confused. 2, consumers want truth in labelling. 3, a voluntary approach will not suffice. 4, a failure to regulate truth in labelling has potentially serious social, environmental and economic impacts across regional, rural and remote Australia. And 5th, sustainability is being built into our plant and meat-based production industries in Australia. Point 1, consumers are confused. Recent research referenced in our submission clearly shows consumer confusion. Circa 61% mistook at least one so-called plant-based meat product as containing meat. AgForce and industry are deeply frustrated that the ACCC chose to advise otherwise, that there is no confusion. The facts and evidence tell a different story. Circa 66% expect products to contain meat when the packaging and advertising intimate such, using things like pictures of animals, describing the product using the term meat, etc. Concerningly, much of the source of inappropriate labelling is products manufactured overseas. These products are often highly processed with a multitude of additives and artificial flavourings, such that it cannot even be recognised as plant-based anymore. 2, consumers want truth in labelling. That same research referenced in our submission shows consumers want truth in labelling. They want to know whether their product is meat-based or plant-based, want to be able to make their dietary choices with full knowledge of the ingredients of the product they are buying. Consumers have dietary preferences, sometimes driven by medical needs and often by lifestyle choices. The apparent arrogance of those who wish to take that choice from consumers is to us breathtaking and dangerous. Sadly, however, they have shown by their actions a dangerous and reckless disregard to consumers, their dietary requirements, and indeed their health. 3, a voluntary approach will not suffice. We need regulation. Proponents of a number of plant-based products have shown irrefutably that they will continue to drive misleading promotional efforts in selling their plant-based products as meat-based if not appropriately regulated. Research clearly and demonstrably shows a continuing creep of misleading branding and product statements on plant-based food products. Indeed, as an example, just in the last 2 weeks, whilst the plant-based proponents have been hailing a voluntary code as sufficient, foreign-owned vegan food manufacturer Impossible Foods announced a name change to Impossible Beef Made from Plants. Their actions speak to their intent. Their intent is clear. If a strong stance, including a regulated approach, is not taken, and taken urgently, so much is at risk. They are disingenuous in that their actions belie their protestations. We have an industry at risk in Australia and must act. We don't need more research. We need a regulated approach to protect an industry critical to Australia's future and with so much to offer. The brand and reputation of natural Australian beef, lamb and goat, built over generations, is now being denigrated by companies that are deliberately trying to use piggyback marketing. The risk to Australia cannot be overstated. 4, a failure to regulate truth in labelling has potentially serious social, environmental and economic impacts. Australia enjoys a privilege, the envy of much of the world. That is fresh, healthy, locally grown food available to all Australians 7 days a week, 365 days a year. No matter what dietary choices an Australian makes, their needs are catered for by an industry we can all be immensely proud of. Failing to allow consumers to make those informed choices in their food buying and dietary preferences is not only disingenuous, it is deeply problematic from the perspective of choice, health, industry sustainability, and truth. Australia produces food that caters to all dietary preferences, be they voluntary or medically advised. Taking that choice away from consumers threatens confidence in the industry, confidence in buying options, and ultimately in premiums and product development in Australia. Why would we give that up? It makes no sense. The agriculture and food industry in Australia supports directly or indirectly hundreds of thousands of jobs and creates billions in earnings. It can continue to grow in a sustainable way, but it could well be something put at risk if a consumer can no longer buy with confidence about the ingredients in their food packaging. The $6.825 billion levy investment by the Australian meat and livestock industry over 25 years on meat category branding must be acknowledged. The government maintains and periodically upgrades its regulatory framework to protect industry investment into meat category branding. The regulatory framework should now expressly preclude non-levy paying industries from misappropriating the branding, which includes meat terminology reserved for the levy paying red meat and livestock industries. 5, sustainability is being built into our plant and meat-based production industries in Australia. The notion that particularly our animal-based industries are unsustainable is incorrect. Indeed, for the last 20 years, since COP3, the external data proves beyond doubt that the broadacre industries of Australia are doing the heavy lifting with our current climate and emissions challenges. For example, ruminant animals are a critical part of the carbon cycle and have been a central part of the Australian landscape for many thousands of years. In conclusion, thank you for giving us the chance to discuss this issue today. It is, in our view, a critical and urgent conversation for all of Australia. The privileges we enjoy in Australia and that are on display every time we enter the supermarket, that is fresh, healthy, locally grown food, available to all Australians 7 days a week, 365 days a year, are at risk if we cannot clearly and unequivocally provide the consumer with an understanding of the ingredients of that food choice. These privileges and strengths we enjoy and perhaps take for granted could be irrevocably damaged if we are unable to tell our story clearly and fully. Let's stand proudly behind our industry by providing truth and labelling, and allow the consumer, domestically and internationally, to buy Australian food with confidence that the labelling accurately describes the ingredients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gurin. Mr. Wilson, do you have an opening statement as well?
No, Susan.
Thank you. All right, Senator Whish-Wilson, would you like to start questions?
Yeah, I might start. What particular evidence have you got that the ACCC dismissed your concerns?
Thank you. Yep, sorry, Senator.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. The evidence and the research we put to show that, both in our submission and talked about in our opening statement, shows clearly and irrevocably that there is confusion, that people don't know what they're buying, that the labelling on the packaging is not clear. And we've described that in some detail in our submission, and we're more than happy to provide more evidence.
No. I'm just wondering why you think the ACCC has dismissed your concerns. You don't think they look at detail when they make these kind of considerations?
Senator, I'd probably refer that question to the ACCC, but from an industry perspective, we're deeply disturbed by the approach they've taken.
All right, well, can you explain why, what in particular you're disturbed about, and what approach they've taken that you're disturbed about? Can you be more specific?
What we put in our submission and what we talked about today was the irrevocable damage that will be done if a consumer cannot understand what they're buying, if they cannot read the labelling and understand the ingredients. Put aside even dietary choices, medical advice.
I understand you've made your point. I want to be very specific here. You've made some pretty strong statements about the ACCC. I've worked with them for 10 years as a senator, and I think they do a really good job. Why do you think they've ignored your concerns? Do you think they looked at your concerns and perhaps had a different interpretation to you? or do you think they just completely dismissed your concerns?
Again, Senator, without wanting to avoid the question, I can't speak on their behalf. We don't know.
But you made an accusation about the approach they took. They were the specific words you just used. So what approach do you think they took that you didn't like? The fact they rejected your findings, or what was it about the process you didn't like?
Senator, what sits in front of us by way of a decision will affect all Australians. And it's very clear from the research.
No, sorry. I'm just going to keep coming back to this. It's your research. I'm asking you about the ACCC.
I'm sorry, I can't speak on their behalf, Senator. I do not know why they came to the conclusion they did.
But you have spoken on their behalf. You said you've made some accusations about their approach. So again, what was it about their approach you didn't like? I mean, it's fair enough if you believe that they haven't adequately considered the evidence, or that they didn't include some evidence, or that they took an approach that you disagree with. But can you explain what in particular it is that you're unhappy with them about?
Senator, if we don't know what we're buying because the labelling doesn't tell us that, then we are in trouble.
But the ACCC would have looked at that. This is my point. Yeah. Once again, you're making the same points, and I've heard what you've said. I'm not trying to be dismissive here, but I'm asking you why you believe the ACCC didn't see what you see, considering what an important role they play.
And Senator, thank you for the question. I'm not trying to be troublesome as well. I just struggle to be able to speak on their behalf. But what we're deeply concerned about is that what's on the line here is significant, and it hasn't been acknowledged by the ACCC, Senator. I'm sorry, I can't be more specific.
Right. Did you attempt to speak to the ACCC or seek any feedback from following their recommendations, following their review?
Senator, without talking about individual meetings, we have talked as widely as possible. So you can assume to all parties and all organisations interested in this conversation, we lobby and advocate wherever we can. So we talk to all people with our view and people with other views. We try and influence their thinking, but we also try and learn from them. But I can't talk about an individual conversation, I guess, for confidence, Senator, but I hope you can take from that we talk as widely as we possibly can.
So I'll take it that perhaps you haven't spoken to the ACCC. Are you aware of the Australian Farm Institute? They made submission 136 and gave evidence to our committee this morning.
I am aware of them and their submission, Senator.
Okay, so they provided in their evidence, the AFI outlines research into consumer confusion and existing consumer protection measures. It concludes that it cannot find any evidence to support the concern that existing definitions of alternative protein products are currently causing economic harm or impacting consumers' health on any meaningful scale. And they go on to talk about how damaging it is when you use terms that are very emotive. I mean, you've used dangerous, dark, risks to Australia. You've used some pretty emotive terms this morning in your descriptions of plant-based foods. Do you reject their findings from their research grant into this issue?
Senator, our strong statements are around the need to know what you're buying, not against plant-based foods. In fact, I represent plant-based foods. I represent producers that grow grain and cane, etc. So our strong language and our advocacy is around this idea of being able to know what you're buying. Right. It's not against plant-based foods at all.
So on that point, their research was into consumer confusion and whether existing consumer protection measures were adequate, and their conclusion was they are, and that was very different to your conclusion. They can't find any evidence to support the concerns existing definitions of alternative protein products are currently causing economic harm or impacting consumers' health on any meaningful scale. We've heard from AusVeg, a very large group that represent vegetable farmers around the country, that they have also not been able to find any evidence, and they dispute or dismiss any concerns that you've raised this morning. I think this conversation will probably go nowhere because I understand your passionate advocacy for the people you represent. My question would be, would you support truly independent research into this matter? prior to any development of labelling standards?
We, as I've described this morning, and we also put in the submission, further research is not the answer. Being able to know what you're buying is the answer. It's urgent. It has implications for industry if not addressed. And it's, plant-based industries, and I mentioned one this morning, have shown they in the voluntary code, no interest in respecting truth and labelling. And I used the impossible meats as an example this morning, Senator. Our view, and it's our view on behalf of all the industries we represent, is that further research is not the answer. Being able to know what you're buying and then make an informed choice is.
So are you aware of the structure of the ministerial working group that was set up by the Minister of Agriculture to recommend the development of voluntary industry guidelines? Yep, you're both aware of that. It had over 12 stakeholders. The evidence we've heard from 3 separate witnesses who were part of that group was 11 out of the 12 stakeholders agreed that they could work on a voluntary approach cooperatively and collaboratively together.
I think
Only one didn't.
I think it was more than one. Senator Whish-Wilson was the last lot of evidence.
The dairy industry was put in this morning, but prior to that, it was just the Red Meat Council. Why is it that only one stakeholder seems to have a problem with this, whereas the other broad stakeholders across many groups are prepared to work collaboratively on a voluntary guide that incorporates concerns and valid concerns being raised, such as yourself? Why are you so insistent on a mandatory regime?
I wouldn't mind, Senator, just answering that. I think from our perspective, and as you know from our submission, that we've invested a lot of money in our consumers as a beef industry. And where I take it out a little bit from AgForce, AgForce represents all of the people that you're speaking about in the tense of the people that went the way of it not being confusing. But the way we speak as AgForce is for our consumer, and our consumer is the most important to us. And all of the industries that are involved in AgForce are interested in the consumer knowing what their product is. And that includes the grains industry and includes the sugar industry. And we as the cattle industry, we've invested a lot, as you know, in our customer over the years and a lot in their health over the years. So the messaging is the most important around this. And I think that the 2 industries that you find that were outside the box in the group that you talk about are the 2 industries that are most affected by this. So I think it's relevant that that's stated.
Yeah, William, you say you're most affected by this, but there's no evidence that the committee's seen, except anecdotal evidence, that you are affected by this, that there is any change in demand for your meat-based products. Would you support an independent investigation into this to prove, quantitatively and qualitatively, if there is any evidence before we go changing regulations?
Well, as we're early stage at the moment and we can see what's happening in the marketplace, I think it's important that you set some standards for these people to enter the market. It's not a concern about them having a product in the marketplace. It's just about them having a product in the marketplace that replicates the product that we're producing.
But without the evidence that consumers are being misled or confused by this, and we've heard no compelling evidence that is the case. We've heard anecdotal evidence. Our job as politicians and as parliamentarians is to look at legislation on an evidence base. Are you, just to be clear, then you wouldn't support an independent research investigation into this?
I certainly urge, while there's an early stage market developing like this, that we don't wait for consumers to decide, and we use the evidence that we've got at the moment, which is over 60% of our consumers are confused when they're at the shop front trying to decide on which product they're going to get. Myself personally has been deceived cooking a meal for guests that wasn't beef, and I'm a beef producer. So I think there's enough evidence for cooking a meal for guests that wasn't beef, and I'm a beef producer.
What was it, as a matter of interest?
It was mince. And it wasn't very appealing, and it was pretty shameful evening for me.
Right, where did you buy that as a matter of interest, William?
In Woolworths.
at Woolworths. Do you remember what the product was called?
No, but I'm damn sure I won't be getting it again.
Right, because I do buy both products on either side of the fence. It's very hard. Was it lamb mince or beef mince?
Beef mince. Well, no, it wasn't mince at all. It was, for the preface of the conversation we're in, it wasn't mince at all.
Right. Okay. Because there's only one brand of beef mince available that I'm aware of. That's Beyond Meat beef mince. It's very expensive. Sorry.
Which isn't meat, is it?
No, it's not meat, but you would have had to be in the
that's
plant-based section to buy that, and it's extremely expensive. And it would be yeah. Anyway, we can talk about that later. But I'm surprised someone such as yourself got.
Can I just follow on to Senator Whish-Wilson's question, because I think this was where the ACCC did a review, and they're saying that the two products were not being sold together, and yet I know that I can walk into any supermarket and see them together today. So were you in the plant-based section, or were you in the meat-based section when you bought this plant-based mince?
I think from my experience after going back that I must have been at the end of the beef section, which all of a sudden became the plant section.
Okay.
So,
That's
and
possible.
I guess this is the point that we're talking about in this, and as you say about going back and having another investigation into it, where this is only a developing market, and we need to get a clear differentiator between what we invest our time, our energy in for our product, and what they're investing their energy in for their product, because it wouldn't be fair to them that we go down the path of letting them develop a spot in the marketplace, which is clearly deceiving customers. So this goes back, as I'm saying, to being about our customer that we're so endeared to over all the years, 4 generations in my family of developing this product, that we don't confuse them, and we make sure that the differentiators are very clear from the outset.
William, I personally would totally support anything that would stop consumers being deceived. But what evidence have you got that these companies are trying to deceive meat eaters? My understanding is they're actually trying to appeal to a certain kind of market. Many of their people would feel physically sick if they ate meat. They're not. Are you genuinely trying to think they're trying to pitch this to unwary or unsuspecting customers? Rather than people like flexitarians or vegetarians or vegans.
And full respect to all of those people, and I think that they should be able to be differentiated in some way, and this is the labelling that we're speaking of. But the best way I can describe it is the impossible foods becoming impossible meats. So is that not a clear way of deceiving the customer into what they're buying? If they need a point of difference in the market for the flexitarians and the vegans, our point is, do we need to make a place in the market for them?
Yeah.
And it's the ultimate compliment to our product that they try and copy it. But exactly that, they're trying to copy our product. So let's put it somewhere where it can be seen and identified as a copy.
Okay. And just my last question to you both is it your definite opinion then that under a voluntary scheme, which could roll out over a few years and could potentially be followed by a mandatory scheme if it didn't work, that you wouldn't be prepared to enter into good faith, for example, stakeholder discussions or collaboration with plant-based foods to come up with a scheme that you're all happy with? You don't believe that they would enter into that in good faith?
After the minister had the working group on the product on what we're talking about, one of the things was there was a line in the sand drawn about the use of pictures on products. Now, I think that if there was an interim that you're speaking of, as an interim step to the outcome we're looking for, that would have been a line in the sand that we could trust. Now, where we've gone from there over a 12-month period is an attack on becoming more or less transparent about what they're doing. So I'm not sure that we can, as an industry, take this on trust for someone that's counterfeiting our product and attacking it quite rapidly, not to give them a place in the market that they need. And they obviously really desire, but we can't give them more time to develop that stronger against what the example that you used set for us as industry.
Do you accept the evidence the committee's been presented, including this morning, once again by Australian Farm Institute and others, that there's going to be burgeoning growing demand for both your products and plant-based products into the future? That both industries have got very rosy outlooks regardless of the plant-based products market demand. Do you honestly believe it's going to be a serious threat to the demand for your product?
No, certainly not. Certainly not. It's not about competition. This is not about us protecting our marketplace at all. The people we want to put shields around in this case are our consumers, and also the vegans and flexitarians. I don't think they should be put in a situation where they're liable to make a mistake for something that they don't believe in. And we don't want our customers, just the same, to be confused. Particularly now, and I can speak wholeheartedly around this one because I'm one of the unfortunate ones or fortunate ones to be a type 1 diabetic. 25 years now, and all of my dietitians over the years have recommended that I eat low GI food. Since then, they've recommended that I move to a protein-based diet, of which my health's improved considerably. So I think that people's health choices are going to be guided by what they're consuming. And we're very proud of our product that we sell, and we don't want it to be confused in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. I'm not going to have much time here, so but I did want to ask you to clarify a couple of questions. And I want to go back to this question, Mr. Wilson, of if we are concerned about, if we've acknowledged that there is a growth market for both animal-based protein and plant-based protein, surely this is all the more reason why we should be encouraging plant-based protein to clearly define their own space and to be clear in their own definitions. I think you started to talk about that, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity to, because there keeps being this suggestion that there's somehow a conflict between the two industries, but it seems to me that you're just saying there's no conflict, we just want you to stay out of our lane and get your own lane. That'd be a reasonable comment?
Yeah, it certainly would be. The number one thing for us is our consumer, as you say. There's no lack of consumers, and that's in part to do with what we in Australia have done with our research and marketing dollar. That needs to be respected, and we've grown the value of our product in the market considerably over the years and increased the volume of our product in the market over recent years. We export to all the way around the world now with people that appreciate our product. So I can fully understand why it's a market that some people will be wanting to aim for, and with a product that they can try and dissimulate to be similar to our product. But there is by no means competition for our product in the market. And I think, exactly as you're saying, that these people should be given the opportunity to produce a product, but have it clearly defined and not confused with our product in the market.
So earlier it was raised about Impossible Foods. And I note that the founder of that company has a vision to end livestock production by 2035. What do you think would be the impact on regional communities if we were to end livestock production? Is it possible to produce farmers raising crops where livestock's being raised?
Well, it's convenient that I got a flat tyre where I did, and I'm doing it beside my ute in the paddock. And if there was no livestock in this pasture at the moment, the pasture would be 4'6" or 5 foot high, and probably be burnt with the rainfall that's coming at the moment. So, as far as the environment goes, what the animals do for the environment in cases of what I'm sitting in is certainly beneficial to the environment. What trying to end animal production in the environment, I believe, will create a very unhealthy place for us to live on the track.
And I just want to turn back to the ACCC evidence that you gave. One of the articles that I read on Farm Online was the issue that the ACCC submission stated that products weren't being retailed next to each other when, you've just given evidence of yourself having exactly that circumstance, and I've certainly seen that in supermarkets. And the Farm Online article from the 4th of August this year, which I will send to the Secretariat to table, just demonstrates that the ACCC submission is incorrect. Is that some of the issues that you were trying to raise about the ACCC report when Senator Whish-Wilson was asking questions of Mr. Guerin earlier?
Yeah, yes, for sure. I mean, from the ACCC's report, and I guess our issue with putting statements around why we didn't agree with the ACCC, they deserve the respect that they have, that's for sure, and they do a fantastic job in the marketplace for us as industry. But in the report and where the product and how the product is to be disseminated by them, I think is important, particularly with early stage and where it sits. And I guess another thing that comes to mind is maybe if it's not meat, it doesn't need to be in a fridge. It could perhaps be near the canned food while we're going.
Well, you raise an interesting point about what are the storage requirements for plant-based protein, and that's an excellent question, which I'll raise next time we have some plant-based manufacturers on. And I guess the last thing is we've had some different evidence today about the Pollinate survey, and I think it was one of the earlier people giving evidence today suggested that their research, which showed that there was no confusion, was better research, and that the Pollinate research, while the methodology was good, that they didn't agree with the outcomes. And there was a suggestion later that we were dueling research. It's very difficult, isn't it, if people disregard your research and say that it's not right? Well, what would you say to that? I thought it was a pretty big study, and.
Well, yeah, and I'm quite happy to let Marty answer this, but by nature of the conversation we're having at the moment, and I think that's where AgForce has a really strong role to play in this, because research, and we've spoken about three things here today, but the research, I believe, whichever way it's swung or whichever way it's led is going to be difficult. And that's why I think that AgForce, being representative of the commodities that go into both products, is a pretty good guide on where we should end up. We represent the grain guys, and we represent the cane guys, as well as the sheep, goats and beef. And I think that is a good indication of recognition and support for each other in industry. And we're not standing up as a single. I mean, I've done a lot of talking as a cattle chair, but we're not standing up as a singular one. We're standing up for people that produce food for humans.
Well, and isn't that, I mean, that's something you would be incredibly proud of, because while we have this discussion about, descriptors and definitions, producing food for humans and food at the most affordable, cost-effective way, particularly in a climate in Australia where it's easier to grow animals than it is to grow crops in much of the country. Something you should be very proud of. I congratulate you. All right, that does take us well over time. If there's anything that I've failed to ask you on that you want to submit to the committee, please do so. But otherwise, thank you for your time preparing for this morning or for this afternoon, and please go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you. Any senators have any question, please reach out.
Thank you. All right, I now welcome representatives from Becker and Co, Somerset Trading, and Miss Alicia Parker. Great, got you all there. For the Hansard record, could you please each give your name and the capacity in which you appear today? Starting with you, Ms. Becker.
Sarah Becker, Director, Becker & Co Queensland, also family member of Jarrah Cattle Company, and proud AgForce member.
Thank you very much. Mr Somerset.
Ben Somerset, producer and member of AgForce, and also a council member of the Young Producers Council in AgForce.
Thank you. Ms Parker. I think you're on mute.
Sorry, Senator, you think I'd know this with all after this year, but no. I'm a co-director of an agribusiness in Queensland, a beef producer, AgForce member, and a director of the AgForce Cattle Board.
Terrific, thank you. Do any of you wish to make an opening statement before we start asking questions?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, terrific. Well, perhaps if we start with you, Ms Becker.
Is it okay if Ben starts off, Senator?
It certainly is. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you. I'm a young producer from the South Burnett in Queensland, where we produce food and fibre for the Australian economy. I'm here today on behalf of Somerset Trading Company, our family business, which has been operating in the South Burnett for 70 years. I'm lucky to be a part of the fourth generation to have the privilege of managing the land we live on. We take care of 12,000 hectares across Queensland and New South Wales. This is equivalent of 6,700 Sydney cricket grounds. Of these 6,700 Sydney cricket grounds, only 10% of this land that we manage is suitable for cropping. And not all 10% of that 10% is suitable for growing pulses required for alternate proteins. Our land varies from open grazing with native shade trees to heavily timbered forests with areas of steep undulating land and poorer quality soils, which can be at risk of eroding or washing away if they are not kept covered by grass. This makes these soils unsuitable for growing crops required for the main ingredients in alternate protein products. We can only grow meat on this land by grazing animals which turn plants into protein. This is the most sustainable use of this land to feed the world. Our family cares deeply for the land we manage, and this is evident from our multi-generational business. Participating in AgForce's AgCare pilot this year has shown that our business is sequestering more tonnes of carbon than we emit each year, which is 0.3 tonnes per hectare per year. Our family supports companies that label their products truthfully. When customers buy our meat, they can have confidence and trust in the process under which it is grown and raised. As a meat producer and levy payer supporting Australia's rural and regional sector and fueling the Australian economy, by presenting here today, we want to see that we have a level playing field in the way products are labelled, whether it be on an alternate protein product or a 100% Australian-grown natural meat product. If other products are not required to meet the same stringent labelling requirements as the red meat industry, this puts our business, the communities we operate in, and their economies at risk. These communities are built around businesses like ours and would be at risk of decline if all products are not required to be truthful in their labelling. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thanks, Mr Somerset. Ms Becker.
Thank you, Senator. Today I'm here as an Australian beef producer and levy payer, a chartered accountant and a tax agent. Two of these professions I know are protected by the legislation and framework that exists as a result of government interaction and legislation. In the accounting and taxation world, there are many professional requirements in order to call yourself a chartered accountant and tax agent. The ongoing regulatory requirements allows the profession and also its clients and consumers the safe knowledge of who and what you are dealing with. I use this example as it seems only fair that the Australian meat category should have a similar framework to operate within. It would not be fair for someone to call themselves a chartered accountant or tax agent when they are not. And how is it therefore reasonable, let alone fair, for something to be called meat when it is simply not? It makes the brand seem dodgy and not true, and this in turn only has a detrimental impact to the image and branding of Australian meat. There is space for all industries, including the plant-based and synthetic protein, to operate. However, they need to operate within their own industry and own set of rules, and not to call themselves something they are not. In the accounting world, this is not allowed, and there would be considerable fines, and you would be struck off and unable to operate by falsely representing to be something that you are not. I do not think the Australian public needs another Haynes report and a Royal Banking Commission. So I feel it's best that we're proactive and protect the Australian taxpayers' money and avoid consumer confusion, so all of these products can be fairly represented through transparent legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Parker.
Thanks, Senator McDonald and committee. I would firstly like to speak to the use of the references of descriptors and references to animal flesh by alternative and plant protein manufacturers and products with comparison to a profile of the brand Sunfed Meats, because whilst we're all aware that these products exist, it certainly wasn't until I was working on my submission that I realised the sheer breadth of this being used. So Sunfed Meats is based in New Zealand, but available in Australia in Coles and Woolworths stores. It's not only on the packaging of its products, but also on its website that it makes these livestock references and claims. I'd like to draw on some of the examples from the Sunfed Meats website, including that their brand is a new generation of meat, followed by Sunfed Meats are made from premium yellow pea protein. They cook, feel and taste just like an animal meat, but are healthier, both for you and the planet. The Sunfed Meats trademark is meaty as meat, made from plants. Not only do they make these written claims on their packaging, they also show the large animal descriptors of various animals and use words including wild meaty chunks. Under the Australian and New Zealand Food Standards Code, the definition of meat means the whole or part of a carcass of animals, including cattle, goat, pig, sheep and others. And meat flesh is defined to include meat that consists of skeletal muscle. There is no allowance in these definitions for yellow pea protein. Yellow peas are not from the carcass of an animal and are not slaughtered as an animal. I'd go on with the application of the code to a plethora of alternative and plant-based protein products, but in particular, this brand uses the word meat and references to meat in its trademark and its brand name, let alone its products. I'd also like to point out that just this year, when they launched their new products, their boar-free bacon and their bull-free beef, that they launched these products at what is called Meatstock, which is one of Australia's biggest barbecue festivals, and goes on about being able to chow down on meaty treats whilst at the festivals. And that is the platform that Sunfed Meats used to launch their new product range. In my written submission today, I'd also like to go to the term of reference for health implications. Specifically, the terms of reference asked to consider consideration of unnatural additives and chemicals, which is of course great importance, and we all realise that this is the case when it comes to these products. But I'd like to touch on the serious life-threatening consequences of confusing and false labels. My son's got a life-threatening allergic condition called food protein-induced enterocolitis syndrome, and his allergy is to lamb. It's a severe and profound allergic reaction to the gastrointestinal system that can lead to cardiac arrest and death within hours of the consumption of food. I would make its point that it's not only consumer confusion and health risks here, but the point that the extension of this from food labelling into the food service delivery as well, with everything from fast food chains to cafes to restaurants offering meaty products on their menus. I'd like to highlight here the Greek fast food chain Zeus that's in Australia, and I've outlined this in my written submission. Zeus essentially offers pita wraps, which have always been available with meat and salads and extras. Their website talks about the nostalgia of lamb and their origins from Greece. They offer a lamb meat product, but in June this year, they released a plant-based lamb product. In my submission, I provided a screenshot of their new lamb product, lists the first ingredient being plant-based lamb. Now, I'd like to know what exactly is a plant-based lamb. Lamb is an animal, and to my mind, this is a tandoori flavoured vegetable wrap, but being sold as a lamb wrap. Me, as a mother to a severely allergic child with an allergy to lamb, wouldn't take the chance on this, that this could be a grass-fed lamb product. And what about the consumer who's not apt in agricultural terms that may also make this mistake and eat a product that may be inferior to a genuine Australian lamb product reflective on our industry? As summarised in my written submission, regulation of truth and labelling is required to resolve these issues, and appropriate application of the code along with other regulation in order to regulate this new industry with emerging food products. In my mind, the alternative and plant-based protein industry have a great story to tell and to contribute to agricultural production and growth in Australia. They're hopefully using Australian vegetables and grains in their products and providing a great wholesome product for people who wish to consume this diet and within this food group profile. They are not and should not, however, be allowed to claim to be a food from another food group that is a fabrication and produce a counterfeit or a replica product and piggyback off the back of a well-established and renowned industry that is heavily invested in by livestock producers in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And I'm just reflecting on, you know, your personal circumstances as a mother of a child who would have health implications from eating something that you know, hadn't been able to consider or hadn't considered what you might have been buying. You think you're buying this and you're buying that, particularly as we've touched on today, if you're out at restaurants where it is, you know, gosh, we struggle to get seafood labelled by its correct name. And yet here we are, you know, at a seafood shop, and yet here we are talking about naming something from a completely different species. The healthier claims is something I just want to get into. When I was doing research for this inquiry, I Googled what's the best plant-based proteins to eat. And there were some really great pages telling me to watch out for things that are high in sodium, to watch out for things that have these chemical additives, to say, you know, there was a whole range of discussion. And as somebody who's shopping for a family and trying to put food on the table that's healthy for the kids and potentially see me into my old age, my ever rapidly increasing old age, that I'm eating what I understand I'm eating. You know, these healthier claims, how do we, there's two elements to this, isn't there? The first is what the claims are that new products are making, because, you know, like you, I applaud anything that's using Australian agricultural products, so plant-based, fantastic. And then the separate issue of what we're calling things. How did we get into this crazy situation that we are allowing one product to call itself something else? It's quite extraordinary. But just talk to me further about the health space side and the claim side that you've come across.
You're referring that to me, Senator?
I'm sorry, yes, I was.
Oh, good. I think I did make reference in my submission to the recent study conducted by the Duke University in the US, where they found that beef contained 22 metabolites that the plant substitution product did not, and the plant-based substitute had 31 metabolites that the meat did not. So, I mean, I think we all know manufactured products are clearly not a natural product, but there is now science coming on the table in this new study from the US that shows that in black and white. And these products are not only claiming to be something that they're not, they're making these extraordinary health, environment and allergen statements. You know, Sunfed Foods makes a claim that it's an allergen-free product, but there are people who are allergic to peas. So these are false statements. They're very brandish statements, and I think this is why it demonstrates that we need clear regulation and that voluntary regulation is not going to work.
So you operate another business, which you touched on your introduction. What sort of regulatory guidelines do you have on what claims you can make, what descriptors you can make of products? You know, is there any guidelines or legislation or penalties if you say that something is something that it's not?
100%. And in the beef industry now, you know, we're so heavily regulated and scrutinised. We've got withholding periods on every vaccination and chemical that's applied to cattle. We've got accreditations from organic to grass-fed. You know, the list is growing, and we have to prove that we adhere to these regulations and guidelines to be able to sell our product and get that premium. We have to be completely transparent, and yet you get home from the end of a hard day's work and dealing with all this paperwork, and you've got a company saying they're selling beef when they made it in a lab out of peas. So it's very frustrating as a producer, and similar to Sarah, my occupation as a lawyer. There's no way I could operate as a lawyer and and not follow regulation and guidelines and, you know, hold the relevant qualifications. It's just ludicrous that this can even be occurring, really.
So I'll turn to you, Ms. Becker. I mean, just talk to me a bit more about exactly this. In every other facet of our life, professionally, for you as an accountant, for real estate agents, they've got legislative requirements on what they can and cannot refer to a property as. It's right across the board in consumer law. How did we get into a situation where, you know, I assume that the food standards first allowed the animal descriptor of meat, and then all of a sudden we're now talking about Wagyu mince and wild meaty chunks of chicken and roast pork. I mean, how did, you know, it just seems extraordinary.
True. Thank you, Senator. I think that's a really valid point in the sense that we are where we are now, but it's only just beginning. And I use that reference to the Royal Banking Commission in relation to where it got to. And you could say, hang on, this is very different things, financial products versus a meated versus non-meat product. But at the end of the day, this was all about the consumer. What that Royal Commission concluded, and I'm not an expert and haven't read the thousands of pages on it, but essentially the consumer had been misled as to what services and products it was being provided to or delivered on, so to speak. And I think there's a real similarity in this case. Either something is meat or it's not meat, and it's quite black and white in the sense of the science that goes on behind it all. So for the consumer's sake, and I think it's been previously discussed, there is an industry and a positive industry for both of these or all of these products, but they need to be regulated accordingly. And so right now, through that Royal Banking Commission, and I'd hate to think how much it's cost people, not just through the taxpayers, but also people personally, we have the opportunity now to ensure that that doesn't happen and that there isn't all these terrible stories that occur. And we're talking about people's health here as well, which you could argue is actually worse than a financial outcome, to make sure it's very clear as to what the consumer is getting and what they're not getting. And I think also, so for both markets to be regulated seems only fair and reasonable.
Yes, that's right. So the kind of regulation that's on meat production versus the lack of regulation on the meat descriptors that have been used on plant-based products. That's what you're trying to align, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think, Senator, I think the other point with that is people actually welcome the legislation, like as an accountant and as a professional, you welcome the guidelines that allow you to what you can and can't do. And I think, therefore, I'm not quite sure why this protein-based industry, like as in the alternate meat industry, is afraid to have regulation. Because at the end of the day, the current meat industry, as we've heard, has invested a lot of money and a lot of time and resources into this. Shouldn't this alternate source be proud and be wanting to have a framework that they can represent, that like transparently represent themselves within? So I think that the meat industry is not trying to take anything away from them. We're just saying stick in your own lane and make sure you're working within the guidelines there.
It's an interesting comparison you make, because certainly with the food and grocery code, you know, it is often the big end of town, the supermarkets, the big wholesalers who say, no, voluntary is fine, where you can trust us. And yet it's the little people, the farmer or the grower who's left going, no, it's not good enough. We need some more mandatory guidelines because we're too little to go to the ACCC and say there's a problem. And I guess I think that's what you're trying to draw out, this difference between voluntary and mandatory, is that in a perfect world, voluntary is great. But the reason why we live in a society with rules is because not everybody always follows them.
Exactly right, Senator. And I think at the end of the day too, society works better with regulation. Like we can say we all want to feel our own way through it all and what have you. And becoming a mother in this last 12 months, there's rules and regulations there for a reason, kind of thing. And I think we don't know what we don't know. So therefore, it's best to have everything stepped out and put in there in front of us so we can make these informed decisions. And
I think that's what consumer law is all about, isn't it? It's informed decisions. and clarity of that. Thank you. I'll turn now to you, Mr. Somerset. I was really interested in your opening statement and the evidence that you've provided on being able to demonstrate that you are a carbon sequester. So you've got net negative emissions. I'm not quite sure what the official terminology is. This is all new. But you must be one of the very early farms, one of the, the ones who are going into this brave new world, who have audited and identified what your emissions and carbon levels are. Can you talk to me about how that process went and any framework around that? And I'm interested because of this. I talked with one of the people giving evidence earlier today. They talk about plant-based protein being more sustainable. And I said, I want to start getting evidence on what does that mean? What does that mean? What's more sustainable? And I think you're going to have a bit of the answer for me. So if you could talk about that.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Yeah, so to get to the point where we were able to show that we were sequestering carbon, we had to go through a rigorous process of putting all our business data through a survey, which showed both the carbon that we emit in the process of doing our business and also the carbon that we sequester through our grazing land and the timber that we manage on that grazing land. And that is also then ground truthed, and it's a very stringent process to be able to show that we can do that.
And is that through, what is the audit process? Has it got a name or a certification name?
So that was the pilot program, and that is AgCare, which is in the process of being developed by AgForce in conjunction with a couple of other groups.
Terrific. Oh, well, we'll talk more about AgCare's role, I guess, because it's very timely as we talk about agriculture's role in producing food going forward. I hear some extraordinary claims about what's sustainable and not sustainable, and I think this is going to be a very important discussion to have. So in your food production systems, you've talked about doing this work with AgCare. What about as you turn off your animals, your products, what are the kind of compliance regimes, the audit regimes you've got to go through to demonstrate what your product is?
Yeah, so to be able to sell our products and for them to leave the farm gate, we have to meet LPA requirements. So that is without the LPA requirements, we are unable to sell our livestock through any selling centre in Australia.
LPA stands for?
Livestock Production Assurance.
Right, thank you.
Memory. Yes. And so we have to meet a wide range of guidelines, and we also go a step further in that we also meet European Union guidelines to be able to sell beef out of Australia. So our livestock are lifetime traceable, and we also have to keep additional records of what treatments we give those animals throughout their lifetime to when they leave the farm gate.
So that's to receive a premium on the European market, that's right?
Correct.
And the premium is because Australian beef is able to demonstrate through that lifetime traceability and the other, audits and processes that you go through to export, that there is a premium attached to that because it's of such a high quality, and there's a whole lot of understandings that the consumer has when they buy Australian beef, in your instance, that it is going to meet all of these high criteria.
That's right. So that we receive that premium because we go through those audits, and we tick all the boxes to be able to say that our beef is of a higher standard because we do X, Y, and Z.
So I assume that what we're also saying is that then our beef is a higher quality or has different standards than Brazilian beef, Indian buffalo, other South American countries that produce beef as well. That's what you receive a premium for, isn't it? Is for doing things to a higher standard than other countries.
That's right. Yes.
So I guess where I'm going is just trying to understand if we're going to use a descriptor like beef. So if Impossible Foods has changed their name to Impossible Beef, they are using they're kind of shortcutting the method that people understand that beef in Australia is this very high premium, this very high standard, and so it's worthy of a premium offshore. And yet, because of this food standards definition, they're able to then say, and by the way, we're beef, which has got a whole lot of other attached attributes to it that they're not necessarily calling out. But we know when they say beef that that's what they're referring to as this world's best standard product. Is that a reasonable thing? I mean, I can't ask you to talk on Impossible Foods' behalf, but I'm assuming that's the case.
Yeah, I would see it that way. And if you walk into a supermarket and unknowingly pick up a Impossible protein product that says beef on it, you'd be under the impression that was an Australian meat product.
Mm. So, Ms. Parker, if I go back to you and we think about Impossible Foods changing its name to Impossible Beef, I wonder, and I've not done any research on this, are you aware of whether they've done this in any other countries, or is it just Australia and New Zealand where we've changed our domestic food standards to allow for this anomaly to occur where other foodstuffs can be called animal descriptors? Do you have any knowledge of that?
No, to be honest, Senator, I'm in your shoes here, but it's quite relatively new news to our shores, isn't it? And I think the issue here is that there's some very significant marketing ploys at play, and again, these companies aren't trying to hide that they're trying to produce or imitate what we produce as beef producers. They're out there saying they're trying, they can essentially offer the same thing but with a different nutritional profile and composition. So I think again it leads back to how bold they're being with their marketing and why voluntary regulation won't work, and we'd need mandatory regulation, some significant changes to put a stop to some of these things.
All right. So as a mother of a child who has dietary requirements and a consumer yourself, what would you like to see come out of this inquiry? What do you think would be a sensible recommendation?
I'd like to see the mandatory regulation, as I said, for true and transparent food labelling and extension into the food service industry, not just labels on products, but so that consumers aren't confused, they're not deceived, and they're not under any false impressions as to the product they're getting. And that would therefore eliminate the health risks that this can present, some very serious health risks, like as you said, in this circumstances, my son, he's only got hours to live if he eats lamb. So it's very, very serious risk in some cases. And I think that would really allow the meat industry and this new emerging industry to each channel ahead with their own achievements and accolades and to deliver products within their own food profiles.
Thank you. And Ms. Beck, I mean, what would you say would be the best outcome that we could hope for this inquiry, both for your family business, but as an accountant who no doubt you have a lot of clients who are in the agricultural industry?
Thank you, Senator. It's pretty hard to beat what Alicia Parker's just said, but I think to reconfirm that, yeah, it has to be a mandatory regulation that this goes down the track of. I think the voluntary one hasn't worked, and I suppose the other point that what we were dancing around just before is the levy fee paying part of this. These other industries are riding off the coat's tail of being called beef, and in particular Australian beef. And someone like Ben, and as I said, I'm a producer myself and represent a lot of other producers as well. There's a levy that is paid each time we sell a beast to ride for something to be called Australian beef, to have that livestock traceability, to have those premium markets and premium products. It doesn't seem right that these alternate sources can call themselves beef and these other things when they actually aren't even contributing to their own industry in that sense. And I think it's actually disadvantaging I'll pick on the beef industry or the MLA levy fee payers. We have to pay that money, and not all of it goes into marketing. A lot of it goes into research and market exploration, whereas these guys don't have to contribute to that and can just go straight to getting their products marketing straight to the consumers. So I actually feel it's probably disadvantaging us that we're actually not all on the same level playing field with where our money is being redirected from what we define as marketing of these products.
You raise an interesting point. I mean, I know that when I ran butcher shops, if I wanted to market the chicken I sold as RSPCA approved, I would have had to have paid, I think from memory, it was 2% of the sales price to the RSPCA to be able to, use their name. I wonder if the plant foods were so determined to use animal descriptors, if they should be paying a levy to Meat Livestock or the Australian Pork Foundation or somebody else. Anyway,
maybe that's the voluntary part of it. Maybe it's voluntary in the sense of either donating or paying a levy to MLA, or alternatively creating your own regulations and framework. Maybe put it to them that way, Senator.
Oh, that's an interesting idea, isn't it? Yes, yes, interesting.
We'll leave that one. I think we just go with the mandatory reporting, and then there's no need for confusion on that front.
We'll use the Tony Jones. We'll take that as a comment.
Yep.
All right. Look, thank you all so much for the time you spent preparing your evidence for today and preparing to give evidence. Really grateful, and I know that coming before a Senate committee may not be something you do every day, but the time you've taken I really appreciate, because it does go towards us making good decisions for Australian people and for all of our industries. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, that now brings us up to an afternoon tea break, and we're going to break for 15 minutes and then return with some more witnesses. Thank you. All right, good afternoon to everybody, and I now welcome Ms. Emily Pullen and hopefully shortly Mr. Dale Stiller and Mr. Troy Setter. Would you both give your, for the Hansard record, please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today. Start with you, Emily.
My name is Emily Pullen and I am CEO of Jim's Jerky.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Senator. I'm Troy Setter, and I'm the CEO of Consolidated Pastoral Company Proprietary Limited.
Terrific, thank you. Would both of you like to make an opening statement before we ask questions of you? Ms. Pullen, if you'd like to start.
Of course. Thank you very much, Chair and Senators of the committee, for having me today. My name's Emily Pullen. As I mentioned, I'm CEO of my family's business, Jim's Jerky. We're based west of Toowoomba, and we've been making premium snacks out of Australian beef for 17 years. Prior to that, my family were graziers. We currently employ 10 staff in regional Queensland. Our Australian red meat industry is overwhelmingly made up of businesses like ours, small family businesses based on farm and post-farm gate. So while I support the role alternative proteins play in the Australian marketplace, because choice for consumers is important, the choice needs to be clearly informed. So if someone wants to eat a mycoprotein sausage, they should go for it, but they shouldn't call it beef. The businesses that are using these terms need to develop their own market share and tell the customers what they are all about, not what they are not. The fact that animal protein terms such as beef and meat can be used on products that contain none of those products is inconceivable, and it should be inconceivable that that is currently occurring. Now, despite the ACCC stating, and I'm going to read this, the labelling of these products as unlikely to mislead an ordinary consumer, the evidence put forward in the Pollinate report of earlier this year that I think has been spoken about already, as well as so many instances of family and friends that have been duped, shows this is not the case. And embarrassingly, even myself, I recently mistakenly purchased chicken stock that actually had no chicken in it. I have the offending article with me if the senators would like to view the product. And look, at the time I felt annoyed. I sent some pictures to some friends and I undertook that I needed to read labels much more closely, but I did not contact the ACCC about my mistaken purchase. Now, as a producer of a consumer-facing branded product, our packs are the windows to our consumers, and consumers on average make purchasing decisions in grocery aisles in 2.6 seconds. And in those couple of beats, they use pack design, imagery, and prominent wording to make their purchasing decisions. If they need to spend longer really reading a package to find the qualifying statement regarding the actual contents of that package, then that packet is inherently misleading, and it's been designed to be so. The basis for these brands, and not all brands, but some brands, is to take advantage of the value proposition that does not belong to their products. Now, value proposition is the inherent value as prescribed to that product by the consumer. Conventionally, consumers are protected from these kinds of actions by trademarking laws. So in real terms, I can prevent my customers from unintentionally purchasing an inferior product that's been named to look and sound like Jim's Jerky because trademarking laws exist. In considering the labelling laws for manufactured plant proteins as they currently exist, the consumers have no such protections, and that's what we're seeking to change. Thank you.
Thank you. And in the interest of transparency, I should probably disclose, as I'm a consumer and lover of Jim's Jerky's products. So, but I was interested in having your evidence today as a retailer and somebody who understands packaging. So I appreciate that. Mr. Setter, over to you for an opening statement, please.
Thank you, Senator McDonald, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I too have been duped and have purchased Coles brand beef stock. A couple of times it actually has no beef in it, even it's got a big picture of a cow and nonsense of beef, contains zero beef. But over to my opening statement. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee today. This committee's been very effective at aligning its work program with the priorities of the agricultural sector. This inquiry is an excellent example. CPC's position as a major player in the domestic and international beef market gives us a clear view of the potential impact alternative protein products have on our key industry. We're one of the largest privately owned beef producers in the country. We have many years' experience in selling cattle and meat into domestic and international processing industries, the feedlot industry, the live trade and overseas markets. We've made a substantial contribution to research and development through levy payments and other direct payments. We've invested in activities to protect and promote the beef industry reputation for clean beef product. I refer the committee to CPC's submission, which contains more detail on these points. But today I'd like to focus on two matters. Firstly, the potential impact on non-meat substitutes on the unbranded, unlabelled market. Much of the argument about true red meat and fake meat has been in the labelled and branded space. This is a very important and valuable space. The structure of both the domestic and international markets shows, though, that about 50% of real meat products are sold unbranded. This is really important to the profitability of the red meat industry, and this part of the carcass and this part of the market is really important to us. These strategies focus on producing high quality beef with deep consumer trust. In this market, the name red meat, the name beef, the name lamb, the name steak, burger is really valuable. We've spent over 200 years in Australia developing a value proposition and trust for our product. And the fake food industry would not be trying to leverage off this long-built trust if they didn't see there was value in the 200 plus years that we've built up. If we move across to the regulated space, there are two regulatory systems: the domestic food standard codified, and then for export, there's the export control meat products rules of 2020 that are soon to come into force, and definition of meat derived from a bovine animal. So foreign consumers will have more protection under Australian law than Australia's own domestic consumers. I can't see how this is right, that a consumer offshore that is a foreign consumer, nothing against people from foreign areas, will have more trust in Australian products than what a domestic consumer will have. This is just not right. CPC is concerned that the lack of clarity around the definition of meat products domestically and the exploitation of lack of clarity on the industry's competitors has the potential to inflict damage to the industry's hard-won reputation for reliably producing high-quality meat. The second point I'd like to make is the amount of time and effort and money that's been invested by the industry and taxpayers in improving brand recognition and building value of Australian beef, both domestically and internationally. Over the past 2 decades, Meat and Livestock Australia has invested around $4 billion in research and marketing to support cattle, sheep and the goat meat sectors. 2 million of that's in R&D, 2 billion in R&D and 2 billion in marketing. Over the next 6 years, MLA is planning to invest a further $1.7 billion. This represents $5.7 billion investment in Australia's red meat category brands and production systems over a 25-year period, an average of $230 million per year. Producers, feedlotters, exporters have also directly invested considerably more than the $5.7 billion directly over that period of time, including brand owners and marketers. Through the combination of the efficiency of the red meat producers, well-funded and targeted research and investment, R&D and marketing, we've built a product that has brand value, trust and nutritional value that is out here. The beef industry has built comprehensive and largely self-funded research, development and marketing regimes in effort to really maximise the return for our producers, processors and marketers throughout the supply chain. Both CPC and the industry generally have underpinned commercial success by building sustainable businesses and brands around this investment. A global brand is difficult to build, costs billions of dollars as an industry to build, but is easily damaged. CPC is concerned that sustained, uninformed criticism of our red meat brand by companies operating in this country runs a risk of eroding our red meat brand's value, particularly in international markets. Australia's beef industry, in contrast to many of its competitors, does not see or look for many government subsidies. However, the industry does expect government to build and maintain a regulatory framework that promotes competition, fair trading, product safety, protects consumers, businesses and the Australian community. It appears the food labelling regulatory system needs repair. CPC is very keen for the repair work to be progressed as a matter of priority. In wrapping up, we have 2 recommendations. We propose that the committee recommends that the Minister of Agriculture in Northern Australia, the Honourable David Littleproud, reform a review of the food labelling regulatory framework to achieve the following goals. A food labelling system that prevents the misuse of animal products related to descriptions on the labelling of plant-based, substitute and lab-created products. A food labelling system that prevents the misuse of livestock images on plant and other food products that do not contain any animal products. CPC further proposes that the committee recommend to the Minister to seek advice on the following actions in addressing points 1 and B. Amend the Food Standard Code to specify the content in which reference descriptors and images can be used under the Food Standards Australia New Zealand Act 1991 and establish a new Australian Consumer Law Information Standard under Section 134 of Schedule 2, the Competition and Consumer Act. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your time and the opportunity to attend your committee today. I look forward to any questions now or in the future.
Thank you for those very specific recommendations, and we will probably have at least one more day of hearings before the committee can turn to writing its report, and that's very useful and an interesting one, because you're proposing to move the food standards under consumer law as opposed to where it's sitting currently, which I don't know has been brought up previously, but it is certainly the consumer law part has been raised, and I think that is a point very well made. And so I'll start with you, Ms. Pullen. I mean, being in a retail environment, given that I ran a retail business before I came into politics, I always thought it was, probably the best apprenticeship you could have for this job, because you have to compete for customers' very hard-earned dollars every day. You're either good enough or you're not. And so the way you package and present your product is very carefully considered, isn't it? So could you talk to me about, the sort of thought you put into your packaging and why people using animal products and animal words on their packaging, what the impact is for you and for other meat producers and meat resellers?
Yep, certainly. So as I've alluded to in my submission, when it comes to packaging and particularly for FMCG packets, so fast-moving consumable goods, you have the pack is your advertising space, and we've got very little time in which to catch the eye of the consumer. So you've got to have something on your packet that meets a need that they're trying to address. That could be just that they want something delicious to quickly snack on, or they might be looking for something more functional, so high protein or something that they know is good for them. And those call outs are what will draw a customer's eye. And I think in terms of the purchasing funnel, once you've picked up a pack, I think something like 90% of the way there. So it's really how it sits. So in terms of the kinds of information that you put on that pack in order to get people's attention, and this is again certainly for snacking, but I would say also goes into the branded fresh products as well, is anything that you think will trigger a customer to engage with your product and purchase it is what you're going to put on your pack. In terms of sort of manufactured plant proteins using animals sort of descriptors on their product, it's a value proposition that certainly denotes quality, particularly for Australian beef. People have an inherent understanding of the quality of the product and how it's been produced that automatically draws them to be able to purchase it. And it's only somewhere else on the labelling where they might have a qualifier to say, well, it's actually not meat, it's not beef. But that's what has drawn people in. And sometimes the qualifying statement isn't actually recognised until you go to cook the product or snack on it later on.
And it's a good point, isn't it? That was one of my learnings, that customers buy with their eyes.
Yes.
They make a whole lot of assessments based on all the triggers that culturally we have, and certainly for consumers who are in a rush, we make a whole lot of decisions very quickly, and as I said, with our eyes. So when you see an animal on the front of a package and the name for that animal, it would seem only reasonable to think that animal or a product of it was in that package. Am I right, or am I being a bit simplistic?
No, I think that's exactly the intention of using animal imagery and wording on the packages, and even the formatting of how the products presented to consumers. It's all designed and developed, I'm very sure, though we don't do it ourselves, but to draw consumers into a certain use for those products. And certainly in taking the position of You already associate Australian beef with good provenance, with a premiumness, with high iron and available protein for you when you're purchasing it. So just because of the way that our brains are wired, you're automatically transferring all of those onto a product that actually doesn't carry those characteristics. But certainly in that really quick decision-making time, that's what they're aiming for, I reckon.
So it's been put to me that the reason why a non-meat protein product would want to use animal imagery and words is to imply to the customer, or not to imply, to tell the customer what purpose this product could be used for. So, you know, chicken strips could be for a chicken stir fry, and, you know, roast pork would be for a roast veggie meal. But why is it as a, you know, it seems to me that we've spent a lot of time talking today about how these are two industries that can work, can both be successful. We can have an animal protein industry that's successful, and we can have a plant-based protein that's successful, and that they're both great for Australian farmers. And of course, we're all in furious agreement that we want good things for Australian farmers. But once we get to these manufacturers, I'm just trying to understand, what are we really trying to achieve here? You know, if you're using an animal picture and name for that animal, you know, you are trying to take market share. It's not just saying to consumers, this is an alternate. You're saying, we want you to use us in preference to that one. I mean, I think we've got to be clear, don't we? This is a market share play. And whilst it's a very big market and there is space for everybody, I mean, I'm just trying to understand from the marketing point of view why you're using another product's attributes in your marketing descriptions.
I think from my perspective and why that would be occurring, Senator, is it's a relatively easy shortcut when you don't have to do the busy work of establishing your category. So I absolutely agree, and I think having alternative proteins is so important in the marketplace to allow consumers choice, and for whatever reason they're making those choices, have them available, but have them very clearly available for what they are. Now, there might be some extra work that goes into developing that value proposition as to why a consumer would utilise that product over an animal protein. So in using a descriptor, imagery, and even format that seems familiar to consumers, it's an easy shortcut to establish a value proposition that doesn't actually belong to that product. Where I think, you know, these guys clearly believe in their products, they see a marketplace for them, then they should really do some work to develop that value proposition to say, this is what we are, this is what we do, this is how you use us, and this is why you should pick our product up instead of another one. But don't use the shortcut of a value proposition that doesn't belong to the product that's in the packet.
All right, thank you. Mr. Setter, you talked at the beginning of your statement about the definition for exported meat. I mean, this seems really bizarre, doesn't it, that we have the meat changes magically. You know, domestically, it can be a whole lot of other things, but the moment you cross the borders and an export customer has to pay for it, it has to fall under these very clearly defined parameters. Are you aware of any other countries that have this strange dichotomy where meat can be different things depending on which side of the border it is?
No, I certainly don't, Senator. I'm not an expert in all countries, but in the research that I've done, and I spend a lot of time overseas, I haven't found a situation where you can have more trust in your domestic food product when you're offshore than when you're onshore in terms of how the labelling rules work.
Do you think that Impossible Foods name transition entering the Australian and New Zealand market to Impossible Beef is playing on that situation, that only in Australia and New Zealand, it seems, can you be something else when you cross the border? Do you think that's part of the reason why they've rebranded coming into this country?
I think it is. I think it is part of the reason why they've rebranded. I think that they're, you know, credit where credit's due. They're very smart at marketing. They're very smart at promotion, and they've seen there's a huge trust built in Australian beef and in Australian red meat names, and they're using those as much as they can to run off the back of our trusted position, so that consumers think, oh, well, this must meet the same standards and the same natural production system or similar to what beef does in Australia. I also feel that they're running off the back of and creating free promotion for themselves through with some potential consumers through debates like we've been having recently, and social media debates about who can and can't use the word meat or beef or alternative protein, and it gives them a great free marketing kick that they otherwise wouldn't have if they couldn't promote some of this controversy. It's a great free marketing kick that they've been getting.
Yes, yes. Well, that's the Senate working hard for you, isn't it? Yes.
Absolutely. I'm not just blaming you. There's certainly more on social media than here.
No, I understand. You made a point about the subsidies for the Australian red meat industry in particular and others, and I'd like you to speak to this, because I often read the subsidies that Australian agriculture receives, and I think this is why I keep trying to draw this to people's attention. The Australian agricultural industry, both in terms of bioregions as well as economics, is completely different to the EU and the US, where it's my understanding that we are the lowest subsidised food producer in the world. But would you just speak to that? Am I right, or am I?
No, you're quite right. If you look at the benchmarking reports on agricultural subsidies around the world, Australia does have one of the lowest levels of subsidies or government support for agriculture. Some of our detractors can confuse that with the government collecting levies on behalf of the industry, compulsory levies, and then giving those levies back to producers or marketing or other organisations to do good work on behalf of industry. But that's definitely not a subsidy. And there is some tax benefits, but those tax benefits for R&D are uniform across all industries in Australia to encourage an R&D type culture in our country. And so they're certainly not a subsidy. They're to encourage further investment with no cash movement at all.
Terrific. All right. I've got two more questions for you, and then I think I see Senator Whish-Wilson coming on. But I wanted to ask you about, we heard from the Food and Beverage Council earlier today. I think I've just misnamed them slightly. And they, I was asking the question about when we already know that if you go to a fish and chip shop, it's very difficult to get fish and chips, or fish properly branded as to what it is and where it's from. And big shout out to my local fish and chip shop in Townsville that does a magnificent job of that. But if we know that it's so difficult for food and beverages to be able to trace how food is being advertised on a menu, particularly in fast food places, but specifically in restaurants, what's the risk if we don't have very clear rules? What's the risk of somebody going into a fast food cafe and having a lasagna and it being made from plant-based protein and it not being what the consumer thinks they're buying?
It's a real and present risk at all times. I mean, roughly 50% of the meat traded in Australia, domestic and exported, is not branded, and a lot of it does end up in food service, and that's a really big part of the carcass. It's a big part of our base cost recovery as we look to be viable industries. It does erode consumer trust. If they have a negative eating experience, they will blame that it was a beef lasagna. If they have a positive eating experience and it was vegetable, great, we might get a free kick. But I think it's really important for consumer trust that they do know what they're eating. We don't want consumers to to get to a position after 200 plus years of brand building and trust building where they say, well, I just don't know what's in the lasagna anymore. I just don't know what's in a pie anymore. Where today, lasagna or pie or sausage roll has a very strong connection with red meat that's meant to be in there. I think too, there's also an inbuilt trust in terms of the production systems and the quality assurance and the traceability that if we sit here in Australia today, the vast majority of red meat is produced in Australia. Very small amounts might come from New Zealand. But if you're sitting at the footy and you buy a pie today, you know that it's got Aussie beef in it. In the future, you could go up and buy a beef pie and could have soybeans that are produced from clearing rainforest in South America, shipped to China, be substantially altered and then enter that pie at the footy that we're all used to eating as a trusted beef pie. And it could be full of soybean products that have come from South America via China and be branded up as beef. And that's for me, that's a real concern as a consumer, but also as a producer, because I stand behind my product, and I'm sure all red meat producers do.
Well, and you raise a good point, because a beef pie or a beef sausage in Australia, there is incredibly clear food standards around the percentage of meat that has to be, of beef I should say, that has to be in that product in order for you to call it that. And I don't know, Ms. Pullen, if you've got a view on, the retail requirements. If you're going to sell a meat product, a beef product, what requirements are there on you to support your claim?
Thank you. So for Jim's Jerky, we'll have two levels of requirement. One is set, because we manufacture in Queensland, is set by Safe Food Queensland, and they have very clear, so we're considered a ready-to-eat product, and they have very clear definitions, which I actually reviewed in preparation for this to see whether there was a category for plant proteins in this ready-to-eat category, which there's not. So there's very clear definitions around what can be considered a ready-to-eat meat, and that includes things like ham products, pâtés, all of these specifics. And then within each, as you go further in, they all have very clear rules and requirements for how they're produced. And then overlaying that is the Department of Agriculture for our export licenses, where at any time we will have an inspector come and have a look at the raw materials that we have in our cold rooms and cold stores to ensure that they're in line with what our approved arrangement states. So, there's really clear rules, as Mr. Setter has already spoken to, about, the protections for our people that are importing our red meat products that just don't seem to apply to these products. And certainly, I absolutely wouldn't be able to get away with calling my beef jerky ham under the Queensland Food Act, and certainly not if I was trying to export that product either.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird, isn't it? So you couldn't make the same claims that plant-based proteins would. I see Senator Whish-Wilson is ready to ask questions, but I'm just going to ask a final section for you, Mr. Setter, which is around, you raised criticisms of meat-based protein. Starting to get myself very confused, animal-based protein, where there is unsubstantiated criticisms. And we've already touched on people's confusion around different environment in Australia versus Europe and the US and so forth. We've talked about different subsidies, that Australia is not subsidised in the way those other countries are. And so that is an unsubstantiated criticism that is raised. Are there others that you would like to see addressed through this inquiry process?
I think, that it's probably on the edge of this process. But in recent months, in particular, in recent weeks, we've seen significant criticism of the animal production industries globally and in Australia about our substantial footprint in the environment and things, and the industry was doing a lot to reform that. I think it's been pretty disappointing, I suppose, from some of the people that are against our industry but are trying to use our name, that they'll use our name and then position that they're better than us. So take our great brand reputation, our consumer trust, and then say, but wait, we're better because we have less of an environmental impact. And that's just a sort of blanket statement rather than the fact and science around emissions, and that the livestock have reduced emissions by 50% already and on track for carbon neutral by 2030, that we sort of just sit back and just have a look at other claims that may be being made that are probably detrimental to Australia's food industry and food reputation as we go sort of hand to hand combat with each other, that we are some of those things that are untrue are fairly damaging to each other. It has been a bit disappointing to see that that some of the science organisations in Australia have been using money collected from from some industries and then spent on creating new industries that are competitive against us. I know CSIRO's got the fair bit of flack about that recently. It's probably one of the other ones that comes to mind, Senator.
I think that sustainability one always leaps out at me. I see that Volvo has stopped using leather in their cars, and it's on the basis of sustainability, which it is an unfilled, unsubstantiated claim, and I suspect that they're basing it on production systems in far-flung places like in Europe, in cold parts of the world where Volvo comes from, but that it's then applied across the entire industry is it's pretty unfair.
Anyways, I think if we look at the pastoral lands in Australia, which is roughly 40 to 50% of Australia's land, most of that can't be used for cropping. It's used for livestock. We care for that land, and there's an absolute cycle that goes through where those grasses are well managed, and that grass returns back into the environment. If you destocked with the livestock off that land, certainly the emission footprint from fires and things could increase pretty dramatically. But there's a real policy clash of less tree clearing in Australia, less land clearing, but the push from some of the other proteins to increase the production of their plants. I've nothing against increased plant production, but if it's going to be through clearing trees and environmental degradation, you really need to sit back and have a pretty fact-based argument around whether we should be clearing more trees for cropping production, or whether we should be allowing livestock to graze grass in the cycle.
Yeah. All right, Senator Whish-Wilson, I'm sorry, I've taken up a lot of time. Do you have questions of this panel? Sorry, I think you're on mute, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Sorry, Chair, how much time have we got?
Well, I think we've got 10 minutes still.
All right. Look, I apologise. I missed your earlier introductory statements and much of the questioning. I might just ask this with limited time that I've got. We heard from the Australian Farm Institute this morning that covers a range of agricultural enterprises, including cattle farmers and crop growers, plant-based and animal-based proteins, that there was a very bright future for both sectors. They're both forecast to grow strongly. Is your key concern that the plant-based alternatives to protein are coming after your market share? Is that your key concern? You sound like you're at the beach, Emily. I do like the sound of, by the way, but...
Senator, while Emily's getting her background noise sorted out, I don't have a problem with alternative proteins and plant-based proteins. I think it's a free market. It's a competitive market. I don't have any real ethical issues with it. the issue I have is we've built, our trust and our brand in Australia for words like beef, meat, pie, hamburger, lamb. For over 200 years, we've invested billions of dollars in that directly and indirectly. And I have no issues with them in the industry that they're trying to do, but they should establish their own brand proposition, their own value proposition and their own labelling. And we need effective labelling in Australia for Australian consumers to have trust, continued trust in our product. Today, our product, whether it's beef or steak or red meat or burger, didn't need legislation around it. Today it does. Today I can't buy, if I go overseas, you missed earlier, if I go overseas today, meat from Australia is meat from Australia, beef from Australia is beef from Australia. Domestically, beef from Australia could be anything. We need that domestic protection like foreign consumers have. It's just farcical to think that a foreign consumer has more protection around Australian red meat than a domestic consumer does. So again, no issues with plant protein, no issues with alternative industries, but it's up to them to establish their own names, their own labels, their own brand proposition and value proposition and their own trust. Don't try and copy ours.
Still hearing the water. It sounds like a waterfall this time. I think to listen. Okay. Story again then. Mute Emily. Thank you. Yeah. That's good now. Yeah. In terms of the, is it because you're generally concerned about confusion, that consumers are confused and they may choose to buy plant-based products, or is this simply a matter of principle? Do you think there's sufficient evidence that this will cause confusion amongst consumers?
I think it is both. I think, yes, there is confusion, and earlier Emily and I both spoke about confusion, picking packages like stock cubes with photos of cows and the name beef off the shelf or chicken off the shelf, and getting home and then reading the fine print on the back that those products didn't contain any chicken or any beef or any meat product. So there is confusion, but there's just a genuine trust and genuine investment that's being made in our brands, in our names like meat and beef, lamb, chicken, that we want to fight for and protect. We've invested billions and billions of dollars in these names, and we didn't think we needed to hold them or trademark them or get protection, years ago, and today we do, and that's why we're asking for some legislative tweaks to ensure that our products are protected for what they are, and we can be accountable for them and market them with confidence.
Sorry, Emily, something's happened in the interim to your sound. But at least we heard you at the beginning, so that was the start. All right, Senator Whish-Wilson, back to you. You're on mute, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. Senator Whish-Wilson, you're on mute, I'm afraid.
Thank you. I'll just ask the same question I asked earlier. Witnesses, are you prepared to work with the plant-based protein sector around voluntary labelling guidelines? There is a process in place. They say they are willing to listen and work on their labelling standards and come up with a set of labelling standards. Why the immediate jump to legislation, given that we could go to a voluntary scheme, and if that didn't work, then we could consider legislation further down the track?
I'm happy to work with anyone, but I'm not sure how a voluntary system will work in the unbranded food space. 50% of the red meat that's produced in Australia is not branded. It's a major part of our industry. It's the pie we have at the food hall. It's the lasagna that we have. It's the mince at the supermarket. So it's not just the branded space. But today, a meat pie must have 25% beef in it to be called a meat pie.
What else has it got in it? If it's only got 25% meat, what else would a pie have in it?
A pie's got pastry that wraps around it that by weight's a substantial part of it. There's gravy, there's salt and pepper. But I can also buy a pie next to my office that has meat pie on it and has no meat in it, and that's in breach of the current rules in Australia around labelling of meat pies.
Would that be because it's got? Could I just drill down on that? Is that because it's got a plant-based meat protein in it? Like I know that there is a plant-based pie that you can buy in 6-packs in the supermarket. Is that what you mean by the fact that you can buy a meat pie that just says meat pie but has no meat in it?
Yes, but it's already in breach of the rules. There's already rules today around what a meat pie can and can't have in it. So
because it clearly says plant-based meat on the pies in the supermarket in the 4-packs or 6-packs. I think it might be 4 and 20 that makes them. In terms of the lasagna that you mentioned earlier, and I know we've heard evidence about, chicken burgers and beef burgers. Isn't it true that they've also got vegetables in them too? They have a whole range of products, including vegetables, but you don't see that on the label. It's not labelled as meat and vegetable.
But it didn't need to be historically, where it does today, because you knew if you bought a lasagna that a large proportion of the product in it was meat.
Right.
Where
so
today, you don't need to. Today you'll have to pick it up and read the fine detail on the back of the pack. But if you're at a function and you order lasagna, there's nothing today to say that whether it has to have meat in it or not.
Okay.
If you're a food service or a restaurant, it could have anything in it.
You'd respect, and I'm sure Emily would respect that we seek to, I suppose, enact legislation or make changes based on evidence. We've got conflicting evidence certainly on whether there is any data that's sufficient to tell us that the current labelling system is misleading investors. The ACCC didn't seem to think so. They usually do a pretty good job looking at the data. We've had Australian Farm Institute say their study that was funded by AgriFutures showed that this wasn't an issue. We've obviously had an alternative proposition from another study. We've heard from witnesses today that one industry will fund their own study and another industry will fund their own, and that we need a proper independent analysis of this. Would you support an independent analysis of the data as to whether this is actually misleading consumers? And if it found that it wasn't, would you then be okay with voluntary labelling schemes? Or would you still insist on changing labelling?
Look, I suppose having spent a fair amount of time looking at in the US a couple of years ago, looking at alternative proteins and looking at some of their marketing strategies and looking at some of the other rules that have been enacted in the US, I still think longer term there needs to be protection for descriptions that match Australian product. I still struggle with why a foreign consumer has more protection eating Australian meat products than a domestic consumer does. We currently have rules to protect foreign consumers, but not domestic consumers around how we describe red meat products. But again, back to the start of your question, there's independent work that can be done that's transparent, has a good data set. I'd absolutely like to see it. I haven't seen too much in Australia, and this is not a shot at any individual organisation, that's broad, transparent, and across a wide variety of buying behaviours from consumers would be important to see.
Okay, thank you. That's fine for me, Chair. Oh, sorry, Emily. We can hear your stream bubbling away in the Tark iron, but we can't hear your voice.
Does bring us to the end of this session. I'm so sorry, Mr. Stiller, that we didn't get to ask questions of you, but thank you for your submission, which was really detailed. please, all of you, go with the committee's thanks for your time preparing your submissions and time spent preparing for today. I now welcome representatives of Arcadian Organic and Natural Meat Company, the Coffee Cattle Company and Keppel Brand, all by video conference. For the Hansard record, could you each please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Paul De Silva. I'm the Marketing Director for Arcadian Organic and Natural Meat Company, and that's the capacity in which I'm appearing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Adam Coffey. I'm a co-director of Coffee Cattle Co, 2016 Nuffield Scholar, and a current member of the AgForce Cattle Board.
Thank you.
Jacinda Coffey, and I'm a director at Coffee Cattle Co.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Davey. I'm a director of Keppel Brand, a food manufacturer, and also a cattle producer and chair-elect of the Australian Beef Sustainability Framework. So happy to wear 3 hats.
Very clever of you. Thank you. I invite you to make a brief opening statement before the committee asks questions. Could I start with you, Mr. De Silva? Do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. I do. Briefly, Arcadian Organic and Natural Meat Company is a leading global supplier of premium certified organic and natural meat. And since 2004, we've been a genuine pioneer in the organic meat industry in Australia and internationally. Our flagship Cleavers brand is the most successful organic meat brand in Australia. Our products are currently available in over 1,000 Australian supermarkets and independent stores. We export approximately 80% of our production, which mostly goes to the United States. We have approximately 120 producers in our supply chain, with approximately 180,000 live cattle at any one time. We also have substantial quantities of lambs and pigs in our supply chain. So over the last 12 months, we exported product to 12 countries. Our philosophy is treat animals well, treat people well, and treat the land well. And we've been selling, on that basis, we've been selling carbon neutral products since June 2019, when we became certified carbon neutral. We believe that there must always be truth in the labelling of products, especially for food, and products must be described as what they actually are. We believe that the existing Australian consumer law to prevent deceptive and misleading conduct is being systematically breached by businesses which are selling manufactured plant protein products. The word meat and species-specific terms such as beef have a very established natural meaning for consumers. And even people who object to the consumption of food sourced from animals will typically say they do not eat meat. And when they do that, they expect others to understand that they do not eat the flesh of any animals. If a product is not derived from a specific ingredient or some other specific source, such as a location or a manufacturing method, it is deceptive to make such a claim on your packaging. Now, manufactured plant products contain 0% meat by definition, but they use the word meat or a species-specific equivalent, such as beef, accompanied by images of animals from which real meat is derived. Now, these are bold and prominent claims about a product, about an ingredient that is entirely absent from the product within the package. And that can only be deceptive and misleading. We believe that resembling a different product is not sufficient reason to claim that that is what your product in fact is, in order to lead consumers to substitute on that basis. The research we've seen directly on this issue is the Pollinate study conducted in July 2021, which was statistically significant and representative of the Australian, the sample being representative of the Australian population. And notably, it found that 61% of the 1,000 participants mistook at least one manufactured plant product as containing genuine meat derived from animals, that the net misattribution for each manufactured plant product ranged between 13 and 33%, an average 25%, and was consistently higher than misattribution for the genuine meat image. And finally, the people who did make that misattribution were more likely to be elderly, being 65 or over, speak a language other than English with family or friends, or have a household income of $40,000 or below. So the people being misled were the ones in the most vulnerable position amongst the consumer. Finally, we think it should be a priority of the ACCC to enforce the existing Australian consumer law where it relates to prohibition of misleading and deceptive conduct. And that if the ACCC doesn't intend to enforce these existing provisions, then we do believe it's necessary to enact legislation explicitly to ensure truth in labelling of manufactured plant products and meat products.
Thank you. I think next, the coffees. Would either of you like to make an opening statement, please?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Thank you to the committee also for the opportunity to speak to you today. As we said before, my name is Jacinta and this is my husband Adam. We are owner-directors of Coffee Cattle Co. We are first-generation beef producers and have worked our way through the industry, working on and managing properties around the country before purchasing our own property here in central Queensland 5.5 years ago. We feel we're in a unique position to speak to this hearing given we do not come from an agricultural background and therefore our networks are spread evenly both in and outside of agriculture. A common theme amongst peers, family and friends is distinct confusion around labelling of non-meat derived products. Labels need to be clear so people can be confident in the product they wish to purchase. My grandfather is 89 years old and my mother assists him with his online shopping in Tasmania. Both are retired, a school principal and a director of education at a federal level with high degrees of literacy. However, a search for beef mince on Coles Online brings up beef mince free range right next to beef free mince. The two products are barely distinguishable from each other, and this is where mistaken purchases happen. Grocery shopping shouldn't be this difficult. It isn't just meat eaters who are frustrated by this either. On the 29th of September this year, a vegan from Melbourne tweeted to Coles that she was disgusted at being tricked into purchasing and eating chicken when they placed plant-based products next to meat products in the supermarket. If the labels were clear about what the product actually contained, rather than what it was trying to look or taste like, then she wouldn't have had this problem. In this day and age, people tend to take to social media to express their opinion or complaint rather than making a more formal complaint to a governing body such as the ACCC. We are very active on social media and we can provide multiple examples of confusion and criticism over product labelling. As farmers, we strive to produce a commodity that is nutritious and sustainably produced. On our property, we are constantly investing in strategies that maximise production, but also improve our natural capital, as the two go hand in hand. We manage our grazing to enhance biodiversity and increase ground cover, which benefits productivity and, importantly, reduces runoff in the Great Barrier Reef catchment. We understand the importance of tree and grass balance and take our responsibility of supporting our native flora and fauna seriously. We've also recently completed baseline measurements for soil carbon projects under the Queensland Government Land Restoration Fund. So when manufacturers of plant-based alternative proteins promote their products as a better environmental alternative to red meat, all the whilst using meat-related images and text, it's smacks of its. The Australian red meat industry have contributed millions of dollars to ongoing development of regulation and compliance programs, ensuring we have some of the highest standards of beef production in the world. As of last financial year, the industry has spent $202 million on Meat Standards Australia. This process was undertaken to ensure consumers have access to quality, consistently graded product, with 700,000 individual consumer and taste tests initially completed. The industry levy component of this program to date has been $142 million. By allowing plant-based products to piggyback off an audited standard like MSA, we are undermining significant industry investment. Whilst we have no objection to a person's choice to eat meat or not, we strongly feel it's a basic right the consumer is provided with clear and sufficient information about the product they're purchasing. Plant-based products and Australian meat are not comparable in this instance and should not be labelled as such. How can you create a product and market it by prominently labelling a major ingredient that it does not contain? Thank you again, Senators, for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. And finally, Mr. Davey.
Thank you to the committee and also to yourself, Chair Senator Susan McDonald, for the opportunity to expand on my submission. This inquiry is of critical importance. It's the inquiry we should have had in 2015, when, under the remit of a dairy labelling change, broad removals, modifications and additions were pushed through our food standard code. clearing the way for industries that did not yet exist. Our business is being significantly impaired and it's brand appropriated by a range of products that do not operate under the same regulatory framework, create consumer confusion and make unverified claims and statements against both their own and our products. The highly processed manufactured plant-based protein industry is an emerging unregulated threat. As a food manufacturer, we are subject to the Food Standards Code. And until March of 2016, the Food Standards Code was incredibly clear and still is for our products. The label on our products is defined in the code, and our ability to use the word meat is clearly set out along with meat and meat flesh. In the composition, meat flesh has to be in our products to maintain a label. For a manufactured meat product, it's got to be 660 grams per kilo. For a pie, 250 grams per kilo. Put in a sausage, 500 grams per kilo of meat flesh. The code therefore defines the cost of our products, and we invest millions of dollars a year to use the word beef, meat, chicken, pork on our labels. Our business supports the regulatory framework. It provides clarity and protects consumers. And all businesses should operate under the same regulatory environment. Meat is nutritious. It's high in protein, it's high in nutrients, and it's high in cost. Our input meat ranges from $4 to $16 a kilo. The code determines, therefore, how much our products cost to make and how much we have to pay to use those descriptors that are now being bastardised. Manufactured plant-based meats are largely made from imported products of soy isolate protein that costs $1 a kilo. Our business, therefore, has to pay 4 to 16 times as much to use the same descriptor. In March of 2016, and what was the mechanism for this to happen? And contrary to belief that we need evidence for regulatory change, on the 1st of March 2016, there was a standard 1.2.10 characterising ingredients and components of food, and this was removed from the code. And in this standard, it described what was a characterising component and what were characterising ingredients, specifically as an ingredient mentioned in the name of the food, usually associated with the name of the food, emphasised on the label of the food in word, picture, and graphics. So regulatory-wise, we have been here before. Standard 1.2.10 would have protected consumers, would have protected our businesses, and would have stopped any confusion around labelling practices. At the same time this standard was pulled out, another standard was added to the code, Schedule 17, which was introduced as an instrument to detail the permitted forms of vitamins and minerals to be claimed on products. And one of those said products was analogues of meat. And the only descriptor was where no less than 12% of the energy value of the food is derived from protein, and the food contains 5 grams of protein per serve of food. In the previous discussion, I happened to hear Senator Whish-Wilson refer to meat protein to describe the protein that exists in a plant-based meat pie. There is no such thing as meat protein. Meat is a food composed of one ingredient that includes protein. Our business under the current code cannot claim to be a source of protein unless if we have 10 grams per 100 grams in the product we've produced. But a product can claim to be a meat analogue if it has 5 grams of protein per 100 grams. This schedule goes on to describe some of the vitamin minerals, including thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, folate, iron, and zinc that could be incorporated and claimed on a product. So it sets out what you might want to add to your meat analogue to promote it. Focusing specifically on the claim of iron, iron presents in 2 forms, heme iron and non-heme iron. Heme iron is more readily absorbed when compared to non-heme iron, and animal-derived meat is a rich source of heme iron. Plant-based sources contain non-heme iron, and non-heme iron requires the absorption to be aided by the consumption of vitamin C, making this, Senators, the only part of the code that allows a food product to make a beneficial health claim that is dependent on the consumer also purchasing and consuming another product entirely. Iron is a critical component in the development of children, of infants, and of pregnant women, and I think we need to fix this. We should require products to share if ingredients have been fortified or if they are naturally occurring, and we certainly shouldn't allow products to make a health claim that requires the consumption of a further product. Conscious of time, I'll quickly summarise a couple of other elements of my submission. Obviously, as has been discussed here, there's been a number of pieces of research that determine there is confusion that exists in the nature of these products and the promotion currently of manufactured plant-based proteins. Their marketing also makes a number of unverified claims and claims that it shares key positive attributes nutritionally of our product without ever having to possess any of the alleged negative attributes of meat. The challenge for beef, and touching on my role as the chair of the Australian Beef Sustainability Framework, is that we are doing the work to truthfully tell our story. And we should be protected from what are completely unverified and uninvestigated attacks to do so. Some recent research from Mintel in 2020 identified the #1 reason or motivation for someone to buy a plant-based protein product, and this was by 44% of participants, was to be healthier. This industry has been successful in creating an idea in the mind of the consumer that they have everything that beef has, but they do not have any of the unhealthy components. As far as evidence as to why there needs to be regulation in this space, the journal Nature identified that the composition of grass-fed beef varies from manufactured plant-based protein products by 90%. That's the only evidence we require to say these are not the same product. And these are not substitutions. There were 22 metabolites found exclusively in beef, 51 metabolites found in greater quantities in beef. These nutrients play potentially important roles in physiological, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory roles. Low intake of these nutrients is associated with cardiovascular, neurocognitive, retinal, hepatic, skeletal muscle, and connective tissue function. Senators, put simply, there is so much we currently do not know about what we put in our bodies and how it runs. The science of nutrition is currently still in dispute. As an example, the role of cholesterol in the body is being redefined. We need a regulatory framework that ensures nobody is fooled or tricked and no industries are attacked in an unverified way, that ensures industries compete on a level playing field. I want people to have choice. I want products to compete on the same regulatory environment, and choice to me means I never have to mistakenly eat something I do not want to eat. I have a degree in biotechnology. I never want to eat cultivated meat. How will the regulatory framework ensure that this happens? We need a solution. We need our food standard codes to be reimagined like they were in 2016 on the basis of no evidence. They need to be imagined in a way that avoids the created or new emerging market issues we are seeing today. The ACCC explicitly states in their compliance and enforcement policy that they are concerned with conduct involving a significant new and emerging issue where action is likely to have an educative or deterrent effect. That is what these new range of products are, and the changes were made in the code to allow them to enter the market. Why on earth can somebody sell a highly processed product as a substitute for meat when it is not it? Meat is the only food that has been available year-round for all of humanity for the last 2 million years. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the three of you. You've all brought some different element to this discussion and that we haven't necessarily spoken about before. So I thank you for that. If I could start with you, Mr. De Silva, your product has got a very unique characteristic in that it's organic, and you have to go through quite a level of audit, I assume, in order to demonstrate that and to achieve an additional premium over the other beef, particularly when you export, but also domestically. How is it that you can be competing against a product that doesn't have to do any of those things? Perhaps you could talk to us about what you've got to go through to organic. Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute, Mr. De Silva. Just start again.
My apologies, Senator. Certainly, as a certified organic producer, we have a very heavy compliance burden that we have to meet. Because we export, and in fact, something that's probably instructive here is that currently, if you export organic product from Australia, you are required to meet a certification for an organic standard, which is known as the national standard for organic and biodynamic produce. And the government requires that you meet the standard or have the approval of one of the Department of Agriculture's registered certifying bodies. Domestically, you do not have to meet that requirement. So we have the odd situation that is actually directly analogous to the discussion here, that consumers of Australian organic products internationally have far greater certainty that they are eating a product that has been raised in strict accordance with the standard. But that standard requires a great many things. For the production of any meat, all inputs to the system must be certified organic, which means that the pasture on which any animals graze must be certified organic, which requires the absence for 3 years of the prohibited inputs. The welfare requirements are very high, so they must live their entire life unconfined, which requires you to run them on, they're all grass-fed, free-ranging over large areas. So typically, the stocking density in our supplier network is 1 animal per 15 acres, up to anywhere up to 1 animal per 20 acres. All of that adds up to very substantial, there are annual audit requirements and there are surprise audit requirements that you have to comply with. So you wind up having the most expensive production system that is possible, which requires you to be very committed to the process and make a great deal of investment in the long run in your system and your brands and your markets. And that's what we do, and we promote the value of that system to the consumer in terms of what they're looking for, which is typically the health benefits. So we're looking for certainty in what that product is. So people understand that if they buy certified organic beef, perhaps under our Cleavers brand, they know that there is nothing in it except what is in beef when it occurs in nature, when cattle are raised in accordance with the process of nature. And they're also aware that the system is humane, so it has very high welfare standards built into the certified organic system. And finally, in our case, we're actually carbon neutral. So the product is also carbon neutral. So we go to extraordinary lengths with compliance systems. Having said that, and to the first part of your question, we do then find it quite difficult to reconcile that somebody producing a product that contains 0% of their headline claim can make the same claims apparently about the product as we can.
Thank you. Yes, I hear your frustration, and I'm sure the coffees will add to that. But I just want to turn back to Mr. Davey. You mentioned in the FOSANs the changes to the code. They talk about the energy of food. And I understand there's a FOSANs review underway currently where they're looking at different measurements for food dietary recommendations outside of, the point you've raised about, what we put in our bodies, what we understand, Mr. De Silva's product being an organic product. We've had a long time of being educated into eating whole foods and foods that we know where they're from. And yet FOSANs is talking about the energy of food. Can you tell me more about what that's about?
On that, the specific definition, I'm not sure where they've come up with that percentage. it's a confusing one for me, or the idea of 5 grams per serve of protein. So I couldn't really comment further on why they came up with that as a label to determine what is an analogue of meat. But I can say that there's a lot of products that could be analogues of meat if all you require is 5 grams of protein per serve.
Would it? Yes, a Nutella sandwich that might fall in that energy in it, I'm sure. All right, Mrs. Coffey, the soil carbon audit that you've undertaken. This is really, interesting in a new space for the industry. We heard earlier from Ben Somerset talking about AgCare. What's the process for understanding your audit process for sustainability?
Senator Adam here. I might take that if that's okay. Obviously we've entered into a soil carbon agreement with the belief that long term we can build our soil organic carbon levels, which as we've mentioned, have benefits to our productivity in terms of our beef enterprise, but also our environmental sustainability. That is under the Queensland Government Land Restoration Fund. It's under the federal government's Clean Energy Regulator, and it's very important to us as beef producers that we can display these environmental credentials. When I think about mandatory regulation around alternative products, I sometimes think that, and I'm confused as to why the alternative product providers wouldn't seek this mandatory regulation as well. Because when you think about a consumer, they're looking for a product that, and they may have their own, and they are well within their rights to have their own opinions around why they source their food from a health perspective, as we've spoken about, but also an environmental perspective. So I think that any confusion there really undermines the credibility of an alternative product as well. So from our point of view, as I say, as beef producers that really play into that environmental and that production space, it's a very important place for us to be, and we want to make sure that labelling around our products is very clear, so there's no confusion.
Yeah, I mean that's. So I keep coming back to this, as a consumer, as somebody who's trying to feed my own family, I'm very interested in understanding what it is that I'm putting on the table for my kids and eating myself, and clarity in every direction has got to be the way to go. And it just seems extraordinary that we're in this situation of talking about putting the picture of an animal, the descriptor of an animal on a product that has never even met that animal. So I do struggle a bit to understand how we possibly got to this situation. And I don't know if any of you, Mr. Davey, you talked about the change that was made on the 1st of March 2016. That was a request from a specific company, from Sanitarium. Have you ever read in your travels, what was the reason provided by them why this was the way to go? Or, it all just seems a little bit unusual that we've got to this situation.
I'm not entirely sure, but it kind of boggles my mind a bit that some of the industries seem to be affected by it. And obviously, characterising ingredients are, for most of us, you would think a pretty important thing as to how you describe what something is and what the benefit in it is for you. And how we could come to a decision to pull that out of the code. And I'm still confused about exactly how the legislation gets applied, because if I go to the supermarket and I buy, let's say, and I love Australian manufacturing, Australian businesses, so I often buy Buller ice cream and they've got ice cream in it, they've got milk that comes from a cow. If I buy some of the ice cream from the big manufacturers, maybe a Maxi Bond, they will have an item on the back above the ingredient label where they have to actually describe what they are. And they are not ice cream, so they have to call themselves ice confection. So I'm not sure why one standard applies in one part of the market and another standard applies in another one. I think clarity is critically important for the consumer, because, it's hard. You know, a lot of us have families, and you've got to make decisions on the run and quickly. And I mean, heaven forbid, I often buy a cucumber when I think it's a zucchini and stuff up the recipe completely. And those products are actually very similar. But we've got legislation that means someone that produces a Lebanese cucumber for 70 cents can't sell them for $1.70. So why don't we have legislation in this space? Oh, you're on mute, I think, Senator.
It had to happen. It had to happen, didn't it? Another good question, I said. So perhaps that should be one of the recommendations that we're taking out of this inquiry, is that the review of the food standards that's currently underway, that the evidence from this inquiry be used to inform that review, because there's obviously they may not have heard from the meat industry previously when they made these changes, I think. I just want to ask you, Mr. Davey, finally, when you make your products, what varies from how plant-based protein products are made? How do you, is there a difference?
So I guess we are a manufacturer of processed food, and you know, under the legislation, if I take a piece of meat and I do anything other than grind it up, it is no longer meat, it is processed meat. That ingredient could be 99.9% beef, but it is now classified as processed meat. So yeah, we are a manufacturer of processed convenient foods. We don't claim to be health food products. We could make our products to the nutritional label we want to achieve. And I think that touches on what you asked earlier about looking at energy and where it's derived. A lot of these plant-based products are food that is made with a label outcome in mind, and not necessarily maybe what is good for the consumer. And there's just actually no research on the long-term effects of any of this product. But yeah, as I mentioned, we don't claim to be health food products, and we certainly don't claim to be a revolution that's going to save the planet. Our business does not operate a complex network of batching tanks. We don't operate centrifuges. We don't apply preconditioning solutions, which isoelectrically adjust the pH of a product in order to separate protein from the curd. We don't enrich and repeat it a few times. I really urge the committee to explore with some of these manufacturers what is their actual process of isolation. Because I've looked into some of the marketing. One of them describes it as a special process to unlock nutrition whilst filtering out the parts we do not need. Please explore what this special process is, because I think the consumer needs to know. And the other challenge there is obviously the claims that you are going to be a new revolution, that you are going to save the planet, that the existing production systems are negative, and these claims are made unverified. I mean, one of these manufacturers lists that animal agriculture is the leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions, land degradation, and biodiversity loss. For a manufacturer to have so little awareness of their own supply chain or the link between soy and deforestation is concerning. How attacking the only broad-scale biodiverse production system that we have that can nurture and enhance our environment, as Adam and Jacinta have been talking about, and replacing it with a monoculture is going to increase biodiversity, I don't understand.
Well, Adam and Jacinta, perhaps you'd like to talk some more about that, about the raising claims and the sustainability measures you're undertaking in your business.
How long have you got? we could go on all day. As I said, we're very, very passionate about it, but it's, you know, Mark finished on the point there. I don't think it's a very complex argument. Plant production is the majority of plant production is undertaken it needs arable land. We need some pretty intensive inputs. On a worldwide sense, we're obviously limited when it comes to arable land, and I guess the reason that we're in the industry we're in and that we sleep fairly well at night is that we can utilise we can utilise land that's not really suited to any other forms of food production, and we can grow this nutrient-rich product in areas that wouldn't foster the production of large-scale, grain or horticultural production. So I think that's, in essence, I don't know that we really need to make it any more complex than that.
Thank you. I see you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Do you have questions for this panel?
Wouldn't mind getting it back on topic, actually, Chair, if that's possible. Talking about whether consumers are being misled by current labelling regimes. We heard today from Australian Food Service.
Because that is part of the descriptors on the definitions. And
well, I think we're talking more broadly about potential campaigns that may or may not be run against the beef industry or vice versa, but I haven't seen that kind of detailed information on any labelling regime, Chair. Can we just talk about the evidence we heard today from, around research that the consumers are being confused or misled by the labelling regime. Australian Farm Institute, I think, got a grant from AgriFutures. Their conclusion was that there was no evidence. To quote, we cannot find any evidence to support the concern that existing definitions of alternative protein products are currently causing economic harm or impacting consumers' health on any meaningful scale. The ACCC's looked at this issue and didn't believe it was an issue where consumers were being misled by the existing regime. So where are you getting your evidence from that this is, and the reason I ask this is I think, Mark, it might have been you that said, why don't we have legislation before us? I'd put to you that we don't have the evidence that we need legislation at this point to change. So where are you getting your evidence that consumers are being misled or confused by these labelling regimes?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And going to the finish of your question, we actually had legislation in place that would have stopped the current labelling. It was removed without any evidence and without an inquiry and without even involving the red meat industry on the 1st of March 2016. The evidence of confusion comes from the Pollinate research, which included some labels that I see at my local shops. Also, Colmar Brunton research in 2016, undertaken by Food Frontiers, in which 9% of participants had said they had mistakenly bought the wrong product. However, the actors in the industry said this wasn't a big issue because they're mainly vegans that are actually buying animal products. There's got to be a level of care around your core consumer if you think that that's not an issue.
Do you think with the Pollinate product, Mark, did you see some of the criticisms that in relation to questions we asked this morning about that particular piece of research, how it was funded, very small sample size, only a few brands were used? I mean, are you comfortable that's an acceptable level of evidence to the Senate to be making legislation or recommendations for legislative change?
Probably, given the remit of the ACCC is to manage emerging market issues, I probably am not comfortable with the idea that this new product could come in without a definitive piece of research in place. But ultimately,
would you support that? That was going to be my next question, which I've asked all witnesses today. Would you support a thorough, independent, quantitative and qualitative research piece?
I absolutely wouldn't, because the products you're describing are 90% different to the product they're claiming to replace. Would we do one to investigate if a zucchini and cucumber are the same thing, or if they're labeled?
Right. So would it be fair to say, Mark, that this is a matter of principle to you then? If consumers aren't being misled or confused by it, you may well be right about your statement you just made there. But is this an issue of principle to you? Is that the fundamental reason you would like legislative change?
I guess in response to that, I'd like to reflect on some evidence that Dr. Lindsay Marshall from the CSIRO gave to Senator McGrath on the 28th of October in the Senate when he was asked why they are making investigations. And Dr. Marshall said, as in investing in research into plant-based manufactured protein. In terms of why we're doing this work, it's two reasons. One is that we know there is a very direct correlation between what people eat and their physical health. The CSIRO has been a leader in this area for probably 30 to 40 years, finding a way to give better diet recommendations, give it a healthier public, and it's a good thing. It's good for the economy, because people are healthy, there's less burden on the medical system, and it's good for well-being. Can the CSIRO please make a direct correlation between ongoing use of manufactured plant-based protein and health? There is no evidence that they currently do not have an impact on diet. And the role of regulators, in place of not having definitive evidence that they are a direct substitution for meat, is to regulate to ensure clarity in labelling.
So is your underlying motivation for your submission today and providing evidence that you see plant-based proteins as being a threat to animal-based proteins? Would that be, is it a competitive issue for you and perhaps for the other witnesses as well?
Probably not on a product level. Product for product, they wouldn't compete. They're not the same. For me, it is the use of unverified claims, the statements that we are the problem, which they are allowed to propagate on their packaging. At the point of sale at our products in the supermarket. They don't define it. Some of the big players haven't even made a commitment on carbon neutral. Our entire industry has agreed or wanting to be carbon neutral by 2030. So that is our goal and that ambition. We're trying to verify our story. And we've got a product that's claiming to be our product and undertaking effectively a campaign against our product in the same place where our product is sold. Ultimately, this is about truth. Make your product, call it whatever you want. Let's compete on the same level. Save the taxpayer some money. Incorporate it into the Food Standards Code. They, like me, will have to pay an independent auditor to come and audit them to the HACCP system and whatever other system they're on. They'll look at the Food Standards Code and make sure they comply to that. Doesn't cost the government, doesn't require an inquiry, and everything is even and fair.
So if it's a matter of truth, are you satisfied the ACCC looked at whether this was deceptive and misleading conduct then?
I was on a presentation with the ACCC on this and they didn't do any research. They just looked at what complaints they'd had. I don't know about you, but I don't run out to the ACCC every time I make a mistake around buying the wrong thing. And God knows I'm terrible at buying tools and screws and things like that. But what I will say is I think a thorough investigation absolutely should have been warranted before this kind of legislation would change. Why they are allowed to use an image of a cow on their product.
Okay. The reason I'm being quick with my questions is I don't have a lot of time left, so apologies if I appear a bit abrupt, but we probably only have time for one question left. In terms of solving this dilemma with your concerns and the proposition that's been put to us by the plant-based protein sector in terms of working together on a voluntary approach. They say they're prepared to engage constructively. The ministers group that met on this, I'm not sure if you guys were involved in that, but it seems as though it was only the beef industry and the dairy industry amongst 12 stakeholders that had an issue with this. Others were prepared to talk and work collaboratively to come up with a labelling compromise. Do you have any thoughts on, any of you guys have any thoughts on whether you would give that a go and perhaps look at a mandatory scheme further down the track if that didn't work, or are you not prepared to collaborate with the plant-based protein sector? We might just go to, I might just go to Paul first. No, Paul and Coffee Cattle Company too, if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Look, our view is that at the moment there is actually already legislation in place that seems to deal with this. The Australian Consumer Law would seem to actually make it create a mandatory compliance environment already, and yet we have a very clear willingness not to behave in a way that seems to respect how that is framed. So that, and also I guess there is a quote from Patrick Brown, the CEO of Impossible Foods from January of this year, reported in The Guardian, where he was on the record as saying, "I want to put the animal agriculture industry out of business. It's that simple." So I would say, given the behaviour that we see in the current regulatory environment, and that is the stated objective, I couldn't imagine that they would come to the table in good faith in a voluntary scheme.
You're on mute, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, Paul, like I might put the same question to you. I'll put to Mark. Is your underlying motivation for being here today and providing evidence because you feel like you're under siege and you're fighting back? You've just quoted that quote from Impossible about them trying to put your industry out of work. Is that why you're appearing here today? Is this a competitive issue for you, a market share issue?
We haven't yet observed any encroachment on our market share by manufactured plant products, but that doesn't mean that it won't happen. Our motivation is that we feel there just needs to be truth in labelling. Fundamental labels on product around words in their natural meaning is something that we all need to rely on. Otherwise, there is no clarity of choice. If something as basic as, is this a meat product or is this a vegetable product, can't be determined by the basic claim on the product, what it calls itself, then we believe that's an issue. You know, on that basis, we could take meat and heavily process it, make it green, make it resemble spinach, and take it to market as spinach. And it would be in exactly the same, it would be analogous to what is happening with the manufactured plant products. It's the lack of clarity that we have the issue with.
Thank you. Coffee Cattle Company, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I think to get to your last question, for us, it's about common sense, I think, is why we're interested in this process. And I really do wonder sometimes why we have to have these drawn out sort of, parliamentary processes to determine what I see as common sense. And I can appreciate that there has been conflicting evidence from different parties. But if I look at, what AgForce has done in being a state farming organisation and getting cross-commodity support for mandatory regulation, then we've got growers from all commodities who are supporting this. So I question that under a voluntary program who we're trying to protect or support there. To me, it's a slippery slope, and I don't know if you can you probably can't see this, but when we first started discussing this issue around plant-based alternative products, I decided, okay, well, I'll make an apple out of mince, and I got some minced beef, and I put the apple stalk in it, the apple sticker on it, and thought, well, I can start marketing my meat-based fruit. And I say that in jest, and it was in jest, but when you really think about where we're headed with all of this, I feel like it is a slippery slope, and unless we put some regulatory frameworks in around it, then I don't know where we're going to end up.
Hi, Senator, just to touch on the inquiry you referred to earlier, we and individual companies in the beef industry didn't get a position in that inquiry, whereas other businesses like B2 Foods did. So I guess it's about how you make it up.
Well, yeah, no, accept that point, Mark. Obviously, you're represented by the Red Meat Council and other groups, same as Ozveg, and some very large stakeholders represented, vegetable growers and other groups. But 10 out of 12 of those stakeholders believed, to go back to the point made by Coffee Cattle Company, that they could come up with a sensible approach to this in a voluntary framework by working collaboratively. So I wouldn't be discounting that you could get a sensible approach by that, but you guys clearly have strong views about that, and no doubt we'll ask the plant-based protein groups whether why they wouldn't negotiate in good faith on these kind of things.
I guess the challenge for us, and if I quote V2 Foods website here, meat is a nutritional powerhouse, so we copied it. They haven't. They didn't. Voluntary framework, don't say your product is something it isn't. I think that resolves the entire issue completely.
Points well made, and we'll certainly put that to the the companies who will be appearing to represent their side of the story. I'd like to keep this going, Chair, but we are running over time. The next witness.
We are. Thank you for being thoughtful of the time, Trish Wilson, and thank you to the three panel members, companies this afternoon, to the Coffees, Mr. Davey, Mr. De Silva. Thank you for the time you spent preparing your submission today, for preparing for today, and please go with the committee's thanks.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Senator McDonald, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you.
Right. I now welcome representatives of Food Frontier via video conference. For the Hansard record, could you please each give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thomas King, CEO of Food Frontier, and I'm the only representative today.
Thank you. And I invite you to make a brief opening statement before the committee asks questions. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Food Frontier is the independent think tank on alternative proteins in Australia and New Zealand. We're a not-for-profit funded by grants and donations, which allows us to pursue our work without external influence. We're a small team of food, agriculture, research and policy experts. Members of our team have worked across meat and livestock sectors, including with Elders and Australian Pork, as well as global FMCG, retail and food certification. Our work is focused on growing our region's protein supply with new, sustainable and nutritious options that create value for Australian businesses, farmers and consumers. One of the ways that we do this is by producing original research, such as our economic modelling of the plant-based meat sector with Deloitte Access Economics and consumer research on dietary trends with Como Brunton. Our data and insights support Australian government leaders, small businesses, farming bodies and scientists to better understand and drive progress in emerging protein sectors that can bring benefits to our economy, environment and public health. In any given week, our team collaborates with leaders across our national science, research, agriculture and food agencies. We're working with everyone from the CSIRO Future Protein Mission team to university academics, to executives of Australian plant protein ingredient processors, to public servants at economic development agencies, and many, many others who are interested in the opportunity that alternative proteins offer Australia. And we're very encouraged by these conversations, which demonstrate a widely held understanding of the critical role that new protein industries will play moving forward, and the need for Australia to make new investments to remain competitive in a changing global protein market. These conversations are important, so we thank the committee for inviting us to be part of this one to share our knowledge on alternative proteins. Demand for centre-of-plate protein is growing worldwide. By 2050, the global population is expected to reach almost 10 billion people, while worldwide demand for meat will rise 73%, according to the UNFAO. The data clearly illustrates that this demand cannot be met solely by traditional methods of protein production. This means Australia has a chance to both grow our traditional sectors and diversify our protein supply with more plant-based proteins. Australia has the right mix of agricultural capacity, commercial appetite, infrastructure and research know-how to establish a thriving plant protein supply chain and be an international leader in alternative protein industries. This will open up significant new opportunities for our growers of pulses, legumes and grains, which form the base of many plant-based products. Our proximity and direct trade avenues to Asia, where demand for both meat and alternatives is rapidly growing, reinforce this opportunity. Throughout these hearings, there's been a lot of focus on the importance of regional and rural Australia, and rightly so. Our regional communities and industries feed our nation and contribute significantly to Australia's economy. We, along with various other bodies, including the Australian Farm Institute and AgriFutures, CSIRO, FIAL and others, have produced research quantifying the benefits across Australia as the alternative proteins industry grows. This includes jobs growth in regional areas, infrastructure investments, new revenue streams for Australian farmers, and valuating of the crops they grow. New sectors like plant protein play an essential role in reaching Australian agriculture's goal of a $100 billion food and fibre sector by 2030. At Food Frontier, we're working with organisations across the supply chain to help realise these benefits for farmers and rural communities alike. Considering the significant opportunity at hand for Australia, it's helpful that this inquiry can elevate conversations about plant-based proteins. We particularly want to bring clarity to the matter of labelling, the central theme of this inquiry. It's an important subject. As with many submissions made to this inquiry and presenters at these public hearings, we too support clear labelling that helps consumers. As an independent think tank that advocates for an evidence-based approach to policy decisions, we conducted a comprehensive analysis of the labels of more than 250 plant-based meat alternatives in Australian supermarkets. The analysis shows that there are only a handful of products that use the atypical approach that's been highlighted through this inquiry. By that I mean the use of animal imagery or unmodified animal meat terms like chicken. This analysis shows how the vast majority of products in this category are labelled and dispels some of the misinformation that's currently part of this conversation. Based on these findings, we strongly believe that establishing a code of practice or industry guidelines is a logical next step. This approach would allow companies to work together to address the concerns that have been raised, particularly those few brands currently using the atypical approach I described. A consensus-based, industry-led approach is a sensible and effective next step. We would caution against imposing red tape that could unnecessarily restrict Australia's competitiveness in this rapidly growing global sector. In conclusion, the data is clear that the growth and diversification of protein sources globally is happening and will continue. We have a chance to grow the overall volume and value of our protein industries. As a net exporter, Australia has a world of opportunity in both existing and emerging protein sectors. And I appreciate the chance to contribute Food Frontier's data and knowledge to this important conversation.
Thank you, Mr. King. Senator Whish-Wilson, do you want to start with questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Thomas. Was Food Frontier part of the Minister's working group, set up by the Minister for Agriculture and the discussion paper that was later presented?
Yes, we were. We were invited by the Department of Agriculture to participate.
Thank you. I've asked this question to numerous witnesses. I think we had evidence from two witnesses that were also part of that group that it was only the Red Meat Council that was dissenting on voluntary guidelines. Is it your understanding that the Australian Dairy Industry Council also dissented, or did they support a voluntary approach to this?
So I wasn't the Food Frontier representative who served on that working group. That was our policy director. But my understanding is that it was both the red meat and dairy sectors that were not in support.
Okay, thank you. Other groups such as the NFF were on that working group, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we heard today from other Food and Grocery Council and other significant stakeholders. Could you talk us through? You just mentioned one of my questions I was going to ask that you covered in your introductory statement. The alternative protein sector this morning mentioned it was only a few label brands that were using animal images or using the word meat. They were going to take on notice and get us a formal breakdown of that. It seems from what we've heard today that a number of meat producers don't, I suppose, have faith or trust in a voluntary process, that you would be reasonable in how you approach this. Is the plant-based protein sector that you represent willing to have discussions about things such as font size on labels, the removal of animal pictures, that kind of thing? Is that something you would entertain, or is that something you would rule out unless it was forced on you?
I think the first thing to say is that we don't formally represent industry. We're an independent think tank. We're a not-for-profit. We are a member of the Alternative Proteins Council. I believe there are now 18 members of that group, ranging from product manufacturers to plant protein ingredient processors. Our observations are that there seems to be a lot of openness amongst industry to have this conversation, a lot of goodwill around this, and a desire to come together to address concerns that have been raised. It is important to note it is a small minority of products, brands in market that take that atypical approach I described in terms of animal meat terms or animal images, which I know is the greatest concern that's been raised throughout this inquiry. So yeah, there certainly seems to be willingness amongst industry to have this conversation and look to address those concerns.
Okay, so we know from that meeting that groups such as the NFF and the AFGC both recommended pursuing voluntary labelling guidelines. Could you clarify exactly what the recommendation was and who made this?
Yeah, so the working group recommended a voluntary approach as the preferred way forward. The group was made up of 12 different agri-food representative bodies. I think approximately half, although I'm happy to get you the full list of participants, were representing meat and livestock sectors. There are a couple of representatives for red meat, a couple for dairy. NFF obviously has certain members that are in those sectors as well. Sorry, can you just repeat the question, Senator?
Yeah, I just wanted you to clarify exactly what the recommendation was and who made it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The recommendation was to pursue, this was after months of discussion, a 70+ page report that was developed. The majority recommendation was that the plant-based protein industry develop voluntary labelling guidelines, and that was, again, based on my understanding, supported by 10 of the 12 working group members.
Okay. Just to avoid any confusion, would it be possible if you could table, with the chair and the committee's indulgence, if you could table a copy of that report and the covering letter to the inquiry for us to look at?
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that.
Is that okay, Chair?
I guess so. It's the report that went to the Department of Agriculture, I assume. So I'm not sure if Mr. King's happy to table it, that's terrific, or whether or not we need to go to the department, I don't know. So
it'd be great if we could just get these guys to do it. Probably save us a bit of time. To clarify the current status of guidelines, are there any voluntary guidelines in place for the plant-based sector now? And has the plant-based product sector been given, I suppose, the time or opportunity to address any of the concerns that were raised in the working group through this quite exhaustive process?
So no, there has not yet been the establishment of a code or guidelines around this, and I think there would be real benefit in giving that approach a chance. Again, to see if those concerns that have been raised, which relate to a small number of products, it could address that without needing to pursue a more, I guess, heavy-handed regulatory approach that could have unintended consequences and also impact Australia's international competitiveness in a growing sector.
So just to be clear, the Minister hasn't invited yourself or any of the other alternative protein sector to follow up on that recommendation or participate in any voluntary guidelines to this point? And was that something that was implicit when you finished the process, that this would happen?
There's certainly an expectation that there's considerable work and discussion and the development of that report would be actioned in some form. I don't believe there was a timeline set out, but no, there hasn't been any action so far based on my understanding. And I think that, yeah, it would be great if that work could be leveraged. I do know that the industry has been, since that point, actively engaged in discussions around what those guidelines could look like. But yeah, any more detail on that, I think, would probably be best directed to APC.
Yeah, you've just briefly mentioned a second ago there'd be potential consequences of new restrictions. Could you give us a few, in your idea, what a few of those unintended consequences might be of changing, for example, the definition of meat in the Food Standards Code?
Yeah, so removing that section of the code could subsequently restrict the use of certain terms beyond the ones of concern, like beef or chicken. This could include, widely understood format terms like veggie sausage or plant-based burger, which are used to describe the majority of products in this category. They may not be permitted based on how the definition of meat is currently structured and all of the terms that sit within that definition. This means essentially that Australian producers of these products would be forced to, come up with contrived terminology, I don't know, like plant-based discs, which I think would only cause greater confusion for consumers who are trying to figure out what types of meals these products are intended for. This could also, that change I described could also impact the ability for Australian companies to compete in other markets, considering there'd be the need for dual packaging for those places that allow the use of those format terms on plant-based products, which is almost every market on Earth.
Righto. Okay. I mean, I've asked many, the beef producers for the hearings that I've been on, what's their key motivator for providing evidence, and with the exception of one today that said this was about protecting consumers and truthful labelling, the majority of them seem to be pretty clear that they feel like they're fighting a rearguard action here. They're fighting for their turf, that you guys are coming to get them and you're undermining their industry with misinformation and a whole range of other things. Do you understand their concerns, and do you think the plant-based sector's given any reasons provided them any kind of reasons for that anxiety, I suppose? Yeah, or do you think this is just simply a cold, very cold and clinical attempt to make sure they don't lose market share?
Yeah, look, I don't know if I want to speculate on sort of the motivations behind the inquiry, but I do welcome this conversation. It's a really important one, and I think it gives us an opportunity to allay some of the misconceptions and misunderstanding and misinformation surrounding the alternative protein sector, and there has been a fair amount of that. So yeah, regardless of those factors, I'm really pleased to be here today and to be able to provide clarity. That's what we do as a research organisation. We try to understand where there are gaps in knowledge and understanding and data, and undertake research that can inform these very sorts of conversations. And we've been clear throughout our existence as an organisation that this isn't an either-or scenario for Australia. And I did my best to try and outline that in my opening.
Okay. So, we had the Australian Farm Institute present some evidence this morning based on a research project that was funded by AgriFutures. Obviously, we've had the ACCC look at the issue of whether consumers have been misled or are confused by current labelling standards. We've seen no other evidence during the inquiry of a correlation between the increasing, I suppose, alternative protein sales and decreasing sales of traditional protein. In fact, ABARES recently stated the red meat sector is experiencing record high prices, with the value of the sector's jumped by 8% this year alone to 33.5 billion. Can you add some more insights into the opportunities and risks for, I suppose, Australia's food system from the larger alternative emerging protein sector?
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing that we always try and come back to is the fact that the global population is expected to reach 10 billion by 2050. That will require a plentiful, diverse, sustainable protein supply. And so both traditional and alternative protein industries will be needed to work together to meet the nutritional needs of a population of that size. And so the entire global pie is growing, particularly due to rising demand in Asia, where we have direct trade channels and relationships already in place. And so this is why research that we've undertaken, along with AFI, CSIRO, FIAL and others, has shown that, Australia and our regional communities stand to benefit from the growth in plant-based proteins, including the thousands of Australian farmers and those with mixed farming operations. I'm not aware of any research that indicates that the growth of this industry will come at the expense of any other agriculture sector. To the contrary, I think investing in new protein sources alongside existing ones will be important to reach that $100 billion goal that the sector has for 2030.
Okay. Certainly Australian Farm Institute agreed with you. They thought both sectors were going to boom into the future. One thing that has become clear, because we as a committee should make our decisions based on evidence, have you, it's been put to us that we should preference research that's independent from any industry input, including your own. What research have you seen that demonstrates the extent of consumer confusion on this issue? Is there anything out there that we're missing, or anything internationally we should be aware of? We have heard about the Pollinate report. Any views you've got on that too would be interesting.
Yeah, no, I think the available research that is out there on this has been raised at one point or another during the inquiry so far. We're not aware of any evidence that there is a widespread issue of consumer confusion surrounding this, and we agree that research from the most independent sources would be best to consider, and retailers are arguably the most independent voice in this matter. They have a commercial interest in creating the best environment to sell a whole variety of products, and certainly, or at least I would imagine, no desire to confuse their customers. So I noted in Woolworths' submission to this inquiry that they included data from a survey of 5,700 customers that found, only a small percentage had ever made an error when it came to purchasing these products. And I'm not actually sure how that might compare to other food categories. I've certainly purchased incorrect food items in the supermarket before. And so I think sometimes that's inevitable when you consider busy Aussie shoppers moving through stores quite quickly. So I don't know how, the data that is there around a small percentage of consumers having made an error when it comes to these products compares to other food categories, or whether that's just normal course of doing business. That would probably be a question for Woolworths. In terms of the Pollinate research, we would agree with some of the comments that have been made previously around the small handful of options, product options that we used, sort of flashed in front of survey participants for that study as being not representative of the vast majority of products in this category, of which there are hundreds.
Okay. Last question, Chair, because I know you've got plenty. So we heard from the previous witness, Thomas, that they could go next door and buy a meat pie that had no meat in it. It had plant-based mince. Are you aware of any, just out of interest, are you aware of any pies that are being sold as meat pies that are just plant-based pies that don't clearly state that they're plant-based? Or would that be an individual deli owner who might be putting them in the...
So all plant-based products on market are required to include a meat-free or plant-based qualifier, at least one, in advertising their product in order to be sold on the market. So if they're not doing that, they shouldn't be allowed to be retailed. Our analysis of 250 options across Australian supermarkets, Woolworths, Coles, Aldi and Metcash, found that 100% of plant-based options use those qualifying terms, have a qualifying term. 85% of those products had 2 or more meat-free terms on front of pack. More than half had 3 or more meat-free terms. It's important to note that the plant-based nature of the product is the selling point. The companies that are producing these options are doing so in response to consumer demand, and so they want to clearly indicate that these products are plant-based. And it wouldn't be a very effective strategy for them to try and, deliberately mislead customers.
Okay, but not in terms of deliberately, that may be the case, but the case of mistaken identities that we've heard anecdotal evidence on, once again, you may not be able to answer this, but do you feel there's an appetite across the broader plant-based sector to, in a voluntary labelling process, to consider changes to font size, for example, on labels to reduce the risk of, to take a sensible approach to the risk of mistaken identity?
Yeah, I think when we start talking about the particular branding elements of these products, it becomes quite a nuanced conversation, and things like prominence are an important consideration. And I think that's exactly the kind of things that a voluntary, a set of guidelines or a code of practice set out by industry could effectively address.
Great, thank you, Thomas. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson, and good afternoon, Mr. King. I was just reflecting on some of the research that's informed some of the discussion for today, and the ACCC's assertion that there are no animal-based proteins and plant-based proteins being sold together. And yet I tabled a document today where one of my staff members went into Aldi, Coles and Woolworths and has taken photos of exactly that happening. And so you can see why there's some frustration with the sort of reports that we're relying on to have these discussions. So anyway, that's off topic a bit. I don't need you to comment on it. I'm just reflecting on it. Following the discussions this morning with the Alternative Proteins Council, I want to confirm that Food Frontier meets all financial costs associated with the alternative operations, which include 2 staff members for secretariat services, as well as other miscellaneous costs I imagine would be associated with meeting and website expenses.
So Food Frontier supports the APC in a coordinating function as secretariat. That includes coordinating meetings, taking minutes, that sort of thing. The APC is not currently a paid membership organisation. It was just established in March of this year. Different members have absorbed various administrative costs. I don't know the exact expenses. And of course, each member, including Food Frontier, volunteers their time. And yes, we currently fill a secretariat function for the APC, and Nestle Australia is currently the chair.
Okay, the Alternative Proteins Council website states it is the representative group for the sector engaging at a national level on policy issues. While I note Food Frontier's submission to the inquiry stated Food Frontier is an independent, not-for-profit think tank. Is it appropriate for a not-for-profit think tank to exclusively fund and resource an industry representative body?
We don't, just to clarify, we don't exclusively fund the APC. Different administrative costs are picked up by different members. We are a not-for-profit. We are independent. We are not industry funded. And we provide independent research and insights to the very sorts of conversations that APC was set up to have, including the discussion around labelling. It's not uncommon for non-commercial entities to be involved in these sorts of industry activities. And, I think it's worth noting that our involvement with the APC constitutes only a small percentage of the time. Our primary activities as an organisation are around conducting research, hosting events, as well as providing advice to a broad range of different stakeholders and in event presentations.
Okay. Are you able to advise whether Food Frontier sought any guidance from the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission to ensure this relationship is compliant with the Commission requirements?
Yeah, so we're very proactive about our compliance, and we receive independent legal advice. In fact, this year we undertook a charity self-assessment that's created by the ACNC. We're very confident that we're acting consistently with our charitable purposes, which is also consistent with our charity requirements and the AC&C governance standards. Again, it's not unusual for a non-commercial entity to be involved in these sorts of discussions and forums. And we have previously been involved in other industry activities like the plant protein CRC bid, as well as the Future of Protein Forum with the National Farmers Federation.
All right. So just talking about that compliance with the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, have you lodged your financials with them?
Yeah, so we undertake a financial report every year. Our financial statement for our last financial year is currently being audited. We were granted extensions due to COVID-related delays that were beyond our control. And so as soon as that's been finalised by the auditors, it will be made publicly available. But yeah, every year we undertake an audited financial report that provides details on our overall income, expenditure. Those things are broken down across a number of categories, and we engage an external auditor each year to produce that, and then that document is made publicly available.
Thank you. Mr. King, given how many references to Food Frontier research were contained in submissions made to the inquiry, I've taken the opportunity to look further into the organisation that you've founded. And I note in Food Frontier's constitution under the company's purposes, it states, Food Frontier's purpose is to reduce animal suffering and encouraging consumers to reduce consumption of animal products. Can you please advise why Food Frontier's purpose is to reduce the consumption of animal products?
So our charitable purpose, which I actually don't have in front of me, but I can get up if it's relevant, outlines a number of areas. The two that you've just pulled out are only elements of our charitable purpose as it's stated in our constitution. At the time that we were establishing the organisation, we sought independent advice from a charities lawyer who recommended listing all key potential societal benefits of our work in our constitution. And so the animal welfare mention was included, although as ethics don't really inform the work that we do, I would say that it's very much incidental, not ancillary to our purpose. So we may consider making updates to that in the future, but we were informed that it was relevant to list all potential benefits. Does that answer your question?
Can you advise what activities Food Frontier undertakes to reduce consumption of animal products?
So most of our activities are around increasing understanding and awareness of alternative proteins industries and providing forums for various stakeholders across the supply chain to have conversations, share knowledge, collaborate. We have, for example, in the past, most of our work isn't consumer facing as such, but one example was a report that we produced back last year, which was a nutritional analysis looking at how plant-based products fare nutritionally, how they stack up alongside conventional meat counterparts. And as part of that, we produced a consumer guide alongside that, which included advice from the accredited practicing dietitian we worked with on that project for those consumers who may be seeking to reduce their meat consumption, but who may still want the familiarity and convenience of a burger or some mince for their bolognese, that sort of thing.
So just to go back, the company's purposes, you've listed 3, and of which encouraging consumers to reduce consumption of animal products is one of those 3. So I think it would be difficult to suggest that it was a sideline or It is only for 3 purposes.
Chair, could I just ask a point of clarification here? Is this kind of product on labels? And are we going? Is this in the terms of reference for this inquiry?
Oh, I think you were asking questions as to why the previous witnesses, why they would be engaged in this. Did they feel under threat? And I was just trying to tease out whether what the motivations for this was, just in line with your previous questions.
The motivation. Well, you've called them here to the inquiry.
Yes.
But I'm just would like to make a point that these things aren't included in labelling, and that's what the Senate's looking into, whether labelling's causing confusion.
Yes,
with consumers. I'm just making a point, Chair.
I appreciate that. You did ask similar questions of the previous panel, so I thought we'd just continue on that theme. Mr. King, I understand you were once a campaigner for the animal activist groups Animals Australia. Are you still a member or financial supporter of Animals Australia?
No, I'm not. And I appreciate that question because it perhaps gives me an opportunity to provide a little bit of clarity around my background. I've spent over 11 years now in the not-for-profit sector. In that time, I've worked with 6 organisations focusing on conservation, climate, poverty alleviation. I did spend 2 of those years in the animal welfare space during my teens. But I don't have any any interest in hitting one industry against another. And the reason that I founded Food Frontier is because I saw significant opportunity in food innovation to do good in the world by addressing, major challenges while also creating new opportunities for our great country.
Okay, so just to clarify, is Animals Australia or any other animal activist groups involved with Food Frontier through either financial contributions or in-kind contributions?
No, we're not funded by those sorts of organisations.
Okay, thank you. Mr. King, in a YouTube video called Meat 2.0, which I'll send through to the committee secretariat, you state that one cause fueling every issue you've worked on to address is the production and consumption of meat. It would suggest to me, Mr. King, you appear to have an anti-livestock agenda. Is that the case?
No, I don't have an anti-livestock agenda, and Food Frontier is not anti any industry. Our work is informed by research and recommendations from leading authorities both here in Australia and overseas about the need for a greater diversity of protein sources to safely and sustainably feed a growing global population moving forward. But we strongly believe that, certainly in the case of Australia, we can continue to enjoy success in long-established agriculture sectors whilst investing in and benefiting from new ones.
And that includes animal production, when you say those long-established agricultural industries, just to clarify.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, thank you. In an article published by Beef Central on the 16th of July 2021, Monash University adjunct professor in biotechnology and fellow of the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering, Professor Paul Wood AO, stated, Food Frontier have quoted selectively from sources to draw conclusions that prevent a negative view of livestock production systems, but which don't reflect the actual data or conclusions of the papers they reference. Could you tell me why has Food Frontier selectively quoted sources to present a negative view of livestock production systems?
So we've produced a number of reports over the last 3 years. The one that is being referenced in this context was the first one that we ever undertook. It was published in early 2019. Months later, Paul Wood provided some feedback regarding one chapter in that report, and that was a report peer-reviewed by a panel of agri-food specialists. We took on board Mr. Wood's feedback at the time. It remains the only criticism that we have ever received to date from the thousands of academics and researchers and industry professionals and public servants who've downloaded our research over the years. And the focus of that report was on emerging protein sectors. And after 2 years, more than 2 years passing, many of the developments in the sector meant that the research and the data that was within that had become out of date. And so we actually decided to not make that piece of work publicly available. But that wasn't in response to Mr. Wood's feedback.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. King, Professor Paul Wood, AO, was also referenced in a very interesting article titled "Lab-Grown Meat is Supposed to be Inevitable. The Science Tells a Different Story," which I will table this through the Secretariat. I appreciate that you may not have had an opportunity to read that. But in significant detail, this article raises significant questions about the ability to produce synthetic proteins economically and environmentally sustainably. What is Food Frontier's position on synthetic proteins? Do you believe the industry will be able to produce product at a cost competitive price level?
Potentially, this technology in this industry is still very early stage. We're talking about, still in the R&D phase, and so there are still a lot of unknowns, and that's why, there's a lot of research dollars being put into trying to explore the potential of that technology. But because it's not, cell cultivation technology for food is not currently undertaken at commercial scale, it is hard to know around things like price, when and whether these products will get to price parity. There are certainly folks that believe there is great potential for that, but this sector's still very early stage. There's only a few companies in Australia that are pursuing that work.
Fair enough. I'll table that article so that it is quite lengthy, so if you have time to read that. I think that draws me to the end of my questions, and I appreciate that you've stayed beyond your allotted time, Mr. King. Thank you for that, and thank you to Hansard and Broadcasting for doing the same. That concludes today's hearings, and thank you to all witnesses who've appeared. Thanks to Hansard and Broadcasting. I remind all witnesses that responses to questions taken on notice are due by the close of business Monday, the 22nd of November, and the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.